In a few days, the 1-year period would come to an end. At that time, the young cultivators who wished to sharpen themselves in Desolate Border would have to go on their way. The atmosphere was extremely heavy and nervous during these few days. Many people asked themselves whether they were going to go or not, because this was related to just too much. After entering the land of warriors, everyone knew that it would be a trial of 9 deaths, 1 life. No matter how extraordinary one's talent was, if they were a heaven-warping genius, they might still wither away on the spot, turn into a clump of yellow earth. Of course, if they remained undying through 100 battles, then they could rise up, obtain some heaven-defying natural luck that had existed throughout time from Desolate Border. Many people were hesitating, at a loss for what to do. Just what should they do? Xianxia didn't think about these things because he was definitely going to go to Desolate Border. Right now, he only did one thing, which was cultivate, increase his own strength. On the cliff, hazy mist pervaded the air. He had already sat on the praying mat for a month, recently not moving at all, cultivating the immortal scripture the entire time. Within his body, wisp after wisp and strand after strand of light flickered about. These were broken down by immortal energy, taking root in various parts of his body, as if they grew roots gradually growing. This was an extremely gratifying process. The seed germinated, growing roots. Only then was it able to gradually unfold, become more and more prosperous, more and more powerful. A layer of faint golden radiance swirled about Xianxia's body, as if his body was gilded in gold, like a golden body in a temple. This was an embodiment of his constitution becoming stronger. Wang! Inside Xianxia's body, Dao bones rumbled. Everyone outside could sense a few things. Right now, shocking radiance shot out, spilling out from his body. Then, his essence blood roiled, rising up like pillars of smoke. Life force just too exuberant. It was to the extent where one could see how resplendent the blood in his body was, as if golden liquid was flowing, extremely dazzling. Blood turns to golden liquid. His blood has been exchanged again. An evolution of his fundamental life level carried out. Many people were alarmed, looking over with eyes filled with jealousy. No one expected that right when they were about to leave, Xianxia would obtain this type of accomplishment. His benefits from this definitely weren't small, could be considered a transformation. Xianxia opened his eyes, 2 streaks of light shooting out. They were like sharp swords that sliced through the void, releasing zhang sounds. When he calmed down, the blood in his body became a bright red color once more, sparkling like blood diamonds, brilliant and translucent. He was like a slumbering dragon, calm when hidden, powerful when he took action, a type of true reflection when one reached a certain biological level. I hope that by building the sturdiest foundation, it can help me soar into the sky, break through this great cultivation realm earlier, Xianxia said to himself. This made quite a few people's expressions change. His cultivation speed was just too fast. The day to leave was finally here. They had to make their final choice. Perhaps staying behind was the most sensible choice. After all, living was the most important. However, this so-called living was only effective for a short period of time. If the Desolate Border was broken through, if they didn't experience enough sharpening and growth before the Great Chaos, they would still die, so it would all be meaningless. A few young supreme beings already decided to head to Desolate Border, rise up in that place, achieve the Tao. This made others hesitate. If they withdrew, wouldn't that be a bit too unsightly? Their decision would have profound and long-lasting effects on themselves, perhaps even revealing the general way of thinking of the future, as well as the orientation of the situation. It is time to make your decisions. Several elders were seated on the cliff, overlooking the young geniuses below. Today, everyone was here, all of them coming out from seclusion. I wish to head to Desolate Border. As a man born in this world, how can I miss the world's most glorious battle, the most powerful and splendid struggle? How can I be missing from this? The golden little ant was the first one to cry out. He was extremely moved, and also in high spirits, wishing to walk in his father's footsteps, to grow up step by step in Desolate Border's extreme battles. The bones of the devoted are buried everywhere under green hills. Why is there a need to give up our lives on the battlefield? Chao Yuxing released a deep sigh. My master said that I will be buried by another. Perhaps he was talking precisely about desolate border. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. He didn't even go out to fight, yet he could already sense his own death? Since he was already clear on this, he might as well just not go. Chao Yuxing's voice went higher, loudly emphasizing, Remember, I am not going to die, only sleeping. I will continue to live, even if 100 worlds reincarnate, era after era elapses. I will still appear, I will return. At that time, those who haven't died yet, those who are still alive, come find me and we'll drink. I also want to go to desolate border. The lunar jade rabbit was extremely stubborn, wishing to search for opportunities in the divine medicine mountain ranges outside desolate border, not scared even if there was a chance of dying. Even though the Buddhist monk is kind, it must subdue evil as well. Great Sutua expressed his stance, standing out resolutely. 10 Crown King walked over powerfully, a great dragon winding about his body, accompanied by primal chaos. It was as if a heavenly emperor was moving, his aura devouring 10,000 li, possessing a type of unmatched aura. He was heading to desolate border. The path of long life will include me. Shi walked out. People continuously appeared, not fearing death, their convictions firm, wishing to head to desolate border. Sacred Academy's Jin Zhan moved, a group of people following him, even Wang Shi included among them. All of them were going to desolate border, this group drawing attention. Then Little Sky King and quite a few others from Immortal Academy also walked forward. Shi Hao moved, standing together with Chao Yuxing, Little Lunar Jade Rabbit, and others. Not far out, Qingyi, Chang Gongyan, and others also moved, following over, wishing to head to desolate border. There were more than 150 people who made their decisions. The number of people here was definitely not small. This could be considered the 9 heavens' most powerful group of young heroes. The rest of you don't make your decision now. You can wait until next time, an elder on the cliff said, telling them that since they had exceeded 100 experts, the number cannot be increased anymore. It was because this was a great risk. If the 9 heavens' young geniuses all left, if something unexpected happened, a great disaster arriving, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Come back to this place after a year. The elders on the cliff came to this decision, this time only choosing 100 cultivators. The others could come back after a year, become the second batch of individuals to head for desolate border. Hong. The ancient land shone, a black altar activating. Those who were chosen followed the elders up. There were many patterns there that flickered with all types of Tao symbols. Destination. Desolate border. Streaks of light flew out one after another, as if the sky was splitting. The void here collapsed, forming a giant tunnel that led to a mysterious unknown place. Go! Immediately afterwards, they all disappeared, leaving immeasurable heaven. This was a primitive forest, one that was extremely boundless. This place was usually quiet. Only occasionally would there be howls of malicious spirits sounding, short and hurried. Chi. A group of people, over 100 in number, suddenly appeared in this savage ancient forest. Desolate border. They arrived. This was a mysterious place outside the 3,000 Dao provinces. Normally, no one dared enter this place. Oh! A long and mournful howl suddenly sounded by everyone's ears. In the distance, a set of human skin fluttered about, feet not touching the ground, floating past, the ground covered in bloodstains. What kind of thing is this? Go! An elder in the lead shouted. His palm shone, a copper mirror appearing, releasing the most blinding solar flame essence, yang energy flourishing to the extreme. That set of human skin began to shake back and forth as if the road was shaky, drifting in the distant mountain range, disappearing in the blink of an eye. There were too many things left behind from the past battles. That used to be the divine skin of one of the most powerful individuals, it will still not completely dying out. An elder explained. Shi Hao knew that this vast uninhabited region had too many inauspicious things. If they recklessly pushed ahead, there would be danger of body and Tao disappearing at every turn. Stop! Right at this time, an elder shouted loudly. It was because there was a scarlet marsh up ahead, waves of mist rising, a frightening aura spreading from it. Someone who was half a step to becoming a true immortal died, blood dyeing the marsh. If one steps in, they would immediately turn into a rotten paste. When they heard this explanation, everyone felt their scalps turn numb, a layer of goosebumps appearing on their bodies. If no one told them and they rashly pressed forward, wouldn't they have just directly died? Sure how released a light sigh. Back then, the reason why they were able to reach that imperial pass from the 3,000 Dao provinces was because they took a safe ancient path, yet even then many people died. As expected, the elder also brought this up. We are walking on an ancient path, or else it would be extremely dangerous. Even someone like him said this, so one could see just how dangerous Desolate Border was. There were some who didn't understand, asking the elders why they couldn't just directly appear before the Imperial Pass. Was there a problem with the Great Transport Formation? We only wish for you all to experience how terrifying this boundless, uninhabited region is. A single moment of carelessness and even a supreme being would fall. The elder said with a sigh. No amount of explaining was better than real experience, seeing it for oneself. They did this intentionally so that everyone could feel just what kind of place Desolate Border was exactly. Moreover, this region isn't the most dangerous, because this path is located on this side of what the Emperor City protects, belonging to our territory. Once one leaves the Imperial Pass, the uninhabited region there is the truly scary place, the elder explained. Everyone understood what he meant. The uninhabited region on their side was already so dangerous, so once they went past the Imperial Pass, arriving outside the Imperial City, it would be hard to imagine just what it would be like. After walking on that ancient path as expected, it was much safer. Even though there were unexpected things, they got through more scared than hurt. We're here, an elder said. A grand and bleak aura poured over from the distance, drowning out everything. At the limits of the horizon was a hazy expanse that connected heaven and earth, filling up everything, everywhere in the sky above and earth below. Everyone became stupefied. After concentrating their mind and carefully observing, their faces all revealed shock. The vast and boundless gray color was actually a city itself. Many people never saw this place before. All of them couldn't help but become petrified. How could there be such a large city? It towered into outer space, vast and limitless, as tall as the sky. This wasn't like a city, but more like an expanse of ancient cosmos. Goodbye, 3,000 Dao provinces, Lower Realm Stone Village. This was the second time Sure How came here, so he wasn't as shocked as the other young cultivators from the 9 heavens above. He turned around, looking in a different direction. After leaving, he might never be able to return. His father, grandfather, all of his loved ones back in Stone Village, as well as Hualinger in the Fire Mulberry Forest, would they be able to meet again? I really wanted to see you guys before leaving, Sure How said to himself. He carried great emotions, entirely different from his previous resoluteness, his nose becoming a bit sour. After he left here, would they be separated by half a world? When he looked back, would those people still be alive? Have you all been well? Sure How looked into the limits of the world. Right now, he was in the depths of the 3,000 Dao province's uninhabited region, yet he couldn't leave. Emperor City. It had existed from the past until now, towering powerfully in Desolate Border. Everyone could only raise their heads and look up, deeply feel how insignificant they were themselves. They were only like a speck of dust before this giant city. They walked forward. The giant walls towered into outer space. Even with heavenly eyes, it was still difficult for them to see its limit. Something that protects an entire realm, how can it not be large? There are unmatched immortal Dao symbols carved on it as well, magical formations all over, incredibly concentrated. This is the result of many generations of creatures' efforts. An elder explained. The city really was too large, already exceeding the category of a city. When they walked up, they saw a scene that was like the creation of the world, primal chaos surrounding this giant city. Great stars surrounded the city one after another, to the extent where there were even stellar rivers winding about. This type of scenery didn't really fit common sense, exceeding everyone's imagination. How could it be like this? Based on the explanations of the eccentrics, this Emperor City was built on this realm's most crucial spatial node. Without its protection, the other side could invade as they wished. The cornerstones are made from stars. When they walked forward, everyone could only release a sigh of amazement. The walls were made of nothing other than star remains, all of them fallen stars. They were piled into the number 1 impregnable pass of history, creating this city. When one stood here and looked at this imperial pass, they felt like ants gazing towards the sky dome. It was boundless, powerful, limitless, and also silent, as if it was a city of death. When they approached a set distance, everyone's bodies felt an intense pain, pressured by a mysterious force, feeling as if their bodies were going to crack apart. This was the power of the Emperor City that towered powerfully in this world. In the distance, there were small towns, open markets, and even more so some tribes. Those were established by the descendants of the powerful experts who protected Emperor City. There were some of them that already became ordinary people, no longer cultivators. As for those who truly protected the city, if nothing strange happened, they would never come out after entering the city, forever defending this place. That was the archaic contract of alliance. Many powerful individuals who didn't have much life left would come here in their final years, using their blood and lives to protect this place. Enter the city. The eccentrics each produced a bone. They were extremely serious, piecing them together to create a mysterious small white bone altar. This altar required several people to maintain. They each grasped one corner, proving just how important the situation was. It was because only by holding it can one enter the Imperial Pass. It couldn't be lost. These individuals activated them together. The white bone altar shone. Wang! Everyone was surrounded by immortal light, and then they disappeared from their original location, entering the giant city together. A dusky ancient land filled with black mist, skeletal remains were everywhere. This was the scene everyone saw. When they stepped down, many bones were turned into white powder. Apart from this, there were some star remains. This is the inside of the city? A few people cried out in shock. It was completely different from what they imagined. Aside from the outer city, there is still an inner city. An elder pointed forward. The elders brought out different golden bone pieces this time, piecing them together to form a spherical altar, using it like a key to open up the passage into the inner city. Hong! They finally entered the Imperial Pass. As soon as they appeared, many powerful divine wills instantly reached over, suppressing down like terrifying demon kings, making one's heart pound. These were the experts inside the Imperial Pass. This place still lacked vitality. There were some giant stars that rested on the ground, a few cultivators sitting on them, completely silent. Their bodies were covered in dust, unknown just how many years they've sat on this pass for. There were some individuals who even had grass growing on their bodies, life or a week. They were going to defend this pass until their deaths. It is still different from what I imagined. Princess Yao, you said with a sigh. The 100 young cultivators were all sizing up the inner city scene, carefully searching for something. This is only a corner of this place. The inner city is boundless, extremely large. You all will understand slowly. An elder said. The people they saw before them were already half dead, not moving for many years. It was because these people were in charge of protecting precisely one part of the wall. Let's go. We are heading to the depths of the inner city. An eccentric led the way. A great golden path appeared beneath his feet, bringing the over 100 young cultivators with him. Golden light spread out, its speed extremely fast, able to cross stellar domains. However, they still spent a long amount of time in the inner city, so one could see just how large this city was. Along the way, everyone became deeply shocked. What they saw truly was shocking. Isn't that a sky-swallowing beast? Didn't they become extinct? We actually ended up seeing in Imperial Pass. Chao Yuxing sighed. A giant beast was currently chewing on a large piece of meteorite. Its body really was too massive, covering the sky and sun. There are several dozen of them in the city. This is quite a formidable war beast, belonging to a few extremely powerful knights. An old eccentric on the great golden path said. Sure enough, everyone saw a knight on the back of the sky-swallowing beast, body covered in armor, ice-cold and emotionless, as if passed away during meditation, not moving at all. It was taking care of its mount, the material used to feed it actually stars. Everyone was speechless after seeing this. Soon afterwards, they saw a middle-aged male with disheveled hair practice archery. Each time, he fired into the heavens. The pitch-black shaft of the arrows cold and deep, no special parts visible. Does he have a target? Why is he always shooting into outer space? Chang Gongyan said quietly, because he similarly excelled at archery. An elder on the great golden path said with a sigh. He is one of Imperial Pass 10 archery gods. Do you all know what he is shooting at? He is shooting at the stars of another stellar domain. No matter how far it is, he will still shoot through one with a single arrow. At this moment, the youngsters were all stupefied. When they looked at that middle-aged male, quite a few people revealed expressions of respect. Just how terrifying of an archery expert was this? As they went further, there was more and more life force. Verdant plant life appeared along the way. There were also many mountain ridges and other things. However, what left everyone shocked was that many mountains in the city were stars, previously struck down from the heavens, turning into massive mountains. The young cultivators were a bit speechless. This place really was unimaginable. Up ahead, it was no longer dusky, the same as the outside world. Grass flourished, mountain regions rising and falling, spiritual mountains appearing one after another, even more majestic waterfalls and other things appearing. This isn't like a city, more like a great world, a youngster said with a sigh. It is all because the city is too big, an old eccentric replied. Suddenly, several dozen vicious beasts rushed over, every one of them incredibly large. If not for this being Emperor City, the great earth of any other place would have caved in. Every one of them was at least 100 zhang tall, terrifyingly great. There were heaven-devouring beasts among them, as well as other giant beasts that were of the same caliber, some even more ferocious. Every single vicious beast had a powerful rider on them. Apart from this, there were many corpses and captives that were still alive, their bodies carrying blood. Who are they? Great knights who left the city. They killed a few enemies and captured some, returning just now. The old eccentric on the great golden path said. What? These are the great knights who fight against the foreign side's powerful enemies. Many people were stunned. Just what kind of fierce people did Desolate Borders Emperor City have? They were actually this powerful. One had to understand that the news they obtained were all extremely terrible so far. The older generation supreme beings who went to Great Scarlet Sky Border were all defeated extremely miserably. There are victories, but there are naturally defeats as well. The old eccentric sighed. Sure enough, soon afterwards, they encountered tens of thousands of men, half of the individuals among them holding coffins, bodies covered in blood. This many people died? And these are still only the corpses we were able to bring back. Or else there'd be even more. The old eccentric said with a sigh. Last time, reinforcements were sent over from the 9 heavens 10 earths, increasing the soldiers in the city by many times. Only now, the casualties each day were also extremely frightening. The young cultivators immediately became quiet. After a long time had passed, they approached the heart of the inner city, but they didn't enter because this was a restricted land. Normal creatures couldn't enter. From the distance, they could see that there was a withered tree, one that was terrifyingly thick, even more majestic than the star remains mountain peaks. Even though it had a broken tree trunk, it was still massive. Chaotic energy swirled there, making that place extremely indistinct, covered in mist. However, part of the giant tree stump could still be seen. It didn't have the slightest trace of life force, long dying who knew how many tens of thousands of years ago. Occasionally, some black lightning would rush out from the gaps of the dried-up old tree bark. But there was no sound, only flickering there. Undying lightning, an old eccentric said with a sigh. This tree stump. What happened to it? Sherhow said. It was because he was greatly shaken up inside. It is rumored to be the remains of an unmatched expert from Immortal Ancient. It was a tree when it was alive. After it died, only a tree stump was left behind. Right now, there is still undying lightning power wreaking havoc within its ruined body. The old eccentric replied, "Are there no legends that are a bit more concrete?" Xianxia continued to ask. "There are many, truly too many. Some said that the immortal tree still didn't die, that it would bud and germinate once more, that it will revive. There are others that say that it ended its own life, failing to protect the past. There are others who say that its identity is shockingly great, Immortal Ancient Great Era's most powerful guardian spirit." An old eccentric said. Xianxia became absent-minded, staring at this withered broken tree in a daze. The tree stump was enormous, old skin dried up, body scorched black. Undying lightning flew out from time to time. This scene looked extremely familiar, as if he had already seen it somewhere before. In that instant, Xianxia was stupefied. Willow Deity. This name directly appeared in his mind, instantly emerging. There was no other reason. He just suddenly thought of that unmatched existence. However, Willow Deity was still in this world. It should still be alive, not this type of dead tree. Its roots had planted itself into this place. After calming down, Xianxia shook his head. "Senior, are there any other legends related to it?" Xianxia asked. "There are. It was rumored that it was an immortal king with extraordinary accomplishments, its fighting prowess shaking the old and illuminating the new. During the battle of the last days, it previously slaughtered the way into the other side by itself, going in and out of that place 9 times, bathing in the blood of enemies. It weaved through the heavens above and earth below, slaughtering the foreign demonic gods until they were terror-stricken, their expressions changing whenever they heard its name. An aged eccentric spoke about these things. These were the accomplishments of this immortal tree. Even though they were only legends, no proof behind them, it still left one shocked. Going in and coming out 9 times, just how heaven-defying was this creature? One had to understand that that place was but the source of great terror, comparable to a 9 netherworld's land of death, a place one went into but didn't return from. Meanwhile, this creature could slaughter its way in and out, make those savage enemies all feel fear and dread. Unfortunately, in that era, the number of experts on both sides was not balanced. Without end, Immortal King fell. Reincarnation, Immortal King killed. This ancestral guardian spirit could also only quietly fall, leaving the people dejected and full of regret. At that time, the 9 heavens 10 earths already fell into enemy hands, completely defeated. That immortal tree was unwilling, rising up in anger from the despair, slaughtering its way into the foreign side in that environment where the entire world was the enemy, carrying out the final battle of its life. After the dazzling brilliance was an eternal darkness, ending in death. It already foresaw this type of result for itself. Did it really pass away? Exiled Immortal spoke up, his eyes revealing divine radiance. The young cultivators here couldn't calm down. The past events and honorable figures all lost their lives after displaying their brilliance, heading towards death in the vicious war. It left all of them disappointed and frustrated, their emotions rising and falling. There was someone who said that for the immortal tree that had experienced 1,000 tribulations without being destroyed, death was perhaps not the end point, because there was always someone who said that it might have severed the past, leaving behind its past unmatched immortal body, restarting once more in the outer world from a seed. It went to search for the source of the foreign side's secrets, to explore the origins of the Great Terror. Moreover, one day, if it retraces its memories upstream, completely remembering Immortal Ancient's matters, it would come back, complete a rebirth. Even as a living fossil-level figure, he was still extremely excited when talking about this immortal tree. There were others who said that this is just a type of perfect desire of later generation creatures, wishing that it was still alive, that it didn't fall in battle, that reality was cruel, it already died. Another old eccentric added, "Haha, we welcome Tao friends. Are these the outstanding talents of the new generation? As expected, all of you are giants among men." There were people who walked over from the distance. Those were creatures whose ages couldn't be seen, all of them humanoid, but carried traits from other species, for example, horns, divine wings, and other things. The old eccentrics greeted them, both sides extremely polite. They were all great experts, even though those individuals looked to be middle-aged. The great changes within their eyes revealed that their ages were actually terrifyingly great. Those people led everyone into an expanse of sacred earth. Multicolored mist surged, buildings appearing here in large numbers. Silver waterfalls crashed down from divine mountains, immortal cranes flying about above, as if they arrived in an immortal domain. They directly arrived at a copper palace. It was extremely large, at least 1,000 zhang tall, within it floating a great bell. Dang! A bell noise rang out, the divine sound echoing, traveling who knew how many tens of thousands of li. You shouldn't do this. They are merely some younger generation. How can this bell be used? An old eccentric hurriedly said. Do not worry, we understand what is appropriate. Only going to ring it once to tell the various clans to come and greet their younger generation heavenly talents. This is paying them a great respect, worth it for them to make a trip. A middle-aged man with a pair of silver wings on his back said with a smile. Soon afterwards, this place became full of activity. Streak after streak of flowing light appeared, tearing through the sky. There were some who directly opened up spatial gates in the city, directly stepping over. Haha, my clan's shear has come. I've heard for some time that you were going to come. Never expecting we'll meet today. A middle-aged man walked out from the spatial gate, his silver hair falling like a waterfall. He walked towards Wang Shi, laughing continuously, voice making even space distort. This was an extremely powerful expert, his strength profound, able to show disdain to all. He was, without a doubt, someone from Wang family, moreover one of their extremely important individuals. He was Wang Da's eldest son, his status terrifyingly high in Wang family. Old ancestor, why did your distinguished self come? Wang Shi hurriedly bowed in respect. Even though she was a descendant of Wang Nine's bloodline, when she saw this family member with shockingly high status, she still had to treat him with great respect. Naturally, to welcome my clan's pride of heaven girl. Look, aren't the other clans also like this? There are powerful clansmen who came to welcome you all. Wang family's old ancestor Wang Changhe laughed. Then, Wang Changhe looked towards Jin Zhan, saying, worthy of being Jin family's immortal Qilin, immortal aptitude Dao Bones, destined to become unmatched below heaven, subdue all opponents in the heavens. By entrusting Wang Shi to you, we can also relax. Senior is too generous with your praise. This younger generation dare not accept such honor. Jin Zhan smiled, also displaying an act of respect. What dare not accept? With your talents, even more so this type of confidence. Just sweep through all opponents, directly subdue all those who don't accept. You should have this type of domineeringness, Wang Changhe said. Qing Yi, Chao Yuxing, and the others all retorted. Was this person doing this on purpose, raising up Jin Zhan to target Shi Hao? Wang Changhe didn't stare at Shi Hao. Only, when he turned his head, a hint of coldness flashed through the depths of his pupils. But he didn't say anything. Wang family had 100,000 elite soldiers here. 5 dragons were banished here. This force could be considered an extremely great power. A dong sounded. A large feet descended from above. This was a giant, coming here to welcome its younger generation, a young golden giant. Soon afterwards, another spatial gate appeared. A few people from long-life families walked over, arriving before Lan Xian, Qi Gu, Yi, and others. Hong. This time, a divine gate appeared, several elders walking out to welcome Little Sky King. His origins were just too great, several top-level experts coming personally. Old friends, you all should go. It is enough for the clans to guide their own disciples. Let's go and reminisce about the past. The one who struck the great bell led the few eccentrics away. The war chariot rumbled. Jin family's people appeared, actually using 9 different divine beasts to pull the chariot, each of them making experts from all sides feel apprehension. They were all extremely ferocious existences. They welcomed Jin Zhan. The show of extravagance extremely great. Motherfucker, who is coming to receive me? Who knows where my master is sleeping? Heaven knows how many years he is still going to sleep, Chao Yuxing said with quietly. When he saw the clans receiving their disciples, he felt extremely helpless. Then even Qingyi, Yuchan, Witch, and the others had people from their inheritance come to greet them, because there were heaven-mending Dao and sky-severing Dao in the 9 heavens above, all of them long-life inheritances. The lower realms heaven-mending sect and sky-severing sect were both powerful branches of theirs. Then, even the lower-profile Chong Gongyen and Dragon Girl had people come greet them. One was the disciple of an ancient sect, the other underwater dragon palace's inheritor. Then, another old monster appeared, making everyone on the scene feel a wave of alarm. Quite a few great clans experts withdrew. This person directly welcomed 10 Crown King Tianzi. No wonder. He was actually this old fella's inheritor. Someone released a light sigh. This old thing's origins were too great. A legendary person, like a dragon who only revealed its head, not its tail. He came from the 9 heavens above, but he always remained in Imperial Pass. His strength was terrifying. There were people who said that he might be a true dragon's descendant. Why do I feel like we are really poverty-stricken? That there might not be someone coming to welcome us? Chao Yuxing muttered to Shi Hao, his expression extremely embarrassed. They politely refused Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chong Gongyen, Qingyi, and others' invitations, not going with them. In the end, they discovered that there really might not be anyone here to greet them. Hong! A loud noise sounded. There were powerful creatures who appeared, coming to welcome 6 Crown King Ningchuan. This chick really is not simple, having a great figure to come greet him. Chao Yuxing complained about the unfair treatment. During this process, group after group of creatures appeared, coming to welcome their clan's disciples. Even after finding their descendants, there were many experts who didn't leave in a hurry. Great Su Tuo, Princess Yaoyu, and others all had experts come welcome them. In the end, there was only a small group of experts who didn't have clansmen come to meet them, among them including Chao Yuxing, Shi Hao, and even Shi and Qin Hao. Hehe, aren't those Stone Clan's 3 brothers? As expected, no one came to welcome them. Right now someone laughed. Who said that? What are you trying to say? Qin Hao lost his cool, loudly asking, searching for the one who said this. Wang family's Wang Changhe laughed coldly. He looked at Huang, saying, Wu, turns out this younger generation is Stone Clan's remnant evil, sinner's blood descendant. Yet recently you still dared to stir up such trouble, insufferably arrogant. Only today did we find out that your footing isn't all that straight, having great problems. Quite a few people looked over, staring at Stone Clan's 3 brothers. Sinner's blood descendant, there were people discussing this even in Imperial Pass, bringing it up. This made Shi Hao narrow his eyes. It seems like things were not that simple. There were some things that happened here before. What right do you have to say we are Sinner's blood descendants? Which eye of yours saw fault with our ancestors? Qin Hao was unwilling to accept this, surging with emotion, arguing here. There are some things that have long been accepted. Moreover, even many people here know that there are some clans that previously made great mistakes that could not be forgiven. Someone said coldly, Sinner's bloodline, what good is there to say? Many people already know about this. Wang Changhe said with a sneer. Wang family's 100,000 elite troops came here, the 5 dragons even more so assigned here, the environment vile, perhaps unable to return alive, so he naturally hated Shi Hao. Qin Hao was furious, still wishing to argue back. Shi Hao stopped him, saying, What is there to say to them? He is a sinner who has made a huge mistake, sent away here to desolate borders Imperial Pass, yet he has the nerve to talk randomly about others. Shi surprisingly spoke up, saying, You're not wrong. The past prisoners were banished here, sinners themselves, here to do service. What face do they have left to criticize others? Wang Changhe's face immediately turned green and pale, expression immediately sunken. They actually clearly opposed him just like this, not even easing into it in the slightest. Chilly cold intent spread. He was a great expert who surpassed the Void Dao realm, so he could naturally directly suppress these 3, kill the Stone Clan youngsters with limitless potential. However, he didn't dare, at the very least, he couldn't do it in Emperor City. Under everyone's eyes. If he truly overstepped his boundaries, there might be someone who would kill him with a single finger. However, he didn't want to just accept things either, coldly saying, "Just a few youngsters, what kind of nonsense are you all spouting? If you all don't believe me, then you can ask others whether Stone Clan has sinned. Everyone in Imperial Pass definitely knows about it." Even though he was denouncing others, it clearly wasn't as good as the direct suppression he wanted to carry out. Moreover, his words seemed a bit powerless, making him feel great discontent. However, there were others here, quite a few of them agreeing with him. Stone Clan had previously brought disaster onto Desolate Border, making a great mistake. This is what most people acknowledge. Even though there are some people who don't agree, it doesn't really change things. A golden giant nodded. Correct, Stone Clan used to be extremely strong, exceptionally powerful, but a wrong is a wrong. Sinner's blood became a sign that was spread through later generations. A great figure from Jean Jean's family spoke up. Words from a giant power like the Jean family carried great importance. Hung, merely a sinner's blood descendant. If it was us, we would have long wiped all of you out, completely eradicate you to avoid feeling so annoyed. The great figure who came to welcome Six-Crown King Ningchuan said coldly. The other's words were still endurable, but when this person spoke, divine radiance immediately swirled within Shi Hao's eyes. It was because in the past, Six-Crown King Ningchuan always opposed Stone Clan, receiving the full support of the people behind him. Those behind him were definitely the main factor. There was a group of powers who joined together to wipe out the sinner's bloodline. In the 3000 Dao provinces, there was even more so a province used specifically for imprisoning sinners' blood descendants. When he thought about these things, Shi Hao felt anger within him. What? Youngster, don't tell me you are showing me killing intent? If this weren't Emperor City, I would have directly killed you, the one behind Ningchuan said coldly. He was an old monster, his cultivation terrifyingly high. Now, his strength was terrifying beyond compare. A super powerful expert in this city. Who are you? So old already, yet still trying to act domineering, are you not a sinner from Desolate Border? How much merit have you brought back? Shi Hao asked coldly. Many people were speechless. This young man truly dared to speak, saying the other party was old yet domineering. Was this criticizing the other side's Dao heart and character having problems? He even dared to question whether the other party had any accomplishments. All of you are too hateful. Qin Hao also shouted out loud. He was extremely angry. Stone Clan had existed for an extremely long time, previously extremely glorious, too many legends related to them in Desolate Border. However, as soon as the three brothers came here, they were opposed, all because their surname was Shi. They naturally felt extremely humiliated. The one behind Ningchuan looked at Shi Hao coldly saying, "Young man, if not because of your bit of reputation, I would have long taken action to teach you a lesson. If you want to cleanse your humiliation, you can remove Stone Clan's surname, and we can still forgive you in the city." He really was domineering, even speaking these types of words, having him change his surname. This was naturally a type of humiliation. Of course, the reason why he said Shi Hao had some reputation was naturally because there was a reason behind it. In Great Scarlet Sky Borders battle, a youngster fought 10 kings alone, continuously winning 10 rounds. This produced quite the commotion in Imperial Pass. They believed that if something unexpected happened to this young man, it would definitely draw the attention of quite some people, which was why the one behind Ningchuan didn't dare act randomly. Meanwhile, Wang family was also like this. They could do what they pleased in the outside world, act powerfully and domineeringly. But in Imperial Pass, they had no choice but to become low-pitched. It was because there were definitely more than just one or two great figures here. However, regardless, until now, there was no one who came to welcome Stone Clan's three brothers. This was indeed quite the awkward matter. One could imagine that Stone Clan's situation really was bleak here, full of controversy. Meanwhile, the clan's descendants' situation was also extremely terrible. Cough. I'll stick with you guys. I am someone loved by no one. No one here to welcome me. Chao Yuxing scratched his head. Even though his skin was thick, he still found this awkwardness a bit tough to deal with. A few people revealed cold smiles, even more people who directly spoke, saying, "Do you all see now how much everyone loathes the sinner's bloodline?" Wang Changhe even more so directly sneered, saying, "It would be weird if someone really did come. Who is willing to get involved with this clan? Oh right, don't tell me that it is great elder Meng Tianjing's descendants who will come to welcome you all, right? However, I heard that they went out to battle. This is unavoidable. The clan that has shame attached to their name will only be remembered by history in the end." The one behind Ning Chuan spoke. His name was Gu Mingdao, an extremely terrifying expert, someone who was quite well known in the city. However, there were some people who sighed as well. Huang won 10 times in succession, shaking up Great Scarlet Sky, news of it even reaching here, many people paying close attention to this. If not for this, today's situation would have definitely been even more unfavorable. This was also what Gu Mingdao, Wang Changhe, and others felt regret over, or else they could have properly dealt with Stone Clan's 3 brothers today. No need to feel too much misgivings over doing so. Let's go. It is already time for us to leave as well. Staring at these sinners' blood descendants will only bring disdain. It really is a bit hard to bear. Someone said this on purpose, clearly out of mockery. Heh. There's no one coming after all. No one will step out for Stone Clan. This is how it should be. Wang Changhe laughed, shaking his head. There were many people who sympathized with Stone Clan's 3 brothers, but none of them spoke up, because there was too much controversy related to Stone Clan. There was no way to wash away the past events. I can't even sleep properly without being bothered? What idiots are making noise? The golden little ant crawled out from Hao's shoulder, rubbing his eyes. Regardless of whether it was Wang Changhe or Gu Mingdao behind Ningchuan, this group of people all felt restraining fear towards him. This was but the heavenly horned ant's descendant. Because of certain reasons, they couldn't offend him in Imperial Pass. Footsteps sounded from the distance. A tall and slender figure walked over, style unmatched, quick-witted and extraordinary, carrying divine splendor, white clothes fluttering about as she walked over. There was someone who doesn't feel fear, willing to walk with us. Heh! Chao Yuxing laughed. That woman was just too pretty, to the point where others were too embarrassed to look straight at her, making others feel ashamed of their own inferiority. At this moment, everyone's minds trembled. Quite a few people recognized this woman, not daring to act carelessly. "Young man, I've come to receive you, welcome you to Emperor City." After parting back then, many years passed in a flash. The young lady giggled, looking towards Hao. This triggered great alarm, their expressions becoming rigid and sluggish. It was because this young lady's origins were definitely not simple, making many people feel restraining fear. She actually recognized Huang. Yi Qingxian. Hao looked towards her, not forgetting this young lady. It was because the impression she left him with was too deep. Her beauty needed no doubt, flawless and perfect, could be said to be a work of heaven. Her figure was soft and slender, her skin like fine jade. Her large eyes were intelligent, a bit crafty, filled with spirituality. Hao remembered her not because of her beauty, but because of everything she did. He first learned about the archaic contract of alliance precisely from her. Back then, while smiling and laughing, she completely extinguished Celestial Clan's pressure, moreover directly conscripting away the incredibly powerful old Celestial and War clans were emperor. Impossible for one not to feel shock over these events. As for the crowd in Imperial Pass, they understood well that this woman wasn't simple, because even the most powerful ancient figures doted on her greatly. Young Miss Qingxian. This is a descendant of the sinner's bloodline. Gu Mingdao behind Ningchuan felt extremely strongly, not forgetting to remind her at this moment. The hatred he felt towards Stone Clan was extremely strong. Fairy Yi. Wang Changhe also greeted her. For someone from the Wang family to lower themselves like this was extremely rare. Just now, I heard quite a few people spouting noisily, something about sinner's blood, something about bringing disaster to desolate border, even saying that this clan had shame nailed to their name. Yi Qingxian said coldly, putting away her smile. This is the truth. Things were originally like this. The one behind Jin Zhan said, "This person a great figure. I fear that things are not like this. All of you need to apologize, moreover bow deeply. Some people perhaps needing to have their mouths slapped," Xianxia said with an ice-cold voice. Stone Clan's 3 brothers were immediately shaken up. Xianxia seemed to be extremely sympathetic and protective over Stone Clan. What did she know? Could she do anything? "Fairy Yi, your identity is great, but it is best if you don't get involved in this affair. Stone Clan having shame nailed to them was spoken by me. This is reality. Who can refute this?" Gu Mingdao behind Ning Chuan responded powerfully. "Sinner's blood? Shame? Do you dare say this one more time?" Xianxia asked. Gu Mingdao, Wang Changhe, Jin family, and others' minds were shaken, but they still said it. Hong. Right at this time, a wave of boundless divine might rose from the distance, immediately sweeping over. Forget about them, even the distant powerful cultivators were trembling. Meanwhile, this place was the center of the impact. Many people almost fell weak onto the ground. This type of power was simply unimaginable, incomparable. "This is..." Wang Changhe trembled. This wasn't his original intention, but his body sold him out, about to bow down. Gu Mingdao even more so trembled, his soul even trembling along, almost bowing down. Right now, everyone who was targeting Stone Clan felt as if doomsday arrived. Under putong sounds, a few people's knees touched the ground, kneeling on the ground. It came from the ancestral altar, the place several unmatched figures are overseeing. Someone said with a trembling sound, knowing who was displaying anger. Ancestral altar, that place was extremely mysterious. It was rumored that only a few people could approach that place. Those individuals were all known to be unequaled, their ages terrifyingly great, possibly even half a generation greater than Meng Tianzhang and Immortal Wang. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? It was just too horrifying. Just what generation was this creature from? At this moment, 3 waves of blood energy surged from that place, turning into 3 giant figures. They towered between heaven and earth, aura boundless like an abyss, the profoundness shocking everyone. That type of power was too great, any one of those figures enough to wipe out all experts. They actually ended up alarming this level of existence. Hao's mind was shaken, and then he was incredibly shocked, because he saw that the giant figures condensed from blood energy were a bit uneasy, having similar characteristics with the desolate border's 7 kings. Even things like "you all dare to presumptuously talk about sinners' blood?" Xianxia sneered, and then added, "The true unmatched figures have gotten angry. Are you all going to admit your guilt or not?" Chi. Right at this time, the 3 huge bodies condensed from blood energy each released a streak of divine multicolored light, forming a great golden path, laying beneath Hao, Yi, and the others' feet, welcoming them over. Putong. Many people were scared badly, falling weakly onto the ground. "Seniors, please quell your anger. We know we were wrong." Cold sweat poured out from Wang Changhe's body, the first time he lowered his head and admitted his guilt. He really was scared badly. Then, Gu Mingdao revealed a face full of shock, not daring to believe all of this. In the end, he added, "I shouldn't have said that Stone Clan has shame nailed to them. It was my mistake." Pa. He had no choice but to slap his own mouth to acknowledge his mistake. Jin family, Wang family, and others' faces also turned white, bowing down here respectfully, and then confessing their guilt. Chao Yuxing, Golden Little Ant, and the others were all a bit stupefied. These were all great figures with extraordinary backgrounds, yet in the end, they were forced to lower their heads, even slap their own mouths. It was just too shocking. The ancestral altar in the distance carried a feeling of endless time, great Tao traces. Blood energy overflowed, too exuberant, condensing into 3 figures that towered between heaven and earth, standing tall in this world. Meanwhile, at this moment, when the great golden path spread over, their bodies became a bit more bold and powerful, blood energy carrying a faint golden color, power suppressing the entire universe. From the distance, they could make out one person with dragon tassel-like beard, in his hands a white bone club, body in beast skin, upper body exposed. He was wild and rough-looking, as if he was currently walking over from a distant tribe. Another person was bathed in fiery light, in his hand a golden bone piece, behind him divine wings like those of a true phoenix. His eyes were like lightning, carrying a sea of divine flames, looking down on heaven and earth. There was another human figure that was a bit blurry, unable to completely appear. These three figures all appeared a bit primitive, terrifying beyond compare. They were formed from blood energy, dyed in light golden radiance and not true bodies, but they were vivid and lifelike, divine Tao power incredibly terrifying. Were these the individuals who always defended the ancestral altar? They were known to be unmatched, their ages terrifyingly great, even half a generation greater than Immortal Wang and Meng Tianjing. When Stone Clan's three brothers raised their feet, completely stepping onto the great golden path, the entire world trembled, as if an immortal land collapsed, the blast waves reaching into the mortal world. This type of fluctuation was too intense, making everyone tremble inwardly. Wang Changhe, Gu Mingdao and others' expressions became snow-white, unable to hold on anymore. They were swept by a wave of pressure, all of them falling onto the ground. Meanwhile, many people here were even worse off, falling weak onto the ground. They couldn't help but bow down in worship. These were unmatched ancestral deities. They seemed to have become angry, towering below the heavens, overlooking everyone, staring at those creatures that slandered Stone Clan, making everyone feel fear. The so-called mountain road twists around each new peak, the situation suddenly changing. Having shame nailed to their name, you all actually dare say such a thing. Really going too far. Xianxia spoke, staring at Gu Mingdao, Wang Changhe, and Jin family's people, her expression cold. Seniors, please forgive us. We shouldn't have spoken randomly. Those people lowered their heads, feeling extremely nervous. There were some people who trembled continuously, truly not expecting things would be like this, feeling incredibly shaken inwardly. Those people on the ancestral altar, how astonishing were their identities. They were high up above, known to be unmatched figures, rarely making an appearance. Apart from Meng Tianjing and Immortal Wang, people like these, not many people had seen them before. However, today, three unmatched magical projections appeared. Blood covering the sun and moon, overlooking everyone here. How could they not feel greatly alarmed? It could be said that these three creatures, if they directly took action, killing them here, no one would come out for their sake, even their own clan's ancestors cold only silently acknowledging it. Wait a bit, there is still me. Chao Yuxing waved his hand from the back, because he was the only one left here. Even the golden little ant already stood on Hao's shoulder. Even though he was quite fat, his movements were fast, with a sound moving onto the great golden path Hao was on, resembling a lively rabbit. The grand golden path withdrew, rumbling with noise. One could see many great Tao symbols appear, surrounding Stone Clan three brothers' bodies, resonating with the Tao bones within their bodies. Heavens! This is the resonation of Tao laws, magical force baptism. These people could be considered to have received quite the blessing. There were people who said softly. One could see that including Chao Yuxing. Those people's bodies all trembled, waves of golden multicolored light surging from their bodies. A rain of light was formed, surrounding them as it moved, ultimately entering inside again. If it was normal people, after receiving the help of unmatched figures, experiencing this baptism of magical force, they would definitely experience a great transformation, undergo great changes. These individuals' bones and inner qualities were extremely fine, which was why it wasn't that clear, but they still obtained considerable benefits. Was this the attitude these senior unmatched figures carried? Everyone shivered inwardly. They were clearly taking Stone Clan's three brothers under their wing, making everyone couldn't help but feel shaken. Could it be that the past matters had hidden secrets? Gu Mingdao, Wang Changhe, and the others' expressions became ugly. However, the fortunate thing was that they weren't punished. Stone Clan's three brothers were received just like that. The people who dropped onto the ground revealed awkward expressions one after another, feeling extremely embarrassed. At the same time, They were still anxious and frightened inside. The interference of these three great individuals really was unexpected. They hoped that things ended here, really didn't want their mistakes to be pursued further. When it involved unmatched figures at that level, all punishments were unendurably great, to the extent where it would trouble even long-life families. I only heard that there were a few seniors that watched over the ancestral altar, rarely appearing in the world. Just what kind of history do they have? I have never seen them before. Only after a long time had passed did someone speak up, quietly discussing, wishing to understand the origins of those ancestors. They were ancient to the point where it was hard to say just what era they came from. I only know that their magical force is heaven-reaching. A stellar stream sucked open as soon as they open their mouths, replenishing their own essence energy. They are even older than Jin Taijun, Immortal Wang, and Meng Tianjing's generation, likely creatures that were born before the destruction of the last great era. There were previously some who were lucky enough to see their side profile from the distance, rumored to be like golden bodies in temples, golden skin wrapping around bones. They are likely just too aged. Someone said softly. He originally wanted to say that they looked like they died in meditation, but he didn't dare speak it out loud. The others frowned. The three figures they saw, even though they were magical projections, they should still be embodiments of their true bodies. They were definitely not skin wrapped around bones. Those figures were robust, bold, and powerful. However, no one dared to pursue this further. Who dared head to the ancestral altar to take a peek? They didn't have the qualifications to do so at all. They are stone engravings. Fake. Not real people? In the depths of Emperor City, in front of the mysterious ancestral altar, this place was far from as glorious as what outsiders imagined. Could be said that on their way here, everything was old-fashioned, broken walls and debris everywhere. If they didn't know that this was the ancestral altar, they truly would have thought that they were in an expanse of ruins. The one who cried out in alarm was Chao Yuxing. He was stunned. He stared at the destination the great golden path withdrew into. There were actually 3 stone-carved diagrams, not 3 real people. They originally thought that there would definitely be 3 unmatched figures seated on praying mats, accompanied by immortal mist, stars surrounding them. When their eyes opened and closed, lightning would flicker endlessly in the 9 heavens. However, what they saw was a completely different affair. This were the depths of the ancestral altar, yet what they saw was an ancient wall, everything else covered in chaotic energy, only some areas visible. 3 supreme figures were carved on this area, just like the boundless magical projections created from faint golden blood energy just now, as if they were going to rush out from the wall. Where are the true bodies? How could there only be stone engravings? Seniors, please come out. This younger generation wishes to have an audience, willing to offer you the most devout respects, at the same time ask for your distinguished selves' guidance. Chao Yuxing muttered about, cupping his hands here in greeting. Do you really wish to meet them? Xianxia walked over, her figure moving about, beautiful to a speechless degree. She was slender and delicate, dancing about like a graceful spirit. Her long dress fluttered about, making her look like a flying immortal. Even someone like Chao Yuxing, who had seen all types of things, was a bit bashful when he looked at this exceptional beauty, giggling continuously. They are? Xianxia asked. The one holding the White Bone Club is Stone Clan's ancestor. The one bathed in fiery light is Fire Clan's ancestor. The other is their war comrade. Xianxia replied. Shuri and Qinghao were shocked. They stared at the people engraved on the rock. Xianxia was shocked. He immediately recalled Desolate Border's 7 kings. These were them? He stared carefully, finding them really similar, because he had previously seen indistinct figures of them from the blood-dyed black ancient ship. After taking a deep breath, Xianxia asked, Are they 3 of the 7 kings? Correct. Xianxia nodded. Then she looked at Chao Yuxing, asking, Do you really wish to meet them? I do. The little fatty directly nodded. He rubbed his hands, happily saying. He was currently thinking about how he was going to ask for some supreme treasures. That is extremely difficult because we are most likely separated through yin and yang. You must first end your own life. Xianxia said. What? Chao Yuxing was stupefied. Yi Qingxian said, "This is the ancestral altar. Not only is it the place of seclusion of a few unmatched individuals, it is also a place of sacrifice. The three experts you all saw are all ancient figures. Their life and death currently a mystery." What was going on? The three supreme magical figures' blood energy rushed into the heavens, crushing the sun and moon. That type of power definitely couldn't be mistaken. But in the end, it was fake. Only a stone engraving? How was this accomplished? Even Stone Clan's three brothers were confused. "This place is an ancestral altar. For the sake of helping you all, I offered up some sacrifices, summoning some remnant will on the stone engravings. Perhaps their true bodies are already dead." Yi Qingxian slowly said, "What kind of sacrifices can create this type of result?" Shuri frowned. It was because this was just too shocking. Just some bones that might have been left behind by the foreign ancient ancestors. Not very useful for me here, so I sacrificed them, she said rather casually. She adjusted her beautiful hair, eyes swirling about. Her good looks could topple cities, beautiful to the point of moving hearts. The golden little ant was petrified. Shuri and Qin Hao were stupefied. Chao Yuxing was speechless. Shi Hao was shaken. The bones of foreign ancient ancestors, this was just too shocking. Anlin and Shuchuo were all foreign ancient ancestors. Their identities extraordinary. High up above, they were known as the founders of unmatched ancestral clans. Their magical force endless, dominating immortal ancient era. Luo Mo, who was killed in battle, was also like this. He had five-colored true blood, directly fighting an immortal Dao unmatched being who had chaotic blood. Just what kind of origins did Yi Qingxian have exactly to actually have this type of ancestral bone, offering it up like this? This expenditure was just too shocking. "All of you dumb goose, can you not stand stupidly like that? It's not like I was the one who killed them, just things my family picked up and left for me. It'd be a waste to just hold on to it, so it was just the right time to use them," she said with a smile. Even though things were like this, it was still shocking. The ancestral altar here was extremely formidable, created by an ancient era true immortal, could be said to be heaven-defying and spiritual. If a sacrifice was offered here, the quality sufficiently great, then heroic spirits with remnant wills could be summoned. It was clear that the foreign ancestral bones were enough, the best consolation for the ancient people who fell in battle. This was why Yi Qingxian's summoning of the ancestors was successful. Isn't this really wasteful? For our sakes, why would you use up such a shocking sacrifice? Chao Yuxing said quietly, and then he narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you like me? Pong! He immediately fell on his back. Then, a streak of divine light surrounded him, sending him headfirst into a distant mud pool not far away. You don't have to be so violent even if you don't like me, Fatty Chao shouted miserably. Yi Qingxian giggled and said, It can't be considered a waste. If the heroic spirits are still here, by offering up these sacrifices, it can make them remain a bit longer in this world. Will this be able to fool those people? Shi Hao asked. How boring would it be to intimidate them with living people? It'll be far more interesting when they found out the truth, making them feel embarrassed, and then go mad, seethe with anger. That scene. Just the thought alone would be too beautiful. Yi Qingxian said. Shi Hao and the others were immediately speechless. Outside, Wang Changhe, Gu Mingdao and the others didn't want to accept this. How could sinners' blood descendants obtain the protection of a few unmatched figures? They were confused, sending people out to find out more information. The Long Life family's backing were great. They naturally had some people inside the city. Senior, what exactly happened? Aren't those individuals protecting the pass? Why would they come out for a few youngsters? When Gu Mingdao asked a sparsely haired, terrifyingly old ancestor-level figure, he discovered that the other party actually revealed a strange expression. Do you wish to learn the truth? The elder's face was covered in wrinkles, looking like dried-out orange peels. I do. Gu Mingdao nodded his head firmly. Not far out, Wang Changhe, Jinzhan Sr., Golden Giant, and other experts also looked over, wishing to know the reason. This creature's body was stooped, old to a ridiculous degree. He sat there, revealing a meaningful smile, saying, "Those three experts are not true bodies, only stone engravings." Wang Changhe, Gu Mingdao, and the others were stupefied, somewhat unable to understand what the elder was saying. "Senior, please explain further. Just what exactly is going on?" "Everything has already been said. There are stone engravings on the ancestral altar. Someone offered sacrifices, and that was why heroic spirits appeared." The aged creature narrowed his eyes, like cracking old bark when he smiled. Gu Mingdao, Golden Giant, and others all wished to get to the bottom of this, understand why the three unmatched experts protected Sure How, or else they just couldn't find peace inside. When they heard this, all of them felt a bit stunned. "I understand. I previously heard some old matters about the ancestral altar. It was built by true immortals." Way they completely understood the truth. These people erupted, so angry their hearts were burning. They were actually scammed, scared witless by some stone engravings. This truly was humiliating. They were all great experts who had already become famous for many years, yet they were fooled by a younger generation, moreover in such a humiliating manner. This was especially true for Gu Mingdao. When he thought about how he slapped his own mouth, apologizing there, he was so angry his entire body shivered. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. "I want to skin them alive." Gu Mingdao roared in anger, slapping the table and standing up. "What do you want to do? Who are you skinning? Let me warn you. Xianxia's origins are extremely great. Not someone you can touch," the elder said with a sunken face. "This matter is not finished." Wang Changhe was also indignant. Wang family's 5 dragons were sent to desolate border. This alone leaving them vexed and upset, feel a pent-up wave of anger. Now, they suffered again, so they naturally revealed killing intent. As for the Golden Giant, Gold family's experts, their faces sunk as well. If news of this got out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. "Senior, this matter has been stirred quite big. It cannot be considered a small problem. There is someone who pretended to be unmatched ancient ancestors. They need to be strictly punished. This is especially the case when until now, Stone Clan's 3 brothers still didn't make things clear, admit their faults. They should be punished," Gu Mingdao said with a cold expression. "You are correct. All of them needs to be punished severely, sending them out to fight the enemy. Not even the most powerful people dare to promise that they can come back alive. There are dragon slayers there. It is useless no matter what you say to me." The elder's face fell, ending this conversation, sending them out. The group of people got up, not daring to say anything else, leaving after giving their respects. They naturally wouldn't leave the matter at that because they lost too much face this time. Quite a few people were crushed to the ground by the 3 magical projections. When they thought back, this truly was too shameful. These people moved, which naturally also startled some others. After understanding the situation, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia's origins were extremely great. Gu Mingdao and the others didn't dare touch her. Meanwhile, Huang won over 10 kings, so they couldn't take action either. They were momentarily trapped in an impossible situation. "We are going for broke. Report to the people inside the ancestral altar that someone tried to impersonate unmatched experts, that there needs to be an explanation," Gu Mingdao said through clenched teeth. Jin family's people expressed their agreement, believing that this was feasible. If they startled several unmatched experts who were secluded, they might punish Stone Clan. "Are we overestimating ourselves too much? Those types of people will most likely not meet us," someone muttered. "We don't necessarily have to meet those people. It is enough as long as we meet their attendants," Wang Changhe said. He understood the unmatched figure's situation well, because when he was young, he previously had the luck of being the Tao child of Immortal Wang for a few years, serving outside his cave of seclusion. The ancestral altar was extremely quiet. This group of people arrived, wishing to bring an accusation, make the unmatched people appear to severely punish the sinner's bloodline. "All of you, please go back. The old ancestors are in seclusion. They will not come out." This was an old-fashioned ancestral altar that occupied an extremely large amount of space, historical sites appearing continuously. These people were stopped as soon as they approached. After understanding the situation, this was what they were told. Why? Impersonating several unmatched seniors. How could this not be punished? Gu Mingdao said. This is especially the case with the sinner's blood descendant. Someone sacrificed to their ancestors, moreover producing heroic spirits. This is not a small matter. Wang Changhe added. An old ancestor had previously spoken up, but only spoke 2 words. Forget it. The young cultivator that stopped them said, having them stop and immediately leave. Forget it. Everyone was stunned. It was only these 2 words. There was too much hidden beneath this. This matter wasn't something they could continue investigating. But that old ancestor didn't seem to be too satisfied either. After all, someone interfered, pretending to be an unmatched expert. We can't produce too much of a disturbance, but we still have to display a type of attitude. That ancient ancestor doesn't seem to side with the sinner's bloodline Stone Clan. Interesting, let's go. Someone said quietly. The future is long. They left, eyes flickering with light. Of course, every one of them still carried resentment inside. They were truly angered badly this time, feeling like they were scammed and humiliated by others, yet they couldn't immediately get revenge. Inside the ancestral altar, Chao Yuxing's face was bitter, saying, even though venting our anger feels good, this group of idiots aren't going to let things end here. They will start trouble sooner or later. You definitely won't die. Just treat this as a type of self-sharpening. Xianxia laughed. How do you know? Chao Yuxing looked at her, completely on guard. He was extremely sharp, because his master had previously divinated his fate, seeing a corner of the future. Because Xianxia wanted to say something, but quickly closed her cherry mouth, and then laughed in an extremely lowly manner. Accept your sharpening, or perhaps await for your great opportunity to come. When the time comes, I'll also come to join in the fun. Xianxia said while blinking her large eyes. She sent them out from the ancestral altar, speaking like this when they were parting. In the end, someone came to receive them. However, they were broken up, split up to different tribes. Emperor City was extremely large, like a great world. Mountains, rivers, all living creatures, everything that should be there was there. Sure Hao felt like this place was many times more vast than the lower realm's 8 regions. He was led into a small tribe, great mountains majestic, forests luxuriant, apes crying and tigers roaring, full of a savage feeling. Chao Yuxing was close to him, separated by a river, in a mid-sized tribe on the other side. Comparatively speaking, Shi and Qin Hao were a bit farther, not in this place at all. You are surnamed Shi? Why didn't you temporarily change your surname before coming? An old man walked out from the small tribe, dressed in a patched beast skin cloth, looking at Shi Hao. This is my surname. Why do I need to change it? Shi Hao asked. The old man released a light sigh, not saying anything else. This small tribe didn't have many people, only around 1,000. Compared to the massive Emperor City and various clans, it was extremely small and insignificant. Soon afterwards, Shi Hao understood a few matters, because this small tribe's surname was precisely Shi. All of you are surnamed Shi? The old man nodded, in declining spirits, lacking a type of vitality. You were dispatched here? A robust man walked over. He wore tattered armor, carrying an extremely heavy war spear, asking like this. Those who come here don't have good endings. They will most likely all fall in battle. A young man walked over, a mammoth on his back. He just came back after hunting in the Great Mountains. What do you mean? Shi Hao asked. It is only because we are surnamed Shi, so we cannot become rich and powerful, can only decline. Before, we were one of the greatest powers in this city, but everything changed. That young man said unwillingly. According to what he said, in the most ancient era, Stone Clan had many people, experts like clouds, possessing great authority in Imperial Pass. However, an old court case was dug out, and then they became sinners' blood descendants, the situation immediately changing. Ever since then, whenever they went to battle, Stone Clan's people had to fight at the very front. Countless clansmen died in battle. No matter how many geniuses there were, how many experts, they still couldn't support such disastrous losses. Later on, geniuses pretty much all withered away. Generation after generation passed. A great clan declined, blood, bones, and tears shed. Too unbearable to recall, just too tragic. Now, Stone Clan had less than 1,000 people, this still the result of some people cherishing the past, especially protecting them. Otherwise, their clan would have long been wiped out. When Shurhao heard this, he immediately erupted into rage. A wave of hot blood rushing to his head. How could things be like this? Declining to Sinner's blood descendants. The situation here was extremely terrible, even more severe than Sin province in the 3,000 Dao provinces. It truly was going too far. Awu! Suddenly, crying sounds could be heard from the distance. A few clansmen with Shur as their surnames in tattered beast skin clothes brought back several coffins. Dad! The young man who previously carried the mammoth on his back, having just returned from hunting, released a miserable howl. He threw aside the giant elephant and threw himself over, loudly crying. How did they die? Shurhao asked the elder with a low voice. The elder who received him to the tribe released a long sigh, saying, naturally died in battle. Ashu's father was an extremely formidable soldier, as well as the most powerful genius of the Shur surnamed adults. Unfortunately, he was still killed in battle. Whenever this clan produced a powerful expert, they would always immediately be sent out to fight on the battlefield. It could be said that this was the reason why this clan declined, geniuses destined to fall, no way they could live for a long time. They would inevitably be sent out of the pass, lasting until they gave their lives on the battlefield. They bully others too far. Shurhao said in anger, his blood almost boiling. A fist smashed through a giant rock to the side. A long, long time ago, there was a group of descendants who were sent out. You are most likely someone of that group, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been sent here immediately after entering Imperial Pass. The old man said with a sigh. Shurhao knew that they were definitely of the same clan, the same ancestor. Otherwise, they would have the same sinner's blood markings on their foreheads. This clan, when their emotions were agitated too much, when they got angry, their foreheads would shine, producing an ancient character, producing a mysterious power. Sinner's blood would collapse the clouds. What flows with us isn't sinner's blood. It is brilliance and glory, Shurhao said. The elder was given a fright, hurriedly warning, Shu, lower your voice. These words cannot be randomly spoken, or else you will bring a great disaster. I want to see what they can do, how they will deal with me, Shurhao said with a cold laugh. This small tribe of Stone Clan already had very few people. Meanwhile, this place also lagged behind, the spiritual essence not great, far inferior to the spiritual mountains of those top clans. Shurhao really wanted to know just what kind of great mistake Stone Clan's ancestors made for them to be targeted like this. He wanted to fully understand this. Due to his meeting with Xianxia being too hurried, he didn't have time to ask her, which was why he learned about the situation in this small tribe. There was someone who revealed a perplexed expression, saying with a sigh, there was an unmatched expert among our ancestors, previously unrivaled in this world, but that year. Back then, the old man who was dressed in completely patched clothes became dispirited when he spoke up to hear, his expression becoming bitter, difficult for him to continue speaking. What happened back then? Shurhao hurriedly asked. He urgently wished to know why they were always called Sinner's blood descendants. He couldn't accept this, feeling extremely indignant. He believed that Stone Clan's ancestor didn't make a great mistake, that he was wronged, instead achieved great merit. It was because when he tracked down the ominous and inauspicious back then, he previously ascended onto a blood-soaked black ancient ship, seeing the 7 kings defend the desolate border with his own eyes, the scene of fighting the bloody battle to the end, moreover seeing kings die because of this. Don't ask anymore, our ancestors perhaps truly did make some great mistake. As their descendants, this can be settling a debt. The elder Shurhao shook his head in disappointment and frustration. Tell me everything you know. I refuse to believe Stone Clan's ancestor did anything wrong, because I know a few secrets, Shurhao said firmly. He wouldn't forget the scenes he saw on the black ancient ship's altar. Even elders and children ascended that blood-soaked ancient city walls that was covered in traces, fighting a great battle against countless experts. Blood was shed in every battle, corpses piled up beneath the city walls. Elders, children, and young ladies continuously fell, dying, bodies drenched in blood. Their eyes were opened wide, full of sadness, carrying a type of mournful expression even after dying. Whenever he thought of that scene, Shurhao would always feel a tightness in his chest, wishing to roar into the sky, wishing that he had achieved the Tao in the most difficult era, to go back in time and save them. There was actually this type of situation now. Stone Clan was slandered as sinners' blood descendants, labeled with a dishonorable past, with people even saying that they should have humiliation nailed to their name. How could he not feel anger inside? The 7 kings fought while drenched in blood, in the end all withering away, ending in death, the final scene leaving many people in grief. Now that the present situation of Stone Clan was like this, he naturally couldn't be any more furious. Was what Stone Clan ancestors did worth it? They fought powerfully, ultimately killed in battle, blood scattering over the border. Yet their descendants fell to this decree. Just how tragic was this? Under Shurhao's repeated requests, the elder Shurhao spoke up. With an extremely blank expression, he said, "There was an ancestor who killed people on the same side, removing the heads of several great figures. Among them, 2 of them could be considered leading individuals." This, Shurhao took steps backwards. The consequences were too severe, removing the heads of several leaders of this world. The sin was extremely great, signifying that he was rebelling. This type of sin truly was difficult to wash away. If there wasn't enough proof, as well as results that could topple everything, it would be extremely difficult to prove Stone Clan's innocence. The issue was extremely serious. Only Shurhao knew well that there were definitely great secrets hidden within this, because he personally saw the 7 kings unleash a bloodbath outside Imperial Pass. This was especially the case when they saw the stone engraving today. Only then did they know that this white bone club holding individual was Stone Clan's ancestor. Meanwhile, Shurhao had seen him fight the other side with everything he had, blood flowing endlessly, and then falling in the end. He didn't surrender even to his death, so how could he have betrayed this side? Shurhao felt his scalp turning numb. What exactly happened back then? Stone Clan's ancestors died in battle, living glorious lives. Why were they called sinners in the end? He began to shiver all over, feeling a bit of fear, a wave of coldness produced from his back. If Stone Clan's ancestor was wronged, then there were definitely people who told lies. Who was it who decided that our clan was guilty? Shurhao asked. This was extremely crucial. There was perhaps a great disaster hidden here. It is something from too long ago. Those from that era have pretty much all died off. No way to investigate any further. It is rumored that even if it wasn't a public opinion, it was pretty close. Shurhao said. He was the chief of the clan, yet he wore a tattered beast skin, extremely poverty-stricken. One could see just how difficult Stone Clan's situation was. Could it be that there was some type of misunderstanding, and that was why our ancestors didn't have time to explain themselves? Shurhao asked. I do not know. There is no way to investigate. Hundreds to thousands of eras have passed. No one able to speak of the past events clearly anymore. Shurhao shook his head, somewhat bitter. One could tell that for all these years, Stone Clan was always discriminated against, living under the shadow of sinners' blood, their plight difficult. An unmatched great clan was directly destroyed, about to be completely extinguished. A few children ran over from the distance, all of them dressed in tattered clothes, blood on their bodies, carrying wounds. They went hunting even while still so young, some of the children crying out, "Dad!" They staggered along, running toward the coffins at the front of the village. "Dad, come back, don't die. Great-grandfather died, Grandpa died too, and now you've also left. Our family doesn't have a single strong man left. Awoo." The children wept. There was a little girl dressed in tattered clothes, extremely dirty, only her large eyes bright. Right now they were full of tears. She cried out miserably, "Uncle, you aren't here anymore. Mom and Dad have left a long time ago as well. Now, There's only me left. She cried out loudly, her little body curled up in front of the coffin, pitiful to the point of leaving one's heart in pain. Ah! Sure Hao couldn't help but release a low roar. He couldn't bear to watch this scene. Sure Hao took up residence here, waiting to head out to battle at any time. During these days, he familiarized himself with the small tribes in this mountain range, their lives difficult, adults all conscripted, those who remained were all the old, weak, and sickly. If there were powerful beasts that rushed over, the entire tribe would face a disastrous trial. Take a deep breath of innate spiritual essence, take it into your inner vessels. Early in the morning, while facing golden multicolored light, Sure Hao stood in the mountain region, instructing a group of young cultivators. He wasn't extremely strict, but everyone still studied seriously. You've operated this type of bone text incorrectly. The Swan Ni precious technique, release of lightning, a single mistake and the lightning might hurt yourself. Sure Hao helped correct a child. He was extremely serious, teaching them carefully, helping this tribe, hoping for these people to live a bit better, at the very least help the youngsters grow up a bit faster, obtain the skills to protect themselves. During this process, Sure Hao couldn't help but sigh. This group of children were extremely talented, to the extent where there were some formidable geniuses. Among them, the young man named Ashu was 14 or 15, but his adaptability was too high, not too much to call him a heaven-warping talent. At the very least, he wouldn't be inferior to the geniuses outside. This left Sure Hao shocked. This was just a 1,000-member small tribe. Yet there was such a large amount of mixed gold and unpolished gems. Ashu's father was the strongest genius of this village. This was what the clan chief Sure Hao said. And now Sure Hao believed it as well. No wonder he always obtained so much praise. Ashu inherited his talent, extremely formidable. He could make vicious flood dragons yield, subdue mammoths at the age of just 14 or 15, entering the mountain range depths alone to hunt extremely powerful ancient beasts. Sure Hao instructed him carefully, and he learned quickly as well. It was because Ashu's father was killed in battle, so he wanted revenge, to fight in the battlefield beyond the pass. I want to learn the Great Pung Fist, Ashu said. It was because he saw someone from outside the clan strike down a heaven-swallowing beast with a single fist from the distance, subduing it as a mount. The impression this left him with was too deep. He liked this type of bold and powerful fist method. Fine, I can teach you. However, when the Great Pung Fist is cultivated to the extreme, it is not as simple as just forceful and domineering. Sure Hao said. It was because what he wanted to pass on was the Kuan Pung Fist. I wish to pay my respects as your disciple, Ashu said resolutely. We'll talk about it more after you study for some time. Sure Hao didn't have any intentions of taking on a disciple right now. Okay. When you feel like I have the qualifications, I wish to have you as my master. Ashu was an extremely firm and persistent person. Truly a formidable youngster, the younger generation will surpass us in time, about to start his own sect. However, selecting disciples from the Sinner's Bloodline Stone Clan isn't too good. That day, someone walked into the mountain range, arriving in Stone Clan's small village. The expressions of the villagers all went rigid, all of them stopping, looking at the mountain entrance. Every single one of their expressions weren't good, because something bad was about to arrive. Whenever outsiders came, there would always be unfairness and sadness. This was especially the case after seeing the clothing of the people who came. Stone Clan people's hearts became even heavier, because the one who came to conscript mature experts came. They were going to send people onto the battlefield again, meaning that there would be more sadness, more deaths. Respected individuals, Ashu's father had just died in battle. It is still not time. Why did you come so soon to conscript people again? The clan chief Sure Hao walked up, carrying a miserable smile on his face. For Stone Clan, this was an unbearably heavy loss. Stone Clan was always suppressed like this for all these years, difficult for smiles to be seen among clansmen. Even those children lacked naive qualities, cultivating every day. Even the young girls were like this, unable to laugh and giggle, their little dirty faces all nervous right now, expressions pale, making those who saw them feel broken-hearted. The children couldn't help but tremble inwardly, feeling worry. It was because once others came to select people, it meant that they might lose their parents, becoming orphans. Once the adult experts left, it would likely be an eternal separation, not coming back unless they died. They always left alive, but returned as bloody corpses. In the tribe, the number of elders who survived were just too few. Most of them dying in battle when they were young. Even if they lived, they had long become crippled, lacking the ability to fight. In the end, a little girl couldn't help but cry out, hugging the leg of a robust man, not letting go no matter what as she wept. "Dad, I don't want you to go. I don't want to become an orphan like Amin. Ashu, I want you to stay behind. Live together with me. Respected ones, the time interval is too short, it cannot be like this. Otherwise, Stone Clan will be wiped out soon. The inheritance cut off." Shurhaud pleaded. Shurhaud walked forward step by step. It was because he recognized them. Those people were familiar, likely coming for him. "Haha, don't worry, this time it isn't for conscripting Stone Clan's strong men. After all, it still isn't time. I came to see a little friend." 5 people came in total, one of them an elder, someone Shurhaud recognized. This was precisely the one who spoke. "Many years have passed already since our last meeting. Little friend's accomplishments really are startling. Leaving this old one speechless, truly can't help but feel a bit of alarm. A Void Dao realm expert who is only 20-something in age. There really aren't many that can be found, seemingly almost unprecedented." The elder sighed. "There are some others, this time they've also entered Imperial Pass." Shurhaud said. "They are at least 4 or 5 years older than you, the youngest still almost 30. Don't look down on these few years. If there is a ranking, it will immediately make the many spots lower. Your accomplishments are hard for others to match in recent times. Cultivation speed and final accomplishments do not have too much of a connection. Your praise is too much." Shurhaud said calmly, not all that enthusiastic, because he felt like the other party came with bad intentions. Even though they hadn't met for many years, there were some old grudges that were difficult to dispel. "Woo, this time, I came for the matters involving little friend going out to fight," the elder said while smiling. As expected, this day came. He was that old celestial who had lived since the archaic times from Celestial Clan. After not meeting for many years, not only did he not die in meditation, his vitality even became quite a bit greater. The old celestial's body was thin and withered up, indeed becoming a bit younger. He had a head of gray hair, even though his body was still dried up. There was a life flame burning within him, no longer lifeless. "It seems like you obtained some natural luck in Imperial Pass. Your life flame not going out, going to continue burning for a few years," Shurhaud said. Back then, the old celestial didn't have much lifespan left, already reaching his late years. Now, his spirit was healthy, blood energy abundant. There was no worry to his life force for quite some time. "Entering Imperial Pass was precisely to give up my life, use up the residual heat within me. If I died right after coming here, wouldn't it be letting down all of my cultivation?" the old celestial said. There was not much to hide. When an ancient figure who shocked the world under heaven didn't have much time left, they would be chosen to enter Emperor City, comply with the archaic contract of alliance, go out to fight. The great medicinal Dao masters in the city would bestow divine pills upon them to prolong their lives, ensure that they could continue living for a period of time. There is much natural luck outside Imperial Pass, rumored to be immortal medicines. I have left the pass several times. Even though I was fortunate enough not to die, I still never found any immortal medicines. Living a second life truly isn't easy, the old celestial said with a sigh. Shurhaud's mind was moved. The region outside Imperial Pass was mysterious after all, actually having such heaven-defying things. He had heard that there were dying experts who left Imperial Pass, but came back to live a second life. Turns out all of this was related to immortal medicines and other things. The old celestial spoke in a profound manner. Heaven-defying natural luck isn't as simple as just immortal medicine. There are many methods to live a second life, but all of them are too difficult. Those opportunities outside the pass aren't easy to find. What is your intention after telling me these things? Shurhaud looked at him, not carrying any good feelings for the old celestial. Back then, in the 3,000 provinces, he had escorted Xianxia for hundreds of thousands of li, avoiding the war clan's pursuit, yet in the end, when he arrived in Celestial Clan, the other party lusted after his Kuan-Pung technique and other things. In the end, Celestial Clan not only didn't show him gratitude, instead throwing him into a prison, he almost died there. The clan bit the hand that fed them, leaving Xianxia with great disgust. Little friend, you've entered Imperial Pass for a few days already. It is time for you to be conscripted if we look at the time. However, I know that you talents are exceptional, so I don't wish to send you straight into the blood-soaked battlefield. If you die, that would be too much of a pity. That is why I suggested to a senior to have you pick long-life immortal medicines. What do you think? The old Celestial was all smiles. Xianxia's face immediately became cold. He really wanted to directly trample down on this old man's face. This was definitely not some good thing. If long-life medicines were that easy to pick, they would have long gone extinct. Why did they have to wait for him to pick them? If there really were any, then they would definitely grow within restricted areas, normal people unable to approach, even supreme beings most likely dying if they went there. At the same time, Xianxia was also shocked. The old Celestial was so old, already living an incredibly long amount of time, yet he still made a suggestion to an older generation. This really gave him a headache. Your opportunities have always been quite ample, someone with great natural luck. When I thought about it, if there was anyone who could successfully pick the medicine, then it would be someone like you. The old Celestial said with a smile. I am not interested in picking medicines. I came to Imperial Pass to sharpen myself. Also, I will not accept any conscriptions, but rather choose to leave the pass myself. Xianxia coldly said. Is that so? However, our region here wasn't notified of anything. Everyone is within the range of conscription. The old Celestial was all smiles. At his side, those middle-aged men all wore silver armor, every one of them seething with killing intent. They were law enforcers, strength powerful, glaring at Xianxia like a tiger watching its prey. If you aren't willing to pick medicines, then that is one thing. You can follow the army out. However, that isn't some game. One needs to face all types of life and death dangers on the battlefield. The old Celestial said. Xianxia looked at him coldly, not saying anything. One separation resulted in many years. Now that the two of us have met again, we can be considered friends of the past. Let's not talk about conscription matters. Instead, reminisce a bit. The old Celestial carried a smile. I thought that after reaching the Void Dao realm, I wouldn't be far from an old sect master like you. It seems like I am still lacking a bit. Xianxia sighed, not acting pretentious. Heh, youngster, you've really frightened me, already comparing yourself to me at such a young age. Sigh, should I feel sad? Or should I force a bitter smile? The old Celestial said in self-mockery. Then, he put away his smile, calmly saying, Sect masters are divided into 369. The weakest heavenly deity realm can even call themselves one, the most powerful naturally exceeding the Void Dao realm, just like an old fellow like me. After all, as someone who has left my name in the 3,000 provinces history, I can't be too weak. What do you mean too weak? You are too strong. The old Celestial was definitely not a simple figure, could be called an extremely terrifying creature, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. Little friend, in reality, I actually think highly of you, and I regret the decision in the past quite a bit. Really should have married off Xianxia to you. Have you become a member of my Celestial clan? The old Celestial said with a sigh. Xianxia didn't pay this any attention, because everything had already happened. There was no meaning in mentioning the past. Haha, perhaps you think that I am being false, but what I wish to say is that I really am regretful. If I now proposed you and Xianxia becoming Dao companions, what would you say? The old Celestial asked. Senior, we should just let past events go, Xianxia said. It was because he knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to get along with Celestial clan. The clan's guardian spirit even died because of him. This type of thing couldn't be hidden. Celestial clan's people will definitely learn of it. You have a point. Some things in the past, once the timing has passed, it is hard to go back. Sigh. This is especially the case after hearing the guardian spirit has died. It really is like having a knife twisted in my heart. When he spoke up to hear, the old Celestial's eyes released radiance. making the heavenly dome tremble, simply about to strike down stars. It has nothing to do with me. That guardian spirit's age was too great, exhausting everything to deduce heavenly fate, in the end even exhausting his own life away. Xianxia said calmly. You really make it sound simple. The old celestial narrowed his eyes, putting away his killing intent, recovering his cool. However, no one said anything for a long time. He clearly held back that urge within him, not taking action because this was Imperial Pass, no one daring to randomly kill here. My clan's Yun, she didn't come. Why didn't I see 3 stone monarch either? The old celestial asked. I do not know. Xianxia shook his head. Yun, she never even entered the 9 heavens, so he naturally had no way of knowing. As for 3 stone monarch, this was someone even Xianxia was quite curious about. Where did he end up going? It was rumored that he entered the 9 heavens, but there was no sign of him. The old celestial didn't say too much to him, instead looking at the others who came, saying, "Ha, comrades. This little friend is but a heaven-warping genius, his potential truly shocking past and future. Do not let a pearl be lost in dirt. When conscripting him, you really have to consider things carefully. Of course, you have to pay attention to his safety and danger." Xianxia looked at old celestial coldly. The other party's appearance this time definitely wasn't out of good intentions, but rather for celestial clan's sake, or perhaps it was others that he acted together with. Perhaps it was all of these reasons together. I've already said that I came here to sharpen myself. I will not accept any conscriptions. Are you all going to forcefully bring me away? Xianxia said coldly. Big brother, don't go. Don't take big brother away. The group of children shouted. Even though they were young, it was definitely not the first time he saw this type of scene. They knew that once they went their separate ways, they would be parted by death. Difficult for those who were conscripted to come back alive. Great ones, it is indeed not the last days yet. You cannot bring this young man away. Xianxia and the others also spoke up. Really is a group of endearing children, making one feel pity just by looking at them. They should be far from the battlefield. However, sigh. The old celestial shook his head, saying with a sigh. Xianxia shivered inwardly. This old fellow looked polite and amiable, but his actions were cold and ruthless. Was this a threat against him? If there is anyone who targets Stone Clan, your clansmen outside might have something to worry about as well, Xianxia said extremely powerfully. The old celestial and the people in silver armor were all shocked, and then they entered a momentary silence. It was because they thought of Yi Qingxian, Meng Tianjing, and others. This youth named Huang was definitely not someone cut off from others. The old celestial said, Youngster, you thought too much. Why was Imperial Pass able to tower all this time? It is because the clans all have common wishes, all willing to fight for it. You should make your preparations. It is time to leave the pass. The ones in silver armor were the ones who carried out the conscription, and could also be called enforcers. All of them nodded, moreover stating that they didn't come to conscript Xianxia, but rather that there were rules set. Even the geniuses who came to sharpen themselves, when it came time to leave the pass, they still had to leave. If they didn't go, then they would be asked to immediately return to the 9 heavens. The group of children even more so tugged at his clothes, their little faces looking up, full of worry. A few young girls directly cried, because they felt like he was going to die outside. Master, you have to come back alive. Xianxia's eyes carried tears. I heard people say that Big Brother is a supreme being among the younger generation. Someone whose bravery is unmatched, previously continuously killing 10 foreign great kings. He will definitely come back safely, a child shouted. Child, preserving your own life is the most important. Do not try to be brave. The people of this tribe sent him off, all of them quietly warning. Woo-woo. Big brother, you have to come back safely. A little girl wept. Xianxia felt a wave of warmth within him. It had already been a long time since he felt this feeling. It was as if he returned to the lower realm stone village, a type of feeling he felt towards his loved ones. Don't worry, the heavens can't stop me. There will be a day when I will sweep through the foreign side, Xianxia said with a loud laugh, and then left with large steps. I wish to know, What can I do to wash away Stone Clan's so-called crimes and punishment? Along the way, he asked the enforcers. The old celestial status was extremely high, already leaving, not getting further involved. Oh? You wish to atone for the crimes of a sinner's bloodline? One of them said with shock. I am someone from this bloodline, Xianxia said. To redeem one person, you must kill 100. Right now, Stone Clan's population is pitifully few, only around 1,000 people, so you need to kill 100,000 experts from the foreign side, and then the great sin will truly be exempt. An enforcer in silver armor said coldly. Kill 100,000. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just too difficult. This wasn't a confrontation between people of the same generation, but rather on the battlefield where the situation was complex. The difficulty of killing 100,000 terrifying experts was just too difficult. It was because there were foreign dragonslayers there, specially in charge of monitoring the battlefield. When they saw creatures with potential or anyone too outstanding, they would take decisive action, cut down the dragon. Apart from this, on the true battlefield, perhaps there might be undying beings. Under this type of situation, on the 9 heavens 10 earth side, who could kill 100,000 experts? What do you want to do? A silver-robed enforcer laughed coldly. I wish to do it. Give me time. I will accomplish this, Xianxia said. Soon afterwards, they arrived on a giant martial stage. There were already many people here. A silver-robed enforcer laughed loudly, saying, Everyone. Someone says they wish to kill 100,000 foreign enemies. Do you all believe it? At this moment, everyone's eyes looked over, staring at Xianxia. The experts of all clans gathered here, preparing to leave the pass and fight the enemy. Fight a great battle in desolate border. I wish to know if I can wipe out the ruling clans of the foreign side. For example, Anlin, Shuchuo, these emperor clans, removing their members' heads, would it be worth more? Xianxia asked. Indeed, there are some heads that are worth over 1,000 heads of others, to the extent where there are important individuals whose heads are worth over 100,000 heads. Above the sky dome, a great knight seated on a heaven-swallowing beast said, Good, I understand. Xianxia nodded. The martial field was extremely vast, able to accommodate the gathering of the armies of all different clans. There were many soldiers here from all different clans, all of them dressed in ice-cold armor, holding sharp weapons in their hands. Meanwhile, in the sky, vicious birds and beasts spread their wings one after another, casting down great shadows. There were powerful knights seated on them. The great armies were all going out to battle. Are you not going to consider picking long-life medicines? Entering the battlefield like this, your life or death is hard to say. The silver-robed enforcer who led him here said with a low voice, trying to convince him one last time. Xianxia released a sneer, shaking his head. How could picking long-life medicines be that easy? If he went, he would likely die even faster. Moreover, even if he successfully brought any back, who would he have to hand the medicine to? You are going to atone for Stone Clan's crimes? In the sky, another powerful knight spoke. He stood on a mountainous white lion's body. He looked down, saying, Your words are quite bold. Xianxia really wanted to say that Stone Clan was without guilt, but he knew that disputing it was meaningless. What he could do now was to first bring Stone Clan out from danger. This was originally an extremely flourishing great clan, having great authority in Imperial Pass, but now the population withered, less than 1,000 members. If this continued on, the entire clan would be wiped out. In the past, when Stone Clan had many people, if they wanted to redeem themselves, killing 100,000 enemies would be completely insignificant, needing much more. Perhaps it is now a chance. After all, Stone Clan is already extremely small. For them, this is a type of blessing. Perhaps they have a chance to be freed of their crimes. Another knight said, his voice drifting about, not extremely fierce, but it still made Xianxia feel extreme disgust. Stone Clan was extremely small, about to be wiped out. How could it be called a blessing? This person was clearly mocking him, his words not kind. Xianxia turned around, looking towards this person. He sat on a southernly divine flame rhinoceros beast. This mount was extremely special, purple energy rising up from it. southern leaf flames curling about it, clearly a divine ancient beast. As for that knight, he looked extremely young, his skin white and fine. Even though he was male, his entire body was gentle. He was handsome, but he also looked a bit morbidly pale. You don't need to stare at me. I'm Jin Jifei, Jin Zhan's 8th uncle. You are still too far off from me. If you want to challenge me, you still need to wait many years. This knight didn't seem to mind at all, picking up a small blade, currently trimming his nails. This type of frivolousness and casualness was clearly a type of contempt for Xianxia, not attaching any importance to him. At the very least, it didn't look like he treated him like anything. Merely stepped into this self-severing realm. What is there to be arrogant over? If there really is a life or death battle, it is hard to say who suppresses who. Xianxia responded coldly. After the Void Dao realm was the self-severing realm, these people already rare experts in this world. It was because there already wasn't much of a path to travel after this realm. You have guts. Can I interpret this as provoking me? Just a small cultivator who had just entered the Void Dao realm. Yet you already dare to behave arrogantly before me. Jin Jifei lowered his nail-trimming blade, staring at Xianxia. If you feel like you are high up above and want to suppress me, I don't mind flipping you over, Xianxia calmly said. In that instant, many people on the martial field looked over. There were many experts from different clans, all of them staring at these two. A youngster at the Void Dao realm challenging a self-severing realm expert. This triggered quite the alarm. It was because challenging those of a higher realm was too difficult, especially since Jin Jifei was a genius, a knight who wasn't that old himself, fighting strength extremely powerful. Geniuses winning against opponents of higher cultivation realms wasn't something impossible. However, if one wanted to fight those well-known geniuses who were a great cultivation realm higher, then there was no chance of winning. Haha, it seems like there are some random cats and dogs who have also matured now, not showing seniors respect at all. If I don't properly discipline you a bit, you won't understand the immensity of heaven and earth, Jin Jifei said. His original intent was to beat down Xianxia, cut down Huang's might in Jin Zhan's eyes from his own clan's place. He never expected the other party's reaction would be so intense, challenging head-on. Many people shivered inwardly. One shouldn't look at Jin Jifei because his skin was snow-white, looking sickly. This was actually one of Gold family's few geniuses, one who was extremely powerful. Moreover, his age wasn't great, less than 40, yet he was already a self-severing realm expert. This type of cultivation speed was rarely seen under the sky, enough to make all sides shiver inwardly from his might. Who do you think you are? Throwing your weight around, believing yourself infallible. Since you can't differentiate good from bad, then just let this random cat or dog you speak of slap you to death with a single move. Xianxia opposed with equal harshness. Everyone was speechless. This youngster was also extremely domineering, not feeling any fear when facing Gold family's genius, immediately saying slapping to death after he opened his mouth. He wasn't an ordinary person as expected. Xianxia had long had a wave of pent-up anger building inside. It was first Wang Changhe and the others who appeared as enemies, and then it was the old celestial who appeared with bad intentions. Now, Jin family's people also stopped him. He now completely erupted. Everyone, look for yourselves. This is the attitude of this younger generation, without any respect for seniors, not attaching any importance to us. I really have no choice but to take action and properly discipline him a bit. Jin Jifei looked at his fingernails that he had finished trimming, and then his eyes stared angrily, looking at Xianxia like a vicious beast. His age was actually not great, instead purposely using his status as an older generation to suppress Xianxia. Even someone like you thinks he can join the ranks of seniors? They have no intentions of associating with you. Don't try to stick gold on your face, Xianxia said. Unbridled, stop making trouble. If you have the skill, then all of you fight enemies on the battlefield. What kind of skill is there in shouting noisily inside? Right at this time, that great knight mounted on the heaven-swallowing beast said, "It wasn't me who acted randomly, but rather that the new person is too arrogant. I wanted to help him understand some rules, instruct him on how to be a person," Jin Jifei said. The eyes of the great knight on the heavenly swallowing beast were cold. Even though he disliked Jin Jifei, he knew that the long-life Jin family wasn't good to provoke, especially since Jin Taijun was fiercely protective of her children, treasuring the clan's geniuses greatly. Sure Hao said, "This type of thing even has the nerve to talk about rules, talk about instructing? There are so many great knights here. Is there any room for you to act recklessly? If you don't understand the difference between seniors and juniors, I'll come chat with you, see who instructs who." Everyone laughed, feeling like there was something interesting to watch. These two had just met, yet there really might be a battle. "Senior, you've also seen for yourself. This random thing is even challenging me. I can't just not respond, right?" Jun Jifei said with a chuckle. "In my opinion, having instability inside isn't too good either. We might as well just let them exchange some pointers." The knight on the white lion said, "Just leave things like this. I do not wish to see anyone seriously injured, lose fighting strength. I want all of you to kill enemies for me." The great knight on the heaven-swallowing beast said coldly, "Haha, fine. We'll get this done quickly. It won't affect the battle." Jin Jifei laughed loudly. This triggered a great alarm, the cultivators of all clans looking over. They never expected that two geniuses were going to fight before going out to war. The martial field was extremely large. If people wanted to fight an intense battle, there was enough space. Even the incredibly massive heaven-swallowing beast had enough room to spread its wings, fly about as much as it liked. Challenging the self-severing realm while in the Void Dao realm, this youngster is too arrogant. If he doesn't wake up, he will definitely suffer greatly, someone said with a light sigh. The one he is challenging is a heaven-warping genius. There is no way he can skip realms and win. Many people shook their heads, not thinking things will end well for sure how at all, feeling pity for his situation. They believed that there was completely no chance of victory, that he was definitely going to be humiliated. The martial field had a giant space opened up for the two to fight. Self-severing realm creatures could be considered rarely seen experts of this world. There were some who believed that there were two final great cultivation realms above the Void Dao realm, which were precisely self-severing and self-release. Normally speaking, self-release realms people were too powerful, often being referred to as supreme beings. Of course, there was a large group of people who believed that the self-release realms creatures still couldn't be considered supreme beings, that they had to rise up one more great cultivation realm, the name of this realm itself supreme being. In this heaven and earth, there is only one supreme being. It was unknown who it was that said this, but it was passed along generation to generation. Even long-life families had stated that if they couldn't touch upon this realm, then there was no way of achieving immortality. There were some old monsters who, after doing research, felt that if the environment of the world hadn't changed, in this entire great era, there would still only be one person who would ultimately achieve immortality. This was perhaps an annotation to that saying. There were others who believed that an era could produce several supreme beings, but only one could achieve immortality. In the long-life family's perspectives after Void Dao realm, there originally should have been self-severing, self-release, supreme being, these three great realms. Now, Meng Tianzhang and Immortal Wang were both people who entered what the outsiders believed to be the supreme being realm, all of them wishing to fight over that final single position. However, the world's environment changed, their hopes of achieving immortality now uncertain. Other creatures, like those in self-release realm, were praised as supreme beings, but that can only be considered praise. Before Meng Tianzheng and others, those people definitely didn't dare call themselves this. As for Yuan Qing, they called him a half-supreme being, but that was actually just halfway to self-release realm. Strictly speaking, the number of supreme beings in this world was limited. The unmatched creatures that were secluded within the ancestral altar should also be among these individuals. On the martial field, Sure Hao stood against Jin Jifei. There is no reason to make things so difficult. Since we are going out to battle, then we should end things quickly. Why don't the two of us both use a divine will attack? Quickly decide victory or defeat. What do you think? Jin Jifei asked. That's fine. Sure Hao responded in a straightforward manner. A few people's expressions changed, because they heard some rumors that Jin Jifei's divine will was unmatched, ridiculously powerful. Heh. Old 8 will definitely win. Could be said that he'll easily crush Huang, make his primordial spirit collapse, forever unable to raise his head. There were others from Jin family here. It was because there was always a rumor that Jin Jifei's opportunities were ample, previously obtaining great natural luck. When he was young, he accidentally ate a rare soul-nurturing divine herb. He made it through the divine medicine's impact living. Moreover, after receiving the assistance of the experts from his clan, after endlessly refining his soul, it made his primordial spirit exceptionally powerful. Ha, young man, since you aren't going to play your part, then let me teach you a bit about how to be a person. Jin Jifei sat on that southernly divine flame rhinoceros, no intention of getting off. He was high above, looking down on Xianxia. The two had a bit of distance between them. This time it wasn't a battle of the flesh, but rather a divine will attack. It was definitely going to be extremely dangerous, because it involved a collision of the soul. You speak too much, still didn't win yet. If you are defeated by me, won't you feel extreme shame for your current stance? Xianxia spoke emotionlessly. You are extremely confident. This is a good thing. However, don't completely collapse after you are defeated by me. Have your Tao heart broken. If that happens, then you won't be able to achieve anything in this life. Jin Jifei said coldly, his eyes flickering with pressing coldness, light flashing through the sky like lightning. It was rumored that back then, Jin Taijun almost used up all of the clan's divine resources to nurture Jin Jifei. If not for Jin Zhan, who appeared later being too extraordinary, he might have very well become Jin family's key figure of this generation. Right now, the two experts confronted each other, staring at each other from the distance. There was lightning rumbling, electrical arcs flickering about between them. There was a great cultivation realm separating them. Moreover, Jin Jifei obtained great natural luck when he was young, refining an extremely sturdy primordial spirit. So in everyone's eyes, it was clear who was weaker and who was stronger. Many people wiped at their sweat for Xianxia. Such a promising young genius shouldn't face this setback here. In this primordial spirit confrontation, a single moment of carelessness would result in great problems that would affect them for their entire lives. It is now the final moment. Do you have anything else you wish to say? Jin Jifei revealed a smile, his teeth snow-white, his pale skin revealing a rare brilliance. This made everyone's expressions change. Was this asking for the last words of the deceased, not wishing to cut the other party down without mercy? I've already said to let things end here. In the sky, the great night on the heaven-swallowing beast warned. I will show restraint. However, youngsters nowadays really like to boast, feeling like they are great. In reality, they are nothing more than bean sprouts in greenhouses. I fear that he might not be able to hold on, so I am going to instruct him a bit. Jin Jifei said with a laugh. When I killed 10 foreign kings in Great Scarlet Sky Border, you were still acting as a young master back in your Jin family. Less nonsense. Just start. Xianxia said. Good. Since you don't understand yourself, daring to challenge those far above you, then I will satisfy your wishes, let you understand how high the heavens are, how deep the earth is, how shallow you are. Jin Jifei said coldly. Just start. That great knight said. Hong. Right at this moment, the two erupted with astonishing radiance. This was especially true with the space between their brows, shining brilliantly, rising like a sun, illuminating the heavens. This wave of energy was too shocking, many people backing up. These were two younger generation individuals, yet the spiritual force was so great, affecting the stability of the surrounding space. This was completely spiritual force, created by divine will. In the two people's surroundings, the void was torn apart, a black hole appearing, the scene horrifying. Just how powerful were their primordial spirits? Just a will was enough to create such destructive results. A dong sounded. It was as if an immortal hall's war drum was struck, intimidating one's heart. There were immediately many people whose faces went pale, their souls being affected. One had to understand that they didn't fight on the battlefield, that they were facing each other from the distance. Just this bit of exchange already created such an intense feeling. Hong. On Jin Jifei's side, A little figure appeared from between his brows, brilliant and resplendent, bathed in divine and resplendent light. It was as if a heavenly sun was burning there. It was too brilliant. One couldn't look directly at it at all. No one expected Jin Jifei to be this domineering, directly sending his primordial spirit out from his body. He was going to use all of his strength, kill Shi Hao with all of his power. The primordial spirit left the shell, displaying all of its spiritual soul force, the power released too great. A terrifying domain was formed here, formlessly warping space. Look, it really turned into a great sun. This is the embodiment of a perfect seed, the most domineering yang force, powerful beyond compare. Someone sighed with astonishment. Many people were stunned. This small figure melted, turning into a sun. It then gradually rose, making many people feel as if they had to bow down. This was one of the legendary types of primordial spirit irregular scenes. When it turned into a sun, it meant that Jin Jifei's primordial spirit was the most forceful, powerful, few able to compare to it. This was already the sign of a practically perfect primordial spirit in the self-severing realm. What could Huang even bring out to face this? Many people felt like everything was pointing towards disaster. The people from Jin family remained calm the entire time, always carrying a smile. It was because they had too much faith in Jin Jifei. A confrontation of divine will, how many people could face him? That resplendent primordial spirit sun speed was extremely fast, suppressing towards Shi Hao. And suddenly, many people's expressions changed. The primordial spirit light that rushed out from Shi Hao's forehead was also extremely brilliant, lighting up the sky dome. Its aura was terrifying, shocking everyone. What was going on? How could the primordial spirit of a Void Dao realm youngster be this terrifying? Soon afterwards, the primordial spirit light that illuminated the sky dome withdrew, and then condensed into a weapon. Moreover, the radiance underwent changes, becoming pitch black like ink. Shi Hao's primordial spirit underwent a strange change. That extremely powerful small figure turned into a black sword core that swirled with killing energy. Then it rushed out, hacking outwards. Heavens! That is a primordial sword core. Wang family's chaos calming art. Someone cried out loudly. This was just too shocking. Just how inconceivable was this? Why did Huang grasp Wang family's chaos calming art? Chaos calming art, its power had shaken endless generations. Known as the most powerful offensive sword art, one of the most well-known sword arts in all of history. This was Wang family's clan protecting extreme art, not something outsiders could pry into. However, Shi Hao now displayed it. Not far out, that primordial spirit sun trembled. Jin Jifei stared blankly for a moment, because the chaos calming art's reputation was just too great. In the past, the foreign great army was slaughtered with it until they nursed a grievance. Right now, they were carrying a confrontation of primordial spirits. This was just too dangerous. There is no need to worry. Wang family's extreme art has never been leaked. He is just bluffing. Outside the stage, Wang Changhe shouted. It was because in the past, Huang had previously used this type of method to scare his opponent. In the end, nothing more than a bluff, an empty frame. He didn't actually grasp it back then. Hong, the great primordial sun, was even more dazzling, rushing forward. Only, that black sword core made one's heart pound even greater. It was like a streak of black lightning, directly hacking forward. Something's not right. There really is a sword core. How could it be like this? Wang Changhe cried out loudly. When this sentence sounded, everyone's expressions changed, because he was someone of Wang family's direct line of descent, the one who was most knowledgeable about this. Jin Jifei was immediately scared. If it was a true battle, he wouldn't be scared. But this was a contest of primordial spirit. How could he not fear the chaos calming art? It could be said that when one's strength was similar, if it was a battle of primordial spirits, no one wouldn't fear the chaos calming art. This was an unmatched great method for obliterating one's primordial spirit. It was impossible to match. It was precisely during this moment when the two approached each other. In that instant, all types of thoughts flew through Jin Jifei's mind. His will no longer resolute, fearing that his primordial spirit would be cleaved in half. On the other side, after Shihao's primordial spirit turned into a black-colored sword core, he pressed forward, not showing the slightest intention of backing up, not shaken at all. He hacked forward. Could be said that he was making an all-out effort. The two's reactions were different, clashing in that instant. The primordial spirit sun shone. Secret methods were displayed, natural laws activated, suppressing towards the sword core. The primordial spirit's sword core swirled with ancient light, flickering with mysterious symbols. It rushed over, hacking through many natural laws. Pooh! In that instant the two collided. Heaven and earth trembled greatly, many great black cracks appearing in the void, making a few black vortices appear. An exchange of divine will attacks. It was just this intense. The two did everything they could, hacking at each other. No, that really is a primordial spirit sword core. Wang family. How could your sect protecting extreme art have been leaked out? Gold family's people were nervous, all of their faces falling. Inside the stage, heaven and earth collapsed. The divine will clash was not inferior to a collision of true bodies, triggering great alarm. One could see that the black primordial spirit sword core tore through the primordial spirit sun, slicing it in half. Damn it, no! Many people from Jin family screamed out. Jin Jifei was a heaven-warping figure. If he died here, it would be too much of a pity. It definitely couldn't be permitted. In that instant, someone moved, about to take action and interfere. And who dares create unfairness? In the sky, the great knight seated on the heaven-swallowing beast shouted. He raised his hand, completely subduing the experts from Gold family. His large hands covered the sky, covering all of them on the ground. It was clear that this was a terrifying self-release realm expert, the highest-level leader of this place. In certain situations, these people were known to be supreme beings. Even though they weren't really supreme beings, they still obtained great fame, their strength powerful to the extreme. Gold family's self-severing realm experts were all covered by a single hand from him, unable to move, leaving everyone horrified, inwardly sighing that those at the self-release realm really were frightening. On the stage, Jin Jifei was directly cut in half by the sword core, a miserable scream sounding. Everyone's breathing stopped. This result was too frightening, exceeding everyone's expectations. A Void Dao realm youngster actually seriously injured a self-severing realm expert? Right now, Wang Chenghe's expression turned pale, breathing difficult, heart pounding. He simply refused to believe what he was seeing. Wang family's unmatched secret method was leaked out? Suddenly, that black sword core in the arena also cracked, releasing crisp noises. Everyone was stunned. The situation displayed changed, not like how they imagined. This chaos-calming art has problems. Huang didn't obtain the true inheritance. Someone realized, understanding the truth. At the same time, Wang Chenghe felt like he could finally breathe. Just now, he was blinded by shock and anger. Now discovering that Huang didn't actually understand the chaos-calming art's secrets. It was because the symbols on that sword core weren't the same as Wang family's. You almost deceived me. Hand over your life. Jin Jifei shouted. His primordial spirit halves merged together, but the radiance was dim, the damage serious. He was extremely shocked. When he was young, he had previously obtained a soul-nurturing divine herb to refine his primordial spirit, making his divine soul powerful beyond compare. Why was it that today, when facing a youngster, both sides suffered with neither side winning? That was why he wanted to continue fighting, use all of his trump cards to kill the other party. Kacha! The primordial spirit sword core completely shattered, turning into an expanse of light, dancing about there. They then quickly merged together, becoming a golden Kuan Peng. Not right. Why is he not injured? Jin Jifei was shocked. The others' minds also jumped. That sword core clearly broke. So how could it be that his primordial spirit wasn't damaged? Still so powerful. Wang Chenghe was alarmed. What kind of method was this? Why was it the same as the chaos-calming art? It was clear that Shihao didn't grasp the chaos-calming art. This nothing more than an imitation. In reality, he was using the imperishable scripture. During this year, he always searched about carrying out all types of tests. In the end, he discovered that imperishable scripture was most suitable for the physical body. If it was used to cultivate the primordial spirit, it didn't really fit. Otherwise, how could it be this frightening? In the end, after trying things repeatedly, he could only treat his primordial spirit as flesh, only able to operate imperishable scripture here for an instant. This was how it was just now. He supported his primordial spirit with imperishable scripture, making it incredibly sturdy, carrying out a great clash. Even though his primordial spirit shattered, in that instant imperishable scripture activated, allowing him to quickly reassemble, recover, not harming his vitality. A bird cry sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. Shihao's primordial spirit turned into a Kuan Peng, slaughtering his way forward, still in his peak state. Jin Zhifei's expression was miserable. Right now, he discovered that the other party's state was this perfect, while his primordial spirit was cleaved in half, long suffering great damage. He was now about to suffer a loss. At the same time, he found this hard to believe. Why was Huang's primordial spirit this powerful, able to contend even against his uninjured state? In reality, Shihao's primordial spirit was just this powerful, because he ate a golden Bodhi fruit, soul-guiding lotus, and yellow springs fruit, all of them primordial spirit-strengthening divine medicines. Apart from this, he had also experienced heavenly tribulation many times, forging the primordial spirit, making it far greater than ordinary people. From a certain perspective, his current primordial spirit was even more terrifying than his body. Kuan Peng swooped down. Pooh! This time, a rain of light splashed outwards. The golden divine bird was unharmed, while the primordial spirit sun lost part of itself, almost torn apart by the Kuan Peng. Ah! Jin Zhifei screamed miserably. His primordial spirit ran, scattering down a rain of light, as if blood was dripping. This was actually even more precious than essence blood, because this was the spiritual power that leaked out after the primordial spirit was injured. Jin Zhifei suffered a great defeat. If they really fought, relying on his self-severing realm cultivation, he would have definitely had a huge advantage, yet now, because they fought with primordial spirits, he ended up in this state. With a schwa sound, Shihao's primordial spirit returned to its shell. Then his entire body rushed out, chasing after him. Jin Zhifei was shocked and furious. A younger generation actually dared to chase after him like this. Shihao's speed was too fast. Jin Zhifei's primordial spirit was injured. Before it could enter his own forehead, the other side already slaughtered his way over. That southern Li divine flame rhinoceros was currently running while carrying its owner's body, as fast as lightning, but it still wasn't faster than Shihao, being caught up to. Jin Zhifei was stupefied. There was only a short distance left between his primordial spirit and his body. Pang! Not far out, Shihao descended from above, one foot trampling down on Jin Zhifei's face, kicking him down. Everyone grimaced when they saw this, feeling pain just by looking at this. It was because Jin Zhifei's face even warped, the sound of bones cracking vaguely sounding. The instant Jin Zhifei's flesh dropped down, Shihao also dropped down, a foot stepping on his face, keeping it under his feet. You were previously so bossy and domineering, insufferably arrogant, overconfident. After saying all of that, what is the result like? Nothing more than this, just a random Tom or Dick, Shihao said. At this moment, Jin Zhifei almost exploded with rage. He was still in his primordial spirit state, watching helplessly as Shihao trampled his body below his foot. This was just too humiliating. Everyone was stupefied. It was actually Huang who won. Jin Zhifei was incomparably furious. This feeling just too hard to endure. His primordial spirit was outside, wishing to return to his flesh, about to face the situation of being stepped on under a foot. If it didn't return, if the other party took action right now without his physical body to protect him, it was extremely dangerous. It really was an impossible situation. Do you not want this physical body anymore? Shihao asked. With a pung sound, he gave that face another kick. You stop! Jin Zhifei shouted, truly feeling embarrassed. If he returned to his flesh, then just how humiliating would that be? If he didn't return, then there would be a huge problem. Do you admit defeat? Shihao asked indifferently. Jin Jifei was furious. He had previously said many things ridiculing this youngster, but in the end, it was this result. He felt a scorching pain on his face, as if it had been slapped fiercely. I lost, Jin Jifei said unwillingly. Hong. This place became noisy, everyone discussing passionately. Alright. Victory has already been determined. Just end it here. The great knight in the sky said. Here's your leather bag. With a pung sound, Shihao's right leg kicked out, as if he was kicking a ball, sending Jin Jifei's physical body out. Jin Jifei was furious. His primordial spirit surged, returning to his body. As a result, he immediately felt an intense pain, especially his face that was scorching hot. It was because there was still a clear shoe imprint there. I am angered to death. Jin Jifei was humiliated and resentful. Today's matter was a type of great shame. He called his mount, but discovered that Shihao leapt out, sitting on the southernly divine flame rhinoceros back, forcefully urging it on, taking it as his mount. That's mine, Jin Jifei said angrily. This is my spoils of war. If it was on the battlefield, even you would become a part of my spoils of war. Shihao gave him a cold look. It was just too shameful. Jin Jifei really wanted to roar towards the sky. At this time, many people looked at him, the expressions in their eyes strange. The expressions of the people from Gold family fell. Even Jin Zhan came, watching everything indifferently. Jin Jifei was defeated, moreover in an extremely shameful manner. His face was stepped on by Shihao, as if he stepped on the ground. This was but one of the few geniuses of Jin family in the present age. The crowd became noisy. Jin family's people almost rushed out to settle things with Shihao. Only this was Imperial Pass, there was no room for them to act randomly, so they had no choice but to hold in their rage. The glorious heaven-warping figure of a clan, entering self-severing realm in under 40 years of age. How stunning was this? It was rarely seen throughout the entire 9 heavens, yet he was greatly humiliated here, even Jin family shamed. This truly is shameful, an elder from Jin family said through clenched teeth, eyes cold. That foot not only stepped on Jin Jifei's face, it also felt like it was stepping down on all of their faces too. This 20-something youngster was flourishing with heroicness, destroying a well-known heaven-warping genius of this generation. Just how glorious of a battle accomplishment was this? Shihao's black hair scattered down, eyes like lightning. He sat on the southernly divine flame rhinoceros, mighty and unmoving, overlooking Jin family, Wang family, and others, calm and composed. This battle made everyone see his terrifying potential. He was like a rising, blazing sun. His future had endless potential. All clans were speaking quietly, discussing amongst themselves. They felt like this youngster's future accomplishments would definitely be formidable, that he might become a world-shaking, unmatched supreme being. Is this Huang? He is even greater in person than his reputation, worthy of being someone who won 10 victories in Great Scarlet Sky Border in a row, killing 10 kings. He is formidable after all, full of potential. The cultivators of all different clans praised endlessly. Set off. Right at this time, the great knight on the sky-swallowing beast gave the order. The troops of different clans all moved, setting out. People shouted and beasts roared, the cold light flickering from weapons shining into the sky dome. The army surged with killing intent, stepping onto a giant transport formation, now truly setting out for war. Shihao sat on the purple-gold rhinoceros, waves of purple mist rising from it, accompanied by divine splendor, following the troops forward. Jin Jifei's clenched teeth were even making noise. This was just too shameful, his mount seized by another, subdued under another. For an expert, just how unsightly of a thing was this? He stood in his original position for a moment, and then he moved, still setting out. Jinfei, your current state is not good. Don't go anymore, an elder advised. No, I came to Imperial Pass precisely to sharpen myself. Apart from this, I am also extremely interested in the ancient inheritance's natural luck outside the pass. I do not wish to miss them, Jean Jifei said. He was also someone who was free, not conscripted. After leaving the pass, he could move as he pleased. Uncle, I will go with you, Jean Jean spoke up. He was known as the heavenly talent of a generation. Jean family's present age number 1 genius. Potential limitless. The entire clan's high hopes placed on him. Jean Jifei shook his head, extremely firm in his decision as he said, "No, I will go myself. There won't be any issues. You should plan for the next time we set out. Do not mess up your own rhythm. There is no need to feel worry for me." Haha, Jean family's Dao friends do not need to worry. Outside the pass, the one who should worry about their life or death is that youngster. Wang Changhe walked over, advising with a smile. I hope this is how things turn out. Jean family's people nodded. The great army was majestic, entering the transport formation. Troop after troop of armored soldiers from all different clans were here, all of them extremely powerful. Sure Hao also walked forward, entering the transport formation. Radiance flashed, disappearing from this place. Then he appeared before another giant altar, discovering that even more troops were gathered here, no end in sight. These creatures' outer shapes were too massive, for example, a several thousand zhang tall golden giant, mountain ridge-like twin-headed ancient flood dragon, as well as mountainous green giant wolves and others. It was clear that the men the great knight on the heaven-swallowing beast Leah were only one branch of the great army. There were still many others, all of them gathering here. Once we leave this place, we will be outside the pass. All of you have to be careful. Remember, killing the enemy is the same as protecting your wives, protecting your loved ones. Men should be courageous and valiant, have to have mountain and river devouring ambitions, the battlefield where all of you can prove yourselves. Use the blood of enemies to compose your resounding war song. Several elders stood on the massive altar, boosting everyone's morale. All right, let's go on our way. I hope everyone can come back alive after killing the enemy, an elder said. At the same time, he produced golden bone pieces, adding them to the cracks on the altar. Hong! In that instant, large amounts of light surged, surrounding this place, forming a boundless heaven diagram, covering all of the cultivators underneath. In the distance was a great city wall that towered into the heavens, piled up through star remains. The nearby altar shone, opening up a path that led outside the pass. They were now setting out. With a schwa sound, everyone disappeared in an instant in an orderly manner, departing from this region inside the city walls, vanishing from this place. The void was blurry. Everyone could vaguely feel their bodies breaking apart. Along the way, they saw the birth of stars, and then their decline and destruction. They knew that they left the most terrifying realm gate, or else there wouldn't be this type of experience. It was as if 100 years passed, but also like a hurried moment, time unstable, many people unclear on how much time had passed. Everyone felt their bodies shaken, and then they discovered that they were already standing on a great earth. When one looked backwards, primal chaos surged, continuously roiling. A giant city towered into the boundless heavens, standing tall there, not collapsing through endless time, existing throughout eternity. That was Imperial Pass. It was already behind them, towering in primal chaos. Our heaven and earth is on the other side of the primal chaos? This is precisely outside the pass. When everyone turned around, truly looking forward, the creatures who left the pass for the first time were all shaken. The scene was desolate and bleak, as if it was an old-fashioned ink and wash painting, extremely ancient. The great desert was desolate, a long river extending out, a round sun setting. This was a great desert that stretched out for as far as one could see. The blood-colored setting sun was incredibly large, as if an undying barbaric beast was guarding the horizon, thoroughly red and striking. The scene outside the pass was savage and unrestrained. In the great desert, there were many fire beacons that were lit by those before them, not going out after thousands of years. There were some that had already existed for hundreds of thousands to millions of years. A great river stretched across the desert, never drying from the past until now, the water roaring past. If one looked at it carefully, they would all feel a feeling of fear. That river water was bright red and glaring, as if divine blood was flowing from the past until now, the blood color not fading at all. It was rumored that it is a direct branch of the Yellow Springs, originally yellow, but it was dyed red by the blood of experts. Now, the scarlet red color is unchanging, possessing a strong smell of blood. A great knight in the self-release realm said. This was especially the case when the blood-colored river surged. There would occasionally be splashes. A few skeletons would appear, all of them extremely different, with snow-white and sparkling ones, golden ones, and even those that released dark light. It was unknown just how many skeletal remains were in the river. All of them belonged to past experts, to the extent where there was no lack of long life bones. Many people died, too many creatures killed in battle, simply no way to tally them up. This was the two realms' greatest battlefield, as well as their burial ground. Suddenly, when someone walked forward, bone pieces appeared beneath the grit. There are bones underneath the ground too? There was a golden lion that was massive like a small mountain, making the desert cave in under its feet. In the end, it was discovered that there were too many skeletons underneath the sand. The cultivators who came here were, for the first time, were all shocked, because underneath the sand, the amount of skeletons might not even be less than the sand. Hong! Someone waved his sleeve, making sand and stones move aside. A large area of the desert cleaned up. It was covered in divine bones, sparkling and shining. The divine Tao aura still not scattering. There were just too many here, all of them severely damaged. Difficult to differentiate which bone they belonged to, crushed bones endless. The battle back then was bitter. Unknown just how many creatures from the two realms had their bones buried here. The spring water is blood? A young person cried out in alarm. Inside the desert, there was a blood spring several dozen li out that surged outwards. They could smell the bloodiness even from far away. Next to the blood spring grew an extremely beautiful flower, enchanting to the point of leaving one intoxicated. Hell flower. No one is allowed to approach it. The great knight's face immediately turned pale, even him feeling great fear, feeling waves of chilliness, urging the heaven-swallowing beast to continuously back up. Just a flower. Just how big of a deal can it be? Someone muttered quietly, not thinking much of it. An old knight seated on a picio immediately shouted out, "What do you understand? This flower is something not even supreme beings dare to gaze upon. If you went up, I guarantee that you will die without a burial ground." This was an old person full of prestige. That young cultivator immediately felt shaken up, not daring to speak back after hearing his roaring voice. Only when he stopped did others mutter quietly, lowering their stance to ask for guidance. "Senior, is this type of flower extremely terrifying? The only fortunate thing is that it is still many years from maturing, or else everyone would have already died here," the old knight on the picio said. The great knight's expression was serious. He stared at the bewitchingly beautiful flower, still carrying lingering fears as he said, "Fortunately, it is still far from maturing, or else it would be a huge disaster. However, in the future, this battlefield will definitely be covered in blood." Everyone was horrified, listening carefully. It was rumored that the hellflower's origins are mysterious. It was said that it was created through the soul of a true immortal after their death, growing after receiving the nourishment of countless creatures' blood on this battlefield. There were others who said that after an unmatched undying being died, this was a different type of regeneration. After taking root in the demonic earth soaked in the blood of endless creatures, devouring the remains of immortals, this flower was then produced. Back then, there was a supreme being who saw this flower for the first time, captivated by its beauty. He couldn't help but walk close, but in the end, as soon as his finger touched it, his body exploded to pieces. The same day, that hell flower matured, completely blooming here, fragrance spreading for hundreds of thousands of li, the entire world becoming scarlet red, as if covered in a sunset glow. In the end, all creatures, regardless of what side they were from, completely turned into a bloody paste, dying here. The endless blood turned into a small stream, gathering, absorbed by that hell flower. At this moment, that young man was horrified, not daring to act carelessly. When he looked at that flower, his knees even began to tremble. This was simply a world-shocking demonic flower. Send someone back. Inform Senior Meng Tianzheng and others that a true supreme being needs to come here with an immortal Tao supreme treasure. Eliminate this flower before it matures. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. There's not enough time, it already left. The great knight said with a sigh. Sure enough, that blood spring dried up, hell flower also entering the ground, disappearing from this place. Before it matured, it had an extremely self-protective consciousness, able to fly in the sky and escape through the earth, not even self-release realm cultivators able to catch up. After we cross this desert, the land will become even more vast with divine medicines, divine veins, ancient burial regions, heavenly beast forests, and other places. Where do you all wish to go? Someone asked Sure how Jin Jifei these types of people. There were a few geniuses who could move freely, able to leave the army, choose how to sharpen themselves on their own. For the first time I leave the pass. I am willing to follow the great army's will, wish to see the great scene of two realms clashing. Sure how said. The entire great desert used to be a battlefield, vast and boundless without end. Countless ancient people fought here, fighting into the heavens above and earth below. Even after endless time passed, it was still as if they could hear the resounding war songs and iron-blooded shouts of war. The great army advanced, pressing forward. The geniuses who could move freely all chose to follow along, also wishing to see the grand scene of the two realms fighting. There are undying beings holding down the other side, our side already not having true immortals a long time ago. Will we be able to stop them? Someone asked with a small voice. A genius asked. This was the first time he arrived in Imperial Pass, so he didn't understand this place at all. In reality, these were also the questions Sure how had inside the situation grim. How were the 9 heavens 10 earths supposed to stop the foreign masters? For all these years, my side's true immortals have all died off, no longer existing, yet every clan is still able to stand tall. There is naturally a reason for this. An old knight said. What is that reason? Someone cried out in alarm. When they entered the desert depths, everyone subconsciously raised their heads, because they just felt like there was something covering them above, boundless like a star dome. Those who came out for the first time were stunned. They looked towards the sky. Was this a demonic cloud or immortal mist? Pure white and darkness intertwined, as if yin and yang were wrapped around each other. The most crucial thing was that the abyss was linked up to the heavenly dome, entering the boundless unknown, and not towards the world below. It was truly too large and boundless, covering the world above the desert. Could this be that this is heaven abyss? Someone said to himself. Sure how was also stunned. He had heard before he came that there was this type of abyss, only it was unknown if it led into the depths of the great earth or towards the world beyond. It was extremely mysterious. This was created by spatial walls, coming from a mysterious domain. The black and pure white mist swirled together, intertwining, slowly moving, possessing terrifying strength. Inside that heaven abyss there were many star fragments that rose and fell. As it moved around, there was a terrifying demonic power that was created, the scene majestic. This wasn't a normal type of abyss, even stars could be swallowed up. However, it wasn't a black hole, truly was only an abyss, because when one continued walking in the desert, they could see that the sky abyss almost touched the surface. Because of this, they could see even more clearly that there were many star remains inside that moved slowly. Even more so, some giant skeletal remains floating, moving about, making one feel fear. This heaven abyss is mysterious and unknown. Many experts had tried to look into it, but no one has ever found out its source. However, it is what protects our world's desolate border. A great knight said. How does it protect us? Many people were confused. They saw that heaven abyss was almost within reach, yet they didn't sense any special power. It is ineffective against ordinary creatures, but once there are undying beings that cross over from the other side, entering this region, they will be sucked into heaven abyss, and thus disappear. The great knight said seriously. What? Many youngsters were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't help but step backwards, their expressions a bit pale. Something that could swallow up undying beings. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? Heaven Abyss was too frightening. Where did it lead to actually have this type of unmatched power? Don't worry, it won't swallow up you all. When normal creatures walk here, there won't be any changes. Only when undying beings appear will it swallow them up. The great knight explained. What was going on? It was here specifically to deal with undying beings? How did it take form? Who was the one who arranged this? Even now, no one knew, because after Immortal Ancients last years, this world was wiped out, civilization cut short. Everything couldn't be traced back. When the foreign side retreated, who was the one that chased them away? It was hard to say even now. This Heaven Abyss should have been formed then, right? That is why even after endless years, the other side, even though it attacks violently from time to time, after losing a few undying beings, they could only send their children to attack. An old knight said with a smile. It could be said that the existence of Heaven Abyss ensured the safety of the 9 heavens 10 earths, or else if the foreign undying existences came, Imperial Pass would definitely be in danger. In this era without true immortals, this abyss displayed tremendous use, stopping the foreign side's iron hooves. Many people looked towards the sky. This abyss that appeared in the heavens above gave everyone an incomparably mysterious feeling. There were too many secrets contained within. Where exactly does it lead to? The undying beings that it devoured, what happened to them? Did they die or were they transported to another strange land? This gave everyone a strong adventurous desire. They really wanted to know where it led to, what kind of truths were hidden. There was previously another city, but unfortunately, it has already disappeared, not appearing for a long time. An old knight said with a sigh. Sure Hao was immediately shocked. This was what he attached the most importance to, as well as one of the reasons why he left the pass. He wanted to find that city, understand what it was like now. Senior, where did it go? I do not know. Perhaps it hid itself in the void, perhaps completely broke apart. We have not seen it in recent times. The old knight released a sigh. It should still exist. A year ago, someone got a hurried glance at it, seemingly seeing some leftover images. The great knight on the heaven-swallowing beast said. Sure Hao wanted to understand more, but he discovered that everyone's understanding of that city was somewhat limited, unable to provide him with the reason why it disappeared. It was because that city was extremely mysterious. Even in the ancient era, it could only tower between the worlds alone, intermittently visible. During the most ancient times, Imperial Pass had previously been sealed, not allowing anything to go out, isolated from the outside world. It is unknown if something happened to Heaven Abyss or that ancient city during that time. An elder said quietly. This made Sure Hao's mind tremble, and then he clenched his fists. Imperial Pass sealed up the city, cutting itself off from the rest of the world. Sure Hao immediately developed many speculations, because he had seen some scenes. Could it be that the creatures in that ancient city were struggling with no support? If this was the case, there were definitely changes that took place. Imperial Pass actually sealed up the city. Were they refusing to provide aid? Or was there some other reason? Why didn't they go out of the pass to provide reinforcements? Sure Hao frowned, clenching his fists tightly. He felt that there were definitely some stories back then. These stories perhaps depressing, perhaps solemn and stirring, or perhaps couldn't be helped. I am going to investigate the truth. Return Stone Clan's innocence. He inwardly clenched his teeth. There are creatures up ahead. Suddenly, someone cried out, startling the entire army. At this time, at the limits of the horizon, the other side had long discovered the 9 heavens army, because there were just too many of them, too eye-catching. Get into formation. Prepare for battle. A great knight roared, leading his own troops. They got into formation, preparing to charge forward. This was not a normal great formation. Dazzling light flickered within the army, rushing into the heavens, forming a screen of energy light, protecting the great army. What kind of thing is that? Many people stared ahead, looking towards the horizon. The group of creatures' bodies were large, with humanoid ones, ancient beasts and vicious birds, currently constructing a mysterious formation. That was a huge undertaking, the amount of materials used just too great. What are they doing? They are arranging a great formation, wishing to attack Heaven Abyss, destroy this place, open up a path for the undying beings, which is why we need to defeat them, destroy the incomplete Great Formation, the Great Knight shouted. At this moment, the other armies also finished their preparations, about to charge forward. Kill them, an expert roared. Hong! Sky-shocking drumbeats sounded, the great battle erupting. Great armies rushed forward one after another, a great decisive battle unfolding. Oh! A desolate-sounding bugle horn rang out. From the limits of the horizon, countless creatures appeared, no limit in sight. The other side's preparations were ample, the great army already facing them seriously, stopping the work of creating the Great Formation, starting to engage the enemy. What kind of thing is this? Why is it so grotesquely shaped? The experts of different clans who came to the desert for the first time were all shocked. The foreign creatures were of all different appearance. A few creatures surging with killing energy rushed over, some like centipedes, making one feel terrified, some having pure white wings, beautiful and outstanding, but were actually male. There were some who were pitch black like ink, flesh dried up, looking like skeletal remains, only a layer of skin around their bones, known as ascetics. Kill! From the nine heavens side, a great knight seated on a white elephant roared, shaking up heaven and earth. The war halberd in his hands swept through the world, hacking forward murderously. He was a commander taking the lead. He released his most powerful combat strength, great cultivation of self, release realm released, the power simply unimaginable. With a hong sound, heaven and earth collapsed, moonlight falling down from that heaven abyss. Meanwhile, his great halberd tore through the sky like a streak of eternal immortal light, unstoppable. The desert ahead producing overflowing great waves. Large amounts of foreign cultivators cried out miserably, all of them swept through and killed. One could see that an expanse of blood waves surged, many foreign cultivators howling bitterly. This type of killing attack was terrifying and bloody, but this was precisely the battlefield, extremely cruel. Ao? The white elephant the great knight was seated on released a long roar. Its snow-white elephant nose swung about, sweeping ferociously through the foreign army. Its white elephant nose was becoming thick, instantly becoming like a mountain ridge, frantically smashing towards the foreign enemies. It was best if a few important enemies were injured by this attack. Pong! This thick elephant nose possessed astonishing murderous power, immediately making the foreign cultivators suffer considerable losses. Many people coughed out blood and flew outwards, some directly exploding. Courting death, a monster leapt out from the foreign army. Golden hair scattered down, lion head, human body, alligator tail. It released roars, brandishing a divine spear as it slaughtered its way over. Dang! It faced the great knight seated on the white elephant, their weapons crossing, the void erupting, the noise ringing for hundreds of thousands of li chi. Following this individual's war spear displaying might, the foreign army rushed over, about to engage in muddled warfare. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Both sides engaged each other, quickly fighting a battle of life and death. Pooh! Blood splashed out from time to time. The great battle was incredibly intense. With each step that was taken, there would always be people who fell, turning into corpses. The intense battle was too miserable. Kill! The sky dome was even about to be shattered, battered by war energy. All sides trembled, the great earth even about to collapse. Pooh! That great knight fell, because that lion-headed, human-bodied powerful creature was too terrifying. In the great confrontation, its divine spear swept out like a heavenly blade, spear point brilliant, slicing through the great knight's neck, making his head fly out, large amounts of blood gushing forth. No! On the nine heavens side, many people cried out. A great knight was defeated just like that? He was definitely going to fall. Oh! In the distance, someone roared out. shaking heaven and earth, wishing to stop this, but he didn't succeed. This was the battlefield, life and death ruled by fate, extremely cruel. Assume the battle formation. An old knight roared, commanding this battle. This battle was too shocking. Blood scattered, pouring down like rain. I am going to kill you. Right at this time, the great knight seated on the heaven-swallowing beast dove down. The man and beast seemingly won. He held a pure gold mace in his hands, smashing it forward. Dang! The weapon in his hand enlarged, becoming like a mountain, its power intimidating. It smashed towards the lion-headed monster, but in the end, it collided with the other party's war spear, the noise truly too deafening. Death was everywhere. Too miserable, blood flowing for thousands of li, corpses lying everywhere. Right now, on the boundless desert, the color of blood was glaring and endless. Roaring voices shaking the heavenly dome, shouts of war even more so directly rushing into the heavens. Sure how surged with hot blood. He finally arrived outside the pass, seeing the foreign great army, battle suddenly erupting just like that. He was going to take action here. Kill! Sure how entered the great army, diving down like a demonic god, starting to take action. Unleash a massacre here. Killing 100 individuals could exchange for one life. Killing 100,000 people was needed to absolve Stone Clan of its sins. He was going to fight with his utmost here. A great sun set in the west, sunset radiance like blood, scarlet clouds heavy. Most of the sky was a red color, crimson color spreading, beautiful and bewitching. It was to the extent where there was a bloody smell that rushed into their nostrils. This wasn't a misconception, because shouts of war filled the skies, endless creatures fighting a great life and death battle, blood scattering down in large amounts everywhere. The war zone was vast, creatures endless, impossible to count just how many there were. Corpses rested on the ground one after another, stretching out for hundreds of thousands of li, coming from different clans. This was a great battle of cultivators, completely different from that of ordinary people. The effects of this battle were too far-reaching. It was because cultivators who were slightly stronger could travel hundreds, or even over 1,000 li in an instant, slaughtering to the east, fighting to the west, the boundless desert becoming a giant battlefield. Kill! The roaring sounds rushed into the heavens, shaking up heaven and earth, the skies even collapsing. It was because the creatures who were fighting were all too powerful. The murderous intent of war reached into the heavens above and earth below, shaking up the void. The world's fluctuations were intense, blood scattering outwards. One could see many areas on the ground were damp, becoming a scarlet-red color. In the sky dome above, atop 100,000 Zhang flood dragon, a great knight was killed, blood pouring down from above. He was one of the 9 heavens commanders, falling here. Meanwhile, his mount, that twin-headed ancient flood dragon, couldn't escape either. It had cultivated for endless time, body 100 Zhang long, like a giant mountain ridge in the sky, forcibly torn apart by the violent ape-like creature from the other side. In that instant, a rain of blood poured down from the sky, joining up with the horizon's sunset glow. It was just too striking, heaven and earth becoming a red color, terrifying to the point of making one's heart pound. This region was drenched in a rain of blood, this place completely red. Even though it was a desert, there were still many blood swamps created, this place even more so suffused with a bloody smell. In this place, life was just this brittle. Even if it was the self-release realm great knights who towered above most experts, standing at the peak of martial Tao, they still might die at any turn, life and death hard to say. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, many people's eyes became red. That foreign powerful expert's entire body was covered in black hair, as tall as the sky. It raised its head, roaring, collapsing the clouds all around it. It was at least several tens of thousands of zhang in height, truly terrifying. Part of its body was drenched in blood, making it look even more sinister, as if it were a great demon king who stood at the peak of this world. Hong! The sky was ripped apart, another great knight hurrying over from the distance. An ancient cauldron was suspended above him, rushing down powerfully, starting to fight fiercely with this vicious creature. Even further out, Hao took action, already joining the fight. On this battlefield, if one didn't kill their enemy, then they would be killed, neither party able to coexist. It was extremely cruel. Even the most powerful cultivators would die here from the slightest carelessness. Dang! An enemy brandished a heavenly spear, but it was blasted aside and broken. With a turn of his hand, lightning Emperor Precious technique erupted. With a ka sound, a streak of purple-colored lightning flew out from his palm, blasting the enemy into charred coal. First one. He kept count, directly facing a creature next to him. Pooh! Kuan-Pung fist was released, striking outwards. Blood splashed outwards, immediately killing several people, all of them exploding. There were no weaklings here, the few people he killed in succession all in the heavenly deity realm. Those who could enter the great desert were all at least heavenly deities. Just how shocking and cruel was this? Otherwise, they didn't even have the qualifications to come here to serve as a soldier. Ninth! Hao kept count, his expression indifferent, not showing any mercy. It was because if one didn't kill the enemy here, then they would be killed. Moreover, these foreign creatures came to blast open Imperial Pass. If they failed to protect it, then the other side would invade, entering the 9 heavens 10 earths. It could be said that this was a group of cold-blooded, indiscriminate murderers. In the past, they had already done this, wiping out all clans, completely destroying Immortal Ancient. Now, they wished to recreate this tragedy. That was why Hao didn't feel the slightest bit of pity, killing them decisively, taking action when he should take action. Young man, there is no need to keep count. This is for you. An old cultivator flung over a bone tile that was extremely warm like jade. On it carved a complex diagram. What is this? Hao was confused, asking him. At the same time, a blood-soaked war spear stabbed over. This person an extremely powerful foreign creature. It had a silver body, looked like a devil, throwing itself over, a Void Dao realm cultivator. This creature already continuously killed more than 10 people from the 9 heavens side. Extremely tyrannical in this region. Kill! Hao's eyes released cold light, because there was still half a heart nailed on that blood war spear, still beating. It was treated like food by that creature, half of it chewed off. It was too savage. Now, this creature targeted Hao, the blood-colored war spear piercing towards the space between his brows. Dang! Hao's hand pressed together, and then he forcefully exerted force. The spear broke apart, and then with a hong noise, Hao went all out, not holding back at all. He treated this as a great life and death battle, a fist smashing outwards. This creature used its ancestral method. Divine light surged, forming a divine pot, swallowing up heaven and earth essence, stopping Hao's fist, wishing to subdue him here. Pa! The divine pot shattered. Hao's fist was incomparably ferocious, blasting through the sacred light surrounding the creature, directly piercing through its chest, making its body explode, blood splashing everywhere. Right at this time, the bone tile that the elder gave Hao shone, recording a number. This is a merit tile? Do you know what kind of use it has now? The old cultivator said with a smile. I understand. Hao nodded. Pong! Hao slapped a bloody-mouthed creature to pieces in passing, ending its life. In the end, he discovered that there were no symbols that flickered on the bone tile, not recording it down. What is going on? Heavenly deities in the outside world are quite excellent, but in this place, they cannot be considered experts. The merit tile won't record it. The old cultivator explained. This left Hao shaken. Only when Void Dao realm cultivators were killed would it be recorded here. This was just too strict. He couldn't help but release a light sigh. Even if there were only 1,000 people left in Stone Clan, the merit he needed not as much as before, he still had to kill 100,000 enemies. If they all had to be Void Dao realm cultivators or greater, then just the thought alone would make one's scalp turn numb. Do you need merit badly? An old cultivator asked. Hao nodded his head. He truly did need it. Stone Clan's situation was bleak. If this continued, the entire clan would be wiped out. In the past, there were countless people, but now, how few were left. If you have the confidence, feel like you can become powerful enough, you can seek out special creatures, for example, those king clans. Even if they are also in the Void Dao realm, killing one might be equivalent to killing a group of other experts. Good. Shurhao nodded. He opened his heavenly eyes, seeking out these so-called powerful clans on the battlefield, wishing to kill extraordinary experts. Shurhao slaughtered his way in a certain direction, separating from the old cultivator. He wanted to seek out foreign king clans. If he encountered a young emperor clan cultivator, then that would be even better. Ow-ho! A muffled roar sounded, originating from the foreign side. Several dozen cages appeared. All of them opened with a quangdong noise. A group of giant beasts rushed out, every one of them incredibly ferocious. These giant beasts ranged from several thousand zhong in size to tens of thousands of zhong in size, all of them terrifying creatures, carrying a wave of horrifying baleful energy, as if they crawled out from a mountain of corpses, seas of blood. There was a giant vicious beast that was 8,000 zhong, resembling a vicious wolf, but it didn't have any fur, instead covered in black scales that flickered with terrifying dark light. It rushed over from the horizon. It was sinister and ferocious. Opening its mouth, it instantly swallowed several dozen cultivators, blood splashing far into the distance. This vicious beast was extremely terrifying, slaughtering everything in its path, sweeping through everyone. War beasts bred specially for massacring were let out of their cages, eyes scarlet red, chasing after the cultivators of the 9 heavens. Brutes that need to be executed. The old cultivator who gifted Shurhao the bone tile roared, stirring on his mouth, slaughtering his way outwards. In his hands was a long blade that was as bright as snow. When it was brandished, heaven and earth collapsed, killing intent surging, as if great waves were rushing forth. The old knight was extremely strong, at the peak of the Void Dao realm. He urged his mount, rushing forward to stop this crazy war beast. That blade quickly enlarged, becoming 10,000 zhong long, crushing down like an enormous mountain ridge. Moreover, there was a deep cold energy, silver blade radiance tearing through the sky, hacking towards this vicious beast, landing on its back, wishing to directly bisect it at its waist. This beast was too vicious. If he was a second too late, it would have devoured many cultivators. If he had acted a moment too late, it would swallow up many cultivators. The results of waiting any longer would be too horrible to contemplate. Roar. However, when faced with this sky-shocking blade, this vicious beast didn't panic or evade. It released a roar, shattering the nearby space. Moreover, its entire body flourished with dark light, looking like a black sun. In that instant, giant bone spurs appeared on its back one after another. It rushed angrily into the skies, extremely sinister, tough and sharp. On its black-colored body's back, the thick bone spurs emerged in rows, too fierce, surging with dark light. It was like a reaper of life from hell, cruel and powerful. Dang! The old cultivator's 10,000 zhong long blade descended, hacking down on its back, perfectly stopped by these bony spurs, unable to achieve the desired effect. Pooh! At the same time, this demon king vicious beast opened its large bloody mouth, swallowing up the old cultivator with one gulp, forcefully crushing him into a bloody paste, blood spilling out from the gaps in its mouth. No! Master! In the distance, a group of young cultivators' eyes felt like they were going to split. When they saw this scene, they felt incomparable pain, their hearts even bleeding, this scene too miserable. In the great desert, it was just this cruel, life and death fickle. Those who had been famous for many years might die at any time here. This was the burial ground for many experts. Shurhao saw this scene with his own eyes, his brows standing up straight, eyes slightly red. The distance was too far, he couldn't stop it in time. Ah! He released a great roar, body rushing out. Leaving the back of the mount he seized from Jin Jifei, going back the way he came from, rushing up, killing in that direction. The old cultivator kind-heartedly gifted him the merit tile, giving him pointers on the battlefield. Yet in the end, as soon as they separated, He died just like this, moreover so tragically. "I will kill you," Xianxia roared. At this time, this vicious beast was still acting crazily, actually sweeping through everything in its path. No one in the surroundings able to stop it. In the blink of an eye, there was a large zone of death created, broken arms and ruined limbs everywhere, all forcefully devoured. Weapons and precious techniques landed on its body, yet they weren't that effective. This ancient beast was too strong. The black armor on its body incomparably sturdy, sparks flying in all directions, completely unaffected. "Be careful. This is a king bloodline. Within it flows the blood of a king clan," someone shouted out, reminding the people around him. "Brute, go to hell." Xianxia rushed forward, making the cultivators of the surroundings clans move out of the way. He directly dove down, body becoming larger, his magical projection filling up heaven and earth, as if a giant appeared in this world. When one cultivated to a certain realm, they would be able to display a magical projection, able to tower into the clouds. It was to the extent where when one's cultivation was sufficiently deep, they could directly grab down the sun and moon. Xianxia was 10,000 zhang tall, eyes like two suns, bright and dazzling. He did everything he could to slaughter his way forward, wishing to directly kill this beast. Ao? This vicious beast sensed danger, turned around, looking like it wanted to run. "You can't escape," Xianxia roared, chasing after it. Pong! The void exploded. This vicious beast didn't truly run, but rather had its back towards Xianxia, smashing it towards him. It was because there were many sky-reaching bone spurs on its back that were incomparably sharp, able to split the universe. All of the bone spurs shone, almost burning. They were supported by its ancestral technique, wishing to forcefully impale Xianxia, kill him here. However, it was useless. Xianxia went berserk, using his greatest power, displaying his own innate supreme being precious technique, Reincarnation, his fist smashing over. Hong! A large half of these bone spurs immediately exploded, moreover its back went limp, body aging, starting to shed old skin. However, this ancient beast truly was extremely strong, having a bad feeling. All of the bone spears shot out from its body, turning into giant arrows, firing at Xianxia. Meanwhile, its own body quickly escaped. Xianxia surged with murderous intent. How could he allow it to escape? He quickly chased after it. Ho! He released a great roar, grabbing this 80,000 zhang long giant vicious beast, and then both his hands exerted force, directly tearing it apart in midair. Blood poured down like a long river, scattering downwards, dyeing the great desert red. Xianxia's massive magical projection towered there, 10,000 zhang tall, directly ripping this 8,000 zhang long ancient beast in half, moreover raising it above his head. This immediately shocked everyone nearby. Who was the vicious beast here? Oho! This vicious beast still didn't completely die, struggling about there, primordial spirit wishing to struggle free, but it was trapped in its flesh, unable to leave. Chi! Xianxia exerted force, Reincarnation divine ability erupted, making its flesh directly age who knew how many tens of thousands of years, beast skin sagging, continuously falling. Bones were revealed, continuously growing dim, no longer sturdy, its primordial spirit instead starting to age and decline. This was also under its seriously wounded state, the consequences even more so far from reassuring. There was simply no way for it to resist Xianxia's Reincarnation divine ability. Pooh! Immediately afterwards, its primordial spirit decayed, filled with cracks, as if it had been cut by heavenly blades over 100 times. It then turned into ashes, instantly separating, aging to the point where it decayed, completely dying. Excellent! Many people cried out, clapping their hands. It was because this beast really was too vicious just now. The old cultivator's disciples carried tears in their eyes, nodding in Xianxia's direction. They didn't say anything else, turning around to kill enemies. It was because on this battlefield, death was too common, even the most powerful cultivators eventually dying here. Right now, when everyone was slaughtering to the point of almost going crazy, they didn't stop, There was no chance to hesitate. With enemies all around them, they had to keep fighting. Kill him for me. In the distance, someone waved a war banner, pointing in Shao's direction, ordering experts to move out. Take Shao's head. The one who died was a king beast. It died such a humiliating death, ripped apart by someone, truly affecting their morale. They had to suppress the one who did this with iron-blooded methods. Xiao discovered that the sparkling bone tile shone, revealing a number, instantly adding 50 heads. This powerful vicious beast was equivalent to the heads of 50 Void Dao realm cultivators. There were several dozen cages in the distance. Just now, several dozen giant beasts were released, vicious energy overflowing, wreaking havoc through the masses. At this moment, they received orders, all of them rushing in Shao's direction. This type of giant beast was too majestic, as if imposing great peaks were moving, shaking up the void until it rumbled with noise, truly intimidating. A vicious beast covered in fur rushed over, having a lion-like body, but a golden mammoth head. It was 20,000 zhang tall, body resembling a mountain. With a hong noise, that golden nose swept over, making the void explode. Its nose was too long, truly as if a mountain ridge was falling, lashing at Xiao. Moreover, it released shocking golden light, using its ancestral method to support this elephant trunk, wishing to kill Xiao on the spot. It was clear that its cultivation realm was extremely high in the self-severing realm, moreover at the consummate level. It was incredibly ferocious, similarly a vicious beast with king blood flowing through it. Everyone's expressions changed. Xiao's display just now was extraordinary, but he was now undoubtedly in danger, no one wishing to see him die. Hurry and retreat. Don't face it head-on. It was because this vicious beast's cultivation was too profound, could not be fought directly. At the same time, in another direction, there were several other vicious beasts who also rushed over, every one of them extraordinary and terrifying. The smallest 10,000 zhang tall, killing intent roiling. Not good. He was noticed by the dragon slayers. They want to eliminate Huang, someone said quietly. The other side had dragon slayers who were in charge of watching this battlefield. When they noticed anyone especially strong, or young cultivators with powerful potential, they would focus on them, prioritize beheading them. With a chong sound, Xiao produced a strange weapon. This was a dragon scale that came from the blood-soaked black ancient ship, a defying dragon scale. He previously had Great Elder look at it, verifying that this was a true dragon's defying scale, a shocking supreme treasure. It carried incomparable murderous energy, but he had never activated it. Dragons had defying scales. When provoked, there would inevitably be rage. This scale couldn't be lightly touched, couldn't be blasphemed against. Right now, Xiao prepared to use it like a weapon, testing it out here to unleash a great slaughter. However, things weren't that terrible. When a few vicious monsters threw themselves over, a bowstring noise sounded in the skies above. Chi! An iron arrow seemed to fly over from the heavens beyond, fast as lightning, like a streak of eternal immortal light. It was too terrifying, making the void collapse and explode. Pooh! Blood blossomed. That lion-bodied, golden mammoth-headed monster had its skull instantly pierced through. It released a mournful cry, and then its body turned into a blast of bloody mist. This was a several tens of thousands of zhang tall giant beast, but it was killed by an arrow just like that. Then, other giant vicious beasts were also shot through, exploding in the sky. Everyone turned around. There was a middle-aged male there, in his hands a great bow, expression calm, as if he was only carrying out an extremely normal task. One had to understand that just now, those giant beasts were in the self-severing realm, yet in the end they were eliminated by him just like that. It's him, one of Imperial past 10 archery gods. Someone cried out in alarm. Divine arrow unmatched. Many people exclaimed in admiration, and then they revealed fanatical expressions. Xiao was shocked. He had seen this person before. When he first entered Imperial Pass, he had previously saw him practice his archery. Every single arrow shooting into the world beyond. Rumored that every single arrow could shatter a star. Now, he received verification. He shot down self-severing realm vicious beasts like shooting down cattle, just too powerful, directly making them explode. Demon Hunter. In the foreign side, there were people who said quietly, their pupils contracting as they stared at the divine archer. Just like the foreign side had dragon slayers, the 9 heavens 10 earths had demon hunters, here specially for dealing with especially powerful enemies. Now, there was someone who wished to kill the dragon that was sure how, so the 9 heavens directly displayed a powerful response, hunting those who took action. This demon hunter was especially formidable, one of imperial past 10 archery gods. Moreover, he himself was at the peak of the self-release realm, power deep and immeasurable. Do not try to overwhelm the dragons with numbers for now. Just find kings who are at similar cultivation realms and kill them. There was someone from the foreign side who gave the order, feeling restraining fear towards that archer. If they didn't want to incur the revenge of the other side, then they could only fight in an upright manner, search for kings that were of similar cultivation realms to kill sure how. The Great War continued, entire battlefield too large. This was just one part. However, this place drew many people's attention. A golden creature appeared, on its back Xianxia wings, having a human body. It was quite similar to a human, but it was extremely ugly. Its entire body looked like it was cast from gold, giving off a great feeling of power. Golden Xianxia, a king race. A powerful young king has appeared, its bloodline even more noble than a king beast's. On the battlefield, someone cried out. This was but a glorious and well-known king race, extremely well-known in the foreign side. This clan was one who had been ranked within the top 15 king clans for a long time. Ha, just a human, yet you all think he is worth me taking action? However, since there are orders from above, then I will take your head. The golden Xianxia threw itself over. This place immediately became quiet. Many creatures backed up, giving them a sufficiently wide space. Is the golden Xianxia clan that formidable? The so-called king race? It's not like I haven't killed them before. Sure how said coldly. Even someone like you dare boast shamelessly? My realm's king races. Just a single one can kill a group of creatures of the same level from your side. Not even your realm's so-called young supreme beings are a match. The golden Xianxia was arrogant. With a hong noise, it took action, fast like lightning. Its golden fist made heaven and earth collapse, immediately arriving before Sure How. Pong! Sure How faced this attack, directly rushing up, fist against fist, endless light erupting. Kacha! The sound of bones fracturing rang out, cries of alarm sounding from the other side. The golden Xianxia king race has innately domineering bodies, yet he dares compete in physical strength, simply not knowing the difference between life and death. Just a single punch, yet that human brat's fist already shattered. Ha-ha. However, those foreign creatures' laughter came to a screeching halt, all of them becoming stunned. It was because they saw the golden Xianxia tremble greatly, staggering backwards. Its fist was deformed, entire arm dripping with blood. Impossible! Many people cried out. Hong! Sure How's entire body shone, using the most powerful precious techniques, slaughtering his way forward. Meanwhile, this time, he even more so operated imperishable scripture. It was as if a heavenly emperor was brandishing his fist, blasting this world apart. Pong! 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 He continuously swung his fists, moving about like lightning, speed too fast. All of them landed on the golden Xianxia's arms. The golden Xianxia braced itself against these attacks, or else its body would have been blasted through. In the end, under these fists, his arms distorted, and then suddenly exploded. Hong! Moreover, afterwards, his body cracked apart, suddenly also exploding. His arms weren't able to block all of the force, body still affected, exploding under the tremendous power. It was completely silent, the foreign side utterly stupefied. All of them thought that their side was going to achieve a great victory. Yet in the end, they discovered that their representative was easily crushed. Who is he? Who is this person? Many people cried out. Just a golden Xianxia, even if you are a king race, so what? Even 10 of your realm's ranked young kings were killed by me in a single breath. let alone someone like you. Sure Hao said coldly. He is Huang. I went to Great Scarlet Sky Border. Previously saw the scene of him killing 10 kings from my side. A figure rushed out from the distance, shouting like this. Heavens! It's him, the legendary murderous fiend. He is Huang. Capture him, someone ordered. Huang. At the same time, on the 9 heavens 10 earth side, it was as if a sun rose into the sky. It was that archer, towering in the air, entire body shining, offering Sure Hao protection. The great knight seated on the heaven-swallowing beast, after defeating his opponent, also rushed over, protecting Sure Hao. 2 other great knights also rushed over, one of them shouting, if your side's young kings are unwilling, then they can feel free to come over. However, if you wish to behead dragons, then you all need to pass us first. Who knows, we might have to hunt some demons. All of the young kings, just come at me. Sure Hao walked forward, facing the foreign creatures, still without fear, challenging those powerful king races. It really is Huang. He actually came, seeing him again here. Who will take action and kill him? The deaths in Great Scarlet Sky Border are unforgivable. There was a creature who said through clenched teeth, staring at the battlefield. Sure Hao walked forward step by step, roaring loudly. Actually, what I wish to know is if there are any young experts from Emperor clans here. It really is him, a creature said quietly, looking at Sure Hao, cold light flickering in its eyes. I never expected him to have come to Desolate Border too, daring to appear here. Who knows just how many people want to kill him? Another young foreign creature said with a cold laugh. The battle of Great Scarlet Sky Border ended in the foreign side's younger generation's great loss, 1 person killing 10 of their kings. This type of battle accomplishment made everyone feel ashamed. When news were transmitted to the other side, all clans were shaken. There was actually someone who was this domineering, continuously killing 10 great experts of their young generation, who wouldn't feel shocked. It could be said that during this year, many creatures of the foreign side's younger generation were eager to give it a try. All of them carried a wave of resentment, wishing to fight against this person. Even some older generation figures learned about the results of Great Scarlet Sky Border. Towards the defeat of the younger generation, they all carried different opinions. It could be said that Sure Hao already had some reputation in the other side, quite a few creatures hearing about him, many of the younger generation even viewing him as their rivals. Now that he truly appeared here, it naturally produced a great disturbance. You came at the perfect time. Kill him. Completely eliminate this disaster. Wash away Great Scarlet Sky Border's humiliation. Remove his head. Today is the day. On the other side, quite a few creatures were releasing low roars, every one of them clenching their fists tightly, eager to give it a try. On the other side, the clans were all aggressive, warlike races, extremely brave. Even the younger generation, when they saw Sure Hao, not only did they not feel fear, they all wanted to fight. Of course, the ones who had these types of thoughts, daring to step out, were mostly king clans. It was because normal cultivators understood well that if they went up, they would undoubtedly die. Only king clans could fight. Chi! The void distorted. A figure quickly rushed out, arriving forward. This was a large spider, entire body shining with silver light. It was roughly a zhang in length, not all that large, but extremely intimidating. A spider that was even taller than a human stood there, making those who saw it shiver with fear. Silver Spider King, we have some on our 9 heavens 10 earth side too. Sure Hao stared at it. Was this a clan that turned traitor, or was it a species that was subdued after falling into enemy hands? He knew that the other side had large areas where the creatures residing within were the same as the 9 heavens side. For example, Mo Dao, he wasn't much different from a human. So you are Huang, the human youngster who was rumored to have killed 10 of my side's kings? The Silver Spider King asked. Its 8 legs were standing on the ground, flickering with silver radiance like an ice-cold metal body. I am. Sure Hao nodded. Then there's no more issues. Just hand over your life. The Silver Spider King was extremely decisive, throwing itself over. This area was originally rather quiet, but now it immediately erupted with noise. When the Silver Spider King threw itself over, crazy winds swept about, sand and rock flying everywhere, the desert erupting into chaos. Hong! Waves of sand overflowed into the heavens, reaching more than 10,000 zhong into the air, submerging the heavens. Sand and dust surged, hiding the sky and covering the earth, the entire world becoming a hazy yellow color. The most terrifying thing was that divine force vortices appeared. Silver vortices tore through the air one after another, about to swallow up Xianxia inside. The Silver Spider King took action, immediately using an extreme art. It was fully aware of how terrifying Xianxia was, so it wanted to seize the initiative, gain the upper hand, place him at a disadvantage until it found an opportunity to kill him. With a raise of Xiao's hand, large amounts of golden feathers appeared. These were Kuan Peng feathers. They turned into divine arrows one after another, all of them shooting into the silver-colored vortices. It was as if sparks flickered about, this place immediately lighting up. Hong! Golden radiance and silver light exploded, brilliant in that place, the void caving in. Waves of sand surged, the desert like a vast body of water. Under the effects of divine force, they surged greatly, a large amount of the sand waves directly rushing into the heavens beyond, layers of clouds completely scattering. Inescapable net! The Silver Spider King roared out. It didn't dare act with the slightest bit of carelessness, using its most powerful divine ability. In its surroundings, ripples were formed one after another, spreading outwards. This was a shocking domain. Moreover, it sprayed out wisps of divine force that mixed with those ripples, producing a giant spider web. An 8 trigrams web covered heaven and earth, surrounding in Xiao's direction, wiping out life force, imprisoning souls, extremely terrifying. Not good. Even from far away, there were some watching this battle who couldn't hold on, their primordial spirits starting to leave their bodies, directly sucked out, landing on that great web. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. One person dying violently on the spot. His primordial spirit was swallowed up by that web, dying an extremely miserable death. This left everyone feeling greatly alarmed. This spider was too terrifying. Hong! The silver great web descended, covering everything, impossible for sure how to avoid it, covering him underneath. Isn't your flesh unmatched? I am going to capture your primordial spirit, refine your soul. The Silver Spider King roared sinisterly. Its enemy was already covered by the web, which meant that it was about to succeed. It was because not a single enemy had been able to escape before. Xiao stood there without moving, but the domain in his surroundings became who knew how many times stronger. In addition, heavy clouds appeared high up in the sky, thunder and lightning suddenly appearing. Hong! Lightning poured down like a waterfall, crashing down from the heavens above. This wasn't normal lightning. It carried wisps of chaotic energy, extremely terrifying and shocking. Moreover, large amounts of rain poured down, lightning flashing, thunder roaring, the scene terrifying. Xiao used his Lightning Emperor Precious technique, moreover releasing the most powerful attack, using lightning tribulation to sweep through heaven and earth, purge the world. In that instant, the spider web known to have refined all Void Dao realm experts to death was turned to dust, completely breaking apart, and then disappearing. Ah! The Silver Spider King cried out, because it was struck by streak after streak of thick lightning that were as thick as mountains, entire body charred black, exploding soon afterwards. A king fell, moreover so quickly. The foreign side entered a short period of silence. Just like the golden Xianxia, comparable to 200 heads, Xiao said to himself. When they heard his words, the creatures on the other side glared at him. Good, you killed it well. On the 9 heavens side, there were people who cheered loudly. Hong! Right at this time, a finger appeared in the sky dome, golden-colored, suppressing heaven and earth. It fell with some falling stars, quickly pressing down towards Xiao. This scene was extremely terrifying. This person could definitely crush the moon with a single finger. This type of massive golden finger was like a pillar that supported heaven. The rumbling sounds were ear-splitting. Everyone was horrified. This expert sat in the sky dome above, definitely incomparably powerful. Right now, he took action to kill Hao. The finger was just too large, even mountain ridges insignificant in comparison. You dare! The great knight seated on the heaven-swallowing beast shouted. Rising up, he left his mount, holding a pure golden mace in his hands, pointing it towards the sky dome. In that instant, the golden mace enlarged, facing the finger, releasing great Tao lightning sounds. Endless symbols' precious light rushed into the heavens. Hong! Blazing light flickered about between heaven and earth. That golden finger turned into a great golden hand, covering everything. No one could look straight at it, it was too resplendent. With a dong noise, the golden mace struck the heavens, colliding with the great golden finger, tearing apart the sky dome. Under many people's shocked eyes, small stars exploded one after another in outer space, falling down. Isn't your foreign side brave? Enjoying battles? Fights between kings? Why are you doing this today? The great knight holding the golden mace said coldly. The foreign clans were warlike, extremely bold, known as aggressive clans, yet today, there was a great figure who wanted to directly wipe out Hao, clearly seeing him as a great threat in the future. This isn't an ordinary battlefield after all. What is the point of speaking so much? We are all cultivators, who would bother with such details? In the sky, a golden divine ring appeared, a powerful creature surrounded within. This was an expert at the peak of the self-release realm. He looked down on everyone below. Chi! On the 9 heavens side, what was given in response was a divine arrow that tore through the sky, continuously firing 4 shots. They turned into 4 terrifying divine rainbows, rushing towards the foreign side. No! Ah! For powerful creatures released miserable cries, unable to escape at all, immediately exploding, blasted by the divine arrows until not even bones remained. They were all King Clan's people, all of them experts with great potential. In the end, they were killed so easily. Without a doubt, the one who took action was one of Imperial past 10 archery gods. His expression was cold, saying, "Since it is like this, then I do not need to admire your foreign side's bravery either. The demon hunting will begin. Who cares if you are a shrimp or an alligator? I'll kill whoever I want." The expressions of the creatures of the other side changed. The divine archers of Imperial Pass were the enemies they feared the most, simply nightmares on the battlefield that couldn't be avoided. Hong! However, the top-level figures of the other side didn't compromise, still powerful. 3 figures flew over in succession. There was even a black-colored divine arrow that shot at Hao. Dang! On the 9 heavens side, a divine archer fired his bow, an arrow shooting out, wind and lightning surging. Chains of order appeared everywhere, stopping that black arrow, blasting it apart. Kill! Moreover, on the 9 heavens side, there were several knights who appeared, rushing forward to stop the foreign great experts. The skies immediately exploded. All types of natural laws appeared, auspicious light appearing in tens of thousands of streaks, blossoming between heaven and earth. This type of power was too boundless. Kill! The divine archer who came from Imperial Pass released a loud shout, continuously firing his bow. As a result, after just an instant, large amounts of people were shot into bloody mist, the scene terrifying. Ha! Foreign cowards. All of you are greedy for life, afraid of death, not daring to fight on your own, inciting the old turtles to come out and launch hidden attacks. Are you all scared? Were you all slaughtered in great scarlet sky border until you became scared stiff? No one from your younger generation daring to fight, only able to hide in the back. Aggressive clans my ass. More like incompetent clans. On the 9 heavens side, someone ridiculed. On the foreign side, the young generation were all seething with anger. Even though they were ruthless, it had to be said that they were brave and warlike, something that originated from their bones, easily provoked. Moreover, they didn't ask the older generation to take action, but were rather truly wanting to kill Huang themselves. Old ancestors, please stop. We are willing to remove Huang's head. Wash away the shame from great scarlet sky border. Old ancestors, please allow us to do this. If we cannot kill Huang in a fair battle, my side's younger generation will always feel shame, forever unable to erase this feeling of humiliation. A few people roared out at the same time, petitioning towards those old ancestors. In the sky, the foreign creatures who were currently fighting frowned, all of them feeling a bit dissatisfied. Just now, they really wanted to directly kill Hao, but never expected that there would be several people offering him protection, all of them top-level figures. They already saw that Hao's potential was frightening. Leaving him behind might lead to a disaster. However, right now, the younger generation of their side were so stirred up, every one of them incredibly courageous. If they were dissatisfied, it might affect their morale. Moreover, they believed that the 9 heavens 10 earths would inevitably be destroyed. If they mustered such great forces against a small cultivator, disregarding the feelings of their side's youngsters, it really wasn't all that good. It was because they believed that on their side, there were definitely young experts who could kill Huang. Shua, the top-level experts from the foreign side all withdrew, not taking action anymore. The desert was endless, as were the battles. Meanwhile, this was only one battlefield. There was still blood being shed elsewhere, fighting going on. However, the activity here also drew the attention of many people in the distance. This time, which stunning figures from our younger generation came to desolate border? An old ancestor asked. Many people shook their heads, not knowing the answer to this question. Of the younger generation, the most powerful 10 great king clan experts, has any of them come? I don't think any of them did. No, there is one. The 4th-ranked martial heavenly king might have came. Someone replied quietly. Of the foreign side, in the younger generation, only the king clan experts ranked in the top 10 spots could be called heavenly kings. Hao had killed a few foreign king clan youngsters, but he had never fought against a heavenly king yet. Apart from this, the ones known as heavenly kings all received guidance from undying beings. Extremely powerful, every one of them dominating a region, unmatched at their level, able to sweep through the masses. The expert in the golden divine ring nodded, and then said, "Good. It was actually the 4th-ranked martial heavenly king. I know of him, he is quite formidable. Find him for me. Have him kill that youngster named Huang within 2 moves. Oh." A bugle horn sounded. The great earth in the distance trembled, bright red color blossoming, sky and earth becoming a blood color. It was clear that an abnormality happened further out, even more terrifying things happening. The battlefield was too large, divided into many regions. There were clearly energy fluctuations that were too powerful in that direction, drawing everyone's attention. Hong! Then, heaven overflowing bloody light surged, shattering the sky dome. It was too shocking, time itself seemingly severed there. Great Formation. The extreme Great Formation has been activated. Many foreign creatures cried out. Even Hao and the others could hear the sky shaking cheers from this place, their expressions changing greatly, feeling that something really bad was about to happen. Good. This formation was actually completed? Ha. The creature surrounded by the golden divine ring laughed loudly, making heaven and earth rumble with noise. The world was burning, great Tao symbols everywhere, rising from the ground surface in the distance, extending towards the skies. The foreign side was carrying out a great project here, laying a formation here to overturn Heaven Abyss, trying to destroy it so the undying beings could cross over. Otherwise, with Heaven Abyss here, there was no way for the undying existences to enter this side. Hong! Bloody light covered the sun, attacking the stars in the sky dome above. Great stars were destroyed one after another. One could see just how terrifying this great formation was. Symbols turned into storms, forming thousands to tens of thousands of ancient beast figures. These were 10,000 spirits that rushed at Heaven Abyss. Can they succeed? Even if they only break through a little bit, allowing just one of my side's undying beings over, it'll still be enough to break through Imperial Pass. A foreign creature was praying. Dong! Heaven Abyss trembled. The sky reaching bloody radiance entered inside, displaying a certain amount of use as expected. Good! A few great figures from the foreign side roared. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. the world releasing a mountainous torrent-like roaring noise. All of the blood radiance grew dim, the extreme great formation on the ground starting to break apart, and then exploded with a hong noise. This moment was undoubtedly catastrophic. It was unknown just how many creatures lost their lives in that area. No! The foreign commanders roared angrily, because the most precious formation banners were completely destroyed. Many precious materials also flying towards Heaven Abyss, swallowed up by it. Come back! They wanted to seize these things back. It was because there were some materials that were too precious, various types of immortal gold. Those were bestowed by undying existences. For those unmatched existences, they were all important treasures. Unfortunately, Heaven Abyss swallowed all of it up, so there was no way it would spit it back out. And not good, those people cried out. Just now, they operated the Great Formation, yet now, Heaven Abyss even began to swallow them up, about to suck them up. No! They cried out loudly. Heaven Abyss normally wouldn't swallow up creatures. Whenever it displayed might, it would only target undying beings. Why was it even going to wipe them out today? It seems like the formation still had some use, making Heaven Abyss display might, not even letting us go. A creature spoke out in despair. Chong. Someone took action from the other side. Not in the desert, but from the limits of the horizon. Everyone could feel a suffocating coldness even from endless distance away. Right now, forget about others, even self-release realm cultivators shivered inwardly. Undying existence. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Was that type of existence going to take action? A black streak of light rushed over, wishing to enter the battlefield. Even more so enter Heaven Abyss to seize the immortal gold. Rescue those commanders. Wang. However, right at this time, Heaven Abyss shone, exceeding the past. Great stars swirled about inside one after another, countless streaks of primal chaos even more so descending. There were large amounts of immortal light that shone brilliantly. The black streak of light that rushed over couldn't approach anyone at all, nor could it seize back the immortal gold. It was directly swallowed up by Heaven Abyss. Moreover, right at this time, at the limits of the horizon, an angry roar sounded, making even self-release realm cultivators' souls shake. They felt as if they fell into the depths of the underworld. Chong. In the distance, a short halberd flew over, pitch black like ink. It directly entered the abyss, being sucked away, and then disappeared without a trace, not coming back out again. Heavens! That is an undying weapon, but it was forcefully seized. Everyone was stunned. At the limits of the horizon, an angry roar shook the sky dome. That creature was clearly angered to the extreme, yet there was nothing he could do about it, thus withdrawing and leaving. That was an ancient undying existence's weapon. Just now, he took action, but lost that war halberd. Someone from the foreign side said with a trembling voice, extremely scared and terrified. Everyone felt their hearts pound when they looked towards Heaven Abyss. What exactly was there within its depths? For even an undying existence to not dare approach, even a realm-crossing attack resulting in the weapon being seized. After the noise, the battlefield unexpectedly entered a short period of silence. Both armies withdrew, not fighting anymore. It was because what just happened was too shocking, an undying existence even taking action, yet was still defeated in the end, weapon lost. At this moment, above the sky dome no one could see past. There were more than 10 figures confronting each other, each seated on one side. On one side were Meng Tianzheng and 2 other elders. In their hands the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, 10 realms diagram, 9 phoenix furnace, true dragon horn, and other immortal weapons. In the star dome, starlight swirled, extremely dazzling. There were 12 foreign elders seated on the other side of the starry space. Their figures all blurry, auras terrifying, definitely not weaker than great elder Meng Tianjing. This formed a powerful contrast, Imperial Pass only having 3 people, while the other side directly had 12 people who moved out. None of the 12 foreign elders held undying artifacts, or else they would be sucked away by Heaven Abyss, instead only carrying the Heaven and Earth Pouch Immortal artifact. It was in perfect condition, previously belonging to the 9 heavens, but it was seized back then, falling to the foreign side. Several years ago, the Heaven and Earth pouch had even more so clashed against the 10 Realms diagram. Apart from this, in their hands there were 2 damaged immortal weapons. The 2 sides didn't fight, but this type of confrontation was even more frightening than killing. Once they took action, it would definitely be earth-shattering, possibly immediately deciding life and death. There was great killing being carried out in the desert. Yet in the sky dome above, there were even more terrifying figures opposing each other with equal harshness. Let's go, it is still not time. In the end, the foreign elders got up, their actions cautious, and then withdrew, quickly disappearing. The path is too difficult. I have a premonition that turbulent times are not far off. Great Elder Meng Tianjing released a light sigh. In the desert, a silver-haired youth was found and led to a region to face Huang. This person was precisely Wu Feng, someone who was known as a heavenly king. Wu Feng, I never expected you to have come as well. Please send my greetings to the ancient undying being in my place. In the sky, a great self-release realm expert spoke extremely politely. It was because Wu Feng had previously received pointers from an undying existence, seeing those unmatched figures. This was a young man, his head of long silver hair falling down to his waist. His figure was tall and straight, handsome and outstanding. There were some mysterious silver patterns on his forehead. Outside his body, silver light pulsed, forming a large circle of flame, making him look divine without compare, as if he was full of undying aura. This was precisely martial heavenly king. How vast was the foreign side! It was grand without end, creatures even more so countless. To be ranked 4th among the present world king clans, he could definitely be called exceptionally powerful among his peers. To be granted the title of heavenly king, receive pointers from an undying existence, he really was a noteworthy disciple. For a young man, this really was an incomparable glory. Distinguished one, right now, I fear that I cannot kill Huang. I came with important matters. Wu Feng said. He truly was quite heroic, his silver hair brilliant, moreover dressed in silver armor that flickered with radiance. His entire being was resplendent like a silver sun. This person, no matter where he went, definitely wouldn't be overlooked, truly extraordinary. Many people looked towards him, even the people from the 9 heavens side, no exception. There were some who were angry, feeling like he was too arrogant. What did he mean he couldn't kill Huang right now? Don't tell me that he felt like he could kill him. What matters do you have? Anlin, Shuchuo, the 2 ancient ancestors wrote a decree for me to hand to my master. Have him open it in the desert. Meanwhile, my master handed it to me. Martial Heavenly King said. The master he spoke of was the ancient undying existence. When those in the surroundings heard this, they couldn't help but suck in cold air. You are bringing the decree here? Even the foreign great figures were moved, not even them knowing of this. That's right. Martial Heavenly King nodded and said, based on my suspicions, it is already time. I am going to request for the decree. Shua. Everyone backed up, providing him with a path. Light flickered. An altar appeared here. It was extremely mysterious and ancient, carved out of a skull. It had existed for a really long time. Wu Feng's hands shone. A golden decree suddenly appeared in his hands. He knelt down, incredibly pious, placing it on the altar and then quickly backing up. Hong! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. A wave of indescribable aura covered the world. Even in the heavens above, great Elder Meng Tianjing and the others who held immortal weapons were shaken, revealing serious expressions. They muttered to themselves, this is... In the desert, the altar carved from the skull released strange radiance, releasing mysterious essence energy onto the decree. The golden decree immediately flourished with even more brilliance, and then it was ignited. Hong! The desert trembled, the world outside Imperial Pass shaking. The golden decree burned, ancient characters appearing one after another, flying towards heaven abyss. Moreover, there were 2 massive sounds, as if 2 unmatched beings were interrogating heaven abyss. Heavens! This is... Anlin, Shuchuo. Are the 2 ancient ancestors communicating with heaven abyss? This scene left everyone stupefied. feeling shocked from their innermost depths. The two foreign ancient ancestors were communicating with Heaven Abyss? On the ground, that skull was 3 zhang tall, pitch black like ink, its eye sockets and other apertures releasing essence energy, turning into a mysterious flame. This flame continuously burned the golden decree, making it more and more resplendent. Wait, how could that skull have strands of immortal Tao energy? On the 9 heavens side, many people were alarmed. That skull definitely had an extraordinary background, yet it was refined into an altar by another. However, it carried even more strange energy, as if it was corroded. It flowed with mysterious power, spraying out divine flames from its 7 apertures, extremely terrifying and astonishing. Everyone knew that once this type of flame made contact with them, they would definitely be directly burned to ashes. It was because they could see that even the nearby space was burning, absorbing secret force from the great cosmos, everything created by the Black Skull. Meanwhile, this was precisely the reason why the temperature of the flames was so terrifying, able to burn the golden sheet, make the symbols on it rush towards Heaven Abyss. Oman Idolata. Inside Heaven Abyss, golden symbols appeared one after another, engraved there, releasing a loud noise. It was as if 3,000 ancient monks were chanting, as if 3,000 demonic sovereigns were crying out, the scene too shocking. It was too terrifying. This voice carrying unmatched dignity, berating Heaven Abyss, as if it was trying to negotiate some type of great karma with it. Everyone became horrified. Anlin, Shuchuo, how heaven-defying were the 2 ancient ancestors. They unexpectedly could be like this, a single decree able to accomplish this. At this moment, the foreign creatures knelt down, involuntarily feeling a type of servitude from deep within their souls. They kowtowed here, prostrating in worship. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, even if they weren't willing, there were still some people whose knees went weak, their souls trembling, kneeling down. This was a type of pressure similar to that of a young beast seeing a beast king, an innate fear that left them with no choice but to submit. No! There was someone who roared angrily, definitely not willing to lower his head, kneel down. A mouthful of essence blood sprayed out from his mouth, his body towering in place. However, their bodies betrayed them, forcing them to kowtow. Their legs gradually bent, refusing to obey their minds. The human body was mysterious, the flesh containing a treasury. However, these types of potential, this immeasurable power, sometimes the gates shut within the body would always be incited by external forces, producing various involuntary actions. It was clear that this golden decree symbols were written by the 2 unmatched experts. They deeply understood the physical body's mysteries. That was why when the magical decree left, it affected all spirits. Hua! An ancient diagram sealed the heavens, unfolding with the wind, immortal might pervading the air. Great Elder Meng Tianzheng arrived. In his hands the 10 realms diagram. It floated above, stopping the magical decree's might, protecting everyone from the 9 heavens side. At this moment, everyone released a breath of relief, wiping away the blood at the corners of their lips. In the end, they still didn't kneel down, or else how could they bear this type of humiliation at the same time? An elder appeared from the foreign side, in his hands the heaven and earth pouch. It released 10,000 strands of light, protecting their side, fearing that great elder would suddenly act fiercely. All of the creatures became momentarily quiet, holding their breaths, closely watching the situation with the Black Skull altar and Heaven Abyss. The golden decree was completely burned, only a bit of ashes remaining. Several thousand symbols flew into the sky, entering the abyss. Tao sounds rumbled, splitting the sky dome. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be 2 faint golden figures that appeared. They pointed towards the limits of the abyss, releasing the most powerful sound. They are discussing karma with Heaven Abyss. Even Great Elder was stupefied, feeling waves of coldness. The foreign side's Anlin and Shuchuo were too terrifying. They were actually able to accomplish this. However, when they thought about it more, they could only release light size. How terrifying were those 2 great existences. They weren't cultivators of this great era at all. but rather originating from the last civilization's ancient history. At that time, Anlin and Shuchuo had fought against true immortals, contending with the unmatched beings on the 9 heavens 10 earths side, and in the end, they won. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? Anlin, Shuchuo, and the others had lived for an incredibly long amount of time, no one able to say for sure what era they appeared in. They previously fought without end Immortal King and 6 Dao Reincarnation's Immortal King. Even though this was due to various reasons, the 2 Immortals Kings weren't weaker than anyone else. It was only because they didn't have enough reinforcements. However, regardless, they were still defeated in the end. The ones who had the last laugh were still the foreign side's Anlin, Shuchuo, and others. Now, it was precisely the 2 great experts who appeared. Someone brought over a magical decree, displaying unmatched might. Hong! Heaven Abyss displayed a reaction, moreover an extremely powerful one. A wave of white essence energy was released, extremely pure and holy, pouring into Heaven Abyss, the energy surging through this world. Chi! Scarlet red chains appeared one after another, as if they were bleeding immortal swords. They rushed out from white mist, directly hacking towards the golden symbols rising from the magical decree. In that instant, the noises were deafening, as if Dao swords were crying out, as if there was divine iron clashing, extremely terrifying. Everyone's souls even trembled in response, as if they were going to fall apart. A portion of the golden ancient characters were destroyed. O Duo Li de Miojie, a great voice sounded, as if it was extremely angry. This represented the 2 ancient ancestors' killing intent, about to engulf Heaven Abyss. Only this was still a decree in the end, and not the Tao body, nor was it a divine consciousness, let alone a true body, its power extremely limited. As a result, it couldn't stop Heaven Abyss' terrifying power. The scarlet-red divine chains of order spread out, releasing Walala noises, as if judgment descended from the heavens above. Streak after streak of scarlet-red chains blasted through golden symbols one after another. In the end, under PU sounds, all of the symbols were blasted through, the decree disappearing. Great Elder, just now, what did the voices that sounded from the golden decree mean? Sure Hao arrived at Meng Tianjing's side, asking with a soft voice. In the surroundings, those who were able to approach Great Elder's side also revealed serious expressions, wishing to know the answer to this. It is as you all expect, they are asking, reproving the heavens, carrying out a treatise of karma. Great Elder said with a serious expression. Cold energy rose from everyone's backs. It was one thing to think something, and another for it to be truly confirmed. Those who dared rebuke Heaven Abyss loudly berate it. Just how domineering and heaven-defying was this? Even though the golden decree was erased, they could see that Anlin and Shuchuo didn't fear this abyss. Otherwise, how could they dare do this? Of course, there were definitely some reasons. Their true bodies couldn't approach this place. What did they say exactly? Sure Hao asked for guidance. He really wanted to know what the contents of that magical decree was. In reality, the foreign side were also discussing quietly, asking their old ancestors, wishing to know what happened. It was because not even they recognized the symbols on the decree. These were special ancient characters that only unmatched existences could understand. Extremely mysterious. I could not understand it either. Those characters are difficult to recognize, only able to vaguely recognize some words, roughly guess at some of its intent. Great Elder released a light sigh. The divine archer from Imperial Pass walked over, also displaying an act of respect, and then asked Great Elder for guidance, to speak of it in more detail. The rough meaning is that that thing must be found. Moreover, those Dao brothers have to be guided back. That is why they must enter the pass. Great Elder said quietly, his expression incredibly serious. This was definitely a huge matter. When those here heard these words, all of their bodies went rigid, and then their expressions turned pale. This information was too terrifying, making them think of too many things. Enter the pass, this was without a doubt, making it through Heaven Abyss and charge through Imperial Pass. They had to find that thing. This might have exposed a tremendous great secret. This likely touched upon why the other side had to enter the 9 heavens. the mystery regarding why they had to slaughter their way into this world. This was definitely a gargantuan matter. Everyone began to shiver inwardly. The 9 heavens 10 earths, what exactly was there that attracted them? Apart from this, Anlin and Shuchuo said that they had to guide back some Dao brothers. This was even more horrifying. Forget about the great knights. Even Great Elder himself felt his scalp going numb. On Imperial Pass side, there were foreign people. Moreover, according to what the decree said, the so-called Dao brothers were definitely on the level of Anlin and Shuchuo, or else how could they be referred to as brothers? This piece of information, just the thought alone made one's entire body go ice cold. It truly was horrifying to the extreme. Shivering all over with fear, truly shaken up. This was Shuhao's most direct feeling. However, when everyone thought seriously about this, they still carried doubts. If there were creatures of this level, would they have to be guided back? Just a single palm from them would be enough to overturn their side. Directly return. Guide back? Great Elder said to himself, full of doubts. Right at this time, the foreign elder who held the heaven and earth pouch walked over. He was protected by the endless strands of immortal light produced by the immortal artifact, as if a blazing sun was blossoming. I advise you all to hand over that thing as soon as possible. This was his request. In that instant, Shuhao and the others' minds were greatly shaken, but they were also filled with expectation, wishing to obtain more information from his mouth. What exactly was this thing? The thing is ours. Why must we give it to you all? Great Elder said calmly. In reality, he didn't know what it was either, but he wished to learn more about it, needing more information from the foreign important figures' mouths. Then just wait to be wiped out once again. The 9 heavens 10 earths will be blood purged. This time, not a blade of grass will grow, the foreign elder said with an extremely cold and strict voice. In the battle of Immortal Ancient, the 9 heavens suffered a great defeat, already slaughtered once. An entire great era buried, completely destroyed. Now, danger was going to arrive once again. What is that thing? Shuhao opened his mouth and asked. He looked towards Great Elder. This was naturally playing along. Great Elder didn't say anything, not responding. Old thing, what do you want? On the 9 heavens side, there were some irascible war generals who couldn't hold back, loudly shouting. Unbridled. That elder's eyes glared angrily, 2 blinding streaks of silver light instantly blasting through heaven and earth, blasting that person apart on the spot. Impossible to defend against even if they wanted to. Supreme Being. Everyone was shaken up, feeling a deep coldness surrounding their entire body. That was just a gaze, yet it killed an extremely powerful war general. This was definitely a true Supreme Being. Chi. At this time, the divine archer drew his bow. With a pu sound, an arrow flew out, directly blasting through 4 foreign experts, making all of them explode to death. This was clearly revenge, direct and undisguised. The foreign elder's eyes were cold, silver radiance appearing once again. He looked towards the divine archer, killing intent spreading like a tsunami. Endless smoke and dust waves surged from the desert, reaching who knew how many tens of thousands of zhang in height. This was precisely the power of a supreme being, just any random movement having great effects. Hang! Great Elder Meng Tianzheng released a cold snort, his eyes like 2 suns. Golden light flourished, similarly displaying might, erasing the 2 streaks of silver light that flew over on the spot. Moreover, there were many people on the other side who exploded, all of them not standing too far from the elder who held the heaven and earth pouch. You dare start a war? That elder's eyes were ice cold, expression chilly. He raised the heaven and earth pouch. I was scared that you wouldn't dare. Go ask for some more friends. You alone aren't enough to be my opponent. Great Elder spoke in front of the 2 realms cultivators, remaining extremely calm. Even though they didn't start a war, this type of contempt and nonchalant tone boosted the 9 heaven side's morale greatly. It is still not time. Your head will inevitably fall in the future, the foreign elder said coldly. Meng Tianzheng laughed coldly and said, Is it an undying being who will take action? After all, someone like you will never have a chance. Then his expression became cold. I overestimated you. You don't know what that thing is at all. Yet you dare demand for it in front of my face. You? That elder from the other side was ashamed and angry. It was because he really didn't know what it was, only hearing about this from the bit he understood from the ancient ancestors' words, and that was why he spoke up, asking the 9 heavens, wishing to use this to understand the situation. Have someone who knows talk to me. You don't have the qualifications to do so, Great Elder said. The foreign elder composed himself. He laughed coldly and said, I understand now, you don't know what it is either. Then his figure flashed out, thus disappearing. Meanwhile, Great Elder also disappeared. Everyone knew that they didn't leave, just that they were hiding in the darkness, continuing to stand against each other. If people at their level fought, then the effects would be too great, causing endless death. Wu, the old ancestor, has already left, so we should go back as well after killing a few more, a foreign commander said. There was a golden sphere of light around his body that surrounded him, extremely powerful and fierce. This was precisely the person who had someone bring over Martial Heavenly King Wu Feng. Wu Feng, go and take that Huang's head. The silver-haired young man walked up, his appearance extremely handsome, known as one of the 10 great Heavenly King experts. He was ranked 4th, obtaining pointers from undying existences, magical force profound, cultivation terrifying. Wu Feng walked forward. He directly reached out his hand, pointing at Shi Hao. The battlefield was vast, the war between the 2 realms' armies interrupted by the decree, temporarily stopping. At this time, Wu Feng walked up, equivalent to continuing the great battle again. You all had 10 kings killed by Huang. Do you want to wash away your humiliation? In my opinion, you all are going to suffer an even greater defeat today. So those old turtles couldn't sit still anymore, finding this white-furred brat to try to regain your side's dignity? From my perspective, it's completely useless. On the 9 heavens side, many people heckled. Kill him. Martial Heavenly King is unmatched. A group of people from the foreign side shouted loudly. This was especially the case with the younger generation, hoping Huang would immediately be killed. Otherwise, even letting him live a day longer would make them feel dejected. However, to kill Huang, it ought to be someone from the younger generation who set out, because only then can they be released from their tension, considered washing away the humiliation of the great defeat of 10 young kings, or else their minds would forever be under the shadow of defeat. Shi Hao didn't say a single word, directly walking forward, wishing to give this so-called Heavenly King a try. It truly leaves one troubled. Senior Jin Tua wishes wants me to remove your head, while Brother He Ziming said that you are his, that if you two meet again, he wants to personally kill you. Wu Feng spoke. His silver armor shone, as if he wore battle clothes refined from woven stars, bathing in silver splendor, extremely divine. On the 9 heavens side, many young cultivators immediately became furious, believing that Wu Feng was too arrogant, a bit unbridled. Did he truly think he could kill Shi Hao? You feel troubled? There is no need at all. Today, I will kill you, and then I'll kill He Ziming in the future, Shi Hao said. Brother He's identity is so extraordinary. For him to call you by name, declaring this to everyone is something you can feel proud of. How about this? I will exchange a few moves with you. If you aren't as strong as expected, then I'll directly risk provoking Brother He and take your head in his place. Wu Feng said, pressing forward. What bold words. Don't go running away when it starts now. On the 9 heavens side, many youngsters shouted out, every one of them hoping for Shi Hao to bring back a great victory. Shi Hao also moved, his bearing like that of a dragon or tiger, powerfully advancing. He looked relaxed and also extremely calm, not like he was fighting a decisive battle. Kill! When he got close, Shi Hao released a loud shout. Die! Wu Feng roared out. His right hand was silvery white, producing a heavenly blade imprint, hacking it down onto Shi Hao. In that instant, a snow-white streak of blade radiance that was tens of thousands of zhonglong was produced. Meanwhile, Shi Hao produced a fist imprint, facing this blade radiance head-on. The two were extremely direct, immediately secretly using powerful methods, condensing thousands of moves into a single one, both wishing to immediately eliminate their opponent. Hong, Sure How blasted aside the boundless blade energy with a single fist, and then it smashed together with Wu Feng's palm blade, the aura terrifying, making the surrounding void cave in, continuously break apart. Kill! Wu Feng roared, frantically attacking. His hands formed blade imprints, becoming more and more brilliant, operating a type of terrifying ancestral method, pushing the blade imprint to the extreme. It is an undying heavenly blade art. On the other side, many people became excited. This was an incredibly terrifying blade art, something that could only be operated if one grasped a mysterious ancestral technique. When the two were merged together, they would become matchless, something passed down by an undying being. This was something an ancient undying existence personally passed down. Hong! Blade radiance rushed out in endless streaks, rushing out, submerging heaven and earth. It was silvery white and dazzling, as if it was going to hack down the sky dome. When facing this attack, Sure How still condensed a fist imprint, secretly long operating imperishable scripture, facing this undying heavenly blade head-on. Dang! 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 3 blows were exchanged in succession, all 3 of Sure How's punches striking on the heavenly blade, clashing intensely with the other party's palm that condensed the blade imprint. Immediately afterwards, the two separated, passing by each other. Sure How stood there calmly, not displaying any expressions. Wu Feng's expression was serious. He turned around, unable to hide his shock. Right now, only a few older generation figures saw through something, the others unable to see the result of this battle, thinking that victory and defeat still hadn't been decided. Oh! From the distance, a bugle horn sounded. The foreign side's conch horn sounded, having them withdraw. It was clear that the events that took place today were quite strange. A decree appeared, yet couldn't intimidate Heaven Abyss, the foreign side now withdrawing. They might make a big move in the future. Withdraw, someone ordered. Moreover, the elder who held the heaven and earth pouch appeared, personally bringing up the rear to stop the 9 heavens cultivators from pursuing and attacking them. Meanwhile, Great Elder also appeared, still confronting him, preventing his immortal weapon from unleashing a great killing disaster. Huang, I'll spare your life. When Wu Feng Heavenly King meets you again, he will definitely cut you down. The foreign younger generation were filled with unwillingness. You all can ask him, does he think he can do it? Sure How replied indifferently. Everyone was shocked, looking ahead. However, Wu Feng didn't turn around, withdrawing with the great army. Only when they were far away, when they were in the limits of the desert's horizon, did Wu Feng cough out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Moreover, his right hand began to release pai-pa sounds. Then, with a pung noise, his entire right arm cracked apart, almost exploding. What is going on? The foreign younger generation were all shocked. Martial Heavenly King, what's wrong? Someone asked. Wu Feng coughed out several more mouthfuls of blood, and only then did he say, that person might be unmatched in the younger generation. Not many are his opponent. Only Brother Ziming can do anything. Otherwise, if we wish to wash away the humiliation, trying to suppress and kill him with similar level people, then we'll have to ask for help from Anlin and Shichuo families. Oh! A sea snail bugle horn sounded, making heaven and earth tremble. The foreign great army withdrew like a tide, the black expanse slowly disappearing into the limits of the desert. On Imperial Pass side, there was no one who chased after them. It was because on the other side, there was an elder who held a heaven and earth pouch. This was an immortal weapon holding up the rear, ready to attack at any time. Then a heaven-swallowing beast roared. 3 lions released low roars, all of them rising up to the air, flying towards Imperial Pass. The cultivators on the 9 heavens side also began to withdraw under the Great Knight's command. A great battle came to an end just like this. Along the way, the warriors from various clans all became extremely quiet. Even though they didn't suffer greatly this time, even occupying the advantage, everyone still carried worries inside. It was because the other side was too powerful, having undying beings. Once they slaughtered their way over, there would be nothing they could do. The only thing they could rely on was Heaven Abyss. Once it was broken through, Imperial Pass definitely couldn't be defended any longer, the 9 heavens inevitably being buried under. Meanwhile, the other side's Anlin and Shuchuo, the 2 unmatched ancient ancestors from the last great era, already made some moves, passing down a decree. So in the future, what else would they do? This type of matchless expert who looked down on great eras one after another, once they really made moves, only heaven knew what was going to happen. Would Heaven Abyss still remain secure? It was hard to imagine what kind of state Imperial Pass and the great earth behind it would be in once Heaven Abyss disappeared. Oh, suddenly, someone released sobbing sounds, full of sadness. Up ahead, corpses were raised one after another, damaged and in pieces. There were some that were placed on the backs of mounts, others raised in coffins one after another, covered in blood. These were all dead cultivators, some of them well-known experts, but there were unknown soldiers as well. After this battle, they all had the same fate, dying outside the pass. When one turned around and looked back, they would see many corpses. It was an alarming sight, making one couldn't help but feel aggrieved, releasing long sighs. Now that this battle ended, there were many more people who lost their husbands and fathers. After this battle, what filled the eyes was only grief. Weeping sounds gradually became louder, too many scenes of sadness behind, truly hard for others to look at. Meanwhile, this was just one portion because more cultivators directly exploded, bones even disappearing, nothing left behind. The corpses that could be brought back were only a very small portion. Senior, if there is Heaven Abyss stopping them, why must we still leave the past to fight with them? So many people died, it is just too miserable. There were people who couldn't hold back, asking the commanders. If they didn't leave the pass, these people wouldn't have died. There were some who believed that with Heaven Abyss in the way, the foreign great army definitely couldn't cross over, no way they could cross that chasm. Taking the initiative to challenge the other side like this, wasn't it just having soldiers die for no reason? The other side is targeting Heaven Abyss, so we must take the initiative to attack, stop their plans. A middle-aged man spoke loudly. He wasn't a leader, but he explained this loudly to avoid affecting their morale. However, the great knight seated on a golden piccio raised his hand, stopping him. He began to explain, speaking up himself. Everything is for the sake of training soldiers, to sharpen iron-blooded soldiers, he said. This simple sentence explained everything. The day might come when Heaven Abyss disappears. At that time, what will happen? A few elders from different clans added, loudly asking. Everyone became silent. This was what they were the least willing to face, but it was something that could very well happen. Sending out soldiers now was precisely for the sake of sharpening the soldiers of various clans, make preparations for the future life and death decisive battle. That might very well be a world-exterminating battle, the entire world possibly drenched in blood. This time, the scale of the battle between the two realms wasn't small, creatures everywhere in the desert. Both sides suffered great casualties, blood dyeing the sand completely red. Meanwhile, the soldiers who set out from Imperial Pass were still a small portion of their army, not completely going out. When looking at this from a higher perspective, this was only a small-scale fierce battle. They were training soldiers. Without a doubt, if this continued, the soldiers from all different clans would have gone out, experiencing the cruelty of blood and bones. From the past until now, the world outside Imperial Pass has never lacked death. While in this era, there would inevitably be even more. The sounds of weeping decreased, the entire great army becoming quiet, silently walking towards Imperial Pass. Even the powerful vicious beasts no longer roared, returning quietly. A few giant birds cast giant shadows on the ground as they moved forward. This type of silence, this type of quietness made everyone feel a great pressure. It would always be like this every time they left the pass. Large amounts of cultivators withered away, dying, falling in battle outside the pass. This was a type of unavoidable grief and pain. The army walked into the primal chaos mist, arriving before the boundless number 1 pass. Everyone was still quiet, silently entering the city. Chi! A streak of immortal light scattered down, surrounding everyone. There were immediately creatures who cried out miserably, directly turning to ashes, unable to even resist. These were foreign creatures who mixed into their army in this great battle, wishing to infiltrate the pass. However, unfortunately, just like before, they couldn't enter. After an ancient mirror shone down on them to reveal their true forms, they turned into scattered smoke and ashes. Then, Hao and the others felt as if they were disintegrating. After entering a strange passage, before they even knew what was going on, they already entered the passage's depths. During this process, he felt his blood rumble, his soul imprint trembling intensely, as if it was resonating with Imperial Pass. He knew that this was a type of probing. All creatures entering Imperial Pass would be strictly examined. Only those who left this pass not long ago were permitted inside. When they set off before, they already left their own auras here. Imperial Pass was ancient and mysterious. There were naturally reasons why it was able to stand tall through endless time without collapsing. Soon afterwards, they entered the city, but in the end, they discovered that there were creatures everywhere. All of them looked in this direction nervously. They were people from different great clans, raising their heads, hoping to see their clansmen return. It was clear that this process would inevitably be full of sadness. Hao left. There was no one waiting for him here, because Stone Clan was too weak, not having the qualifications to come here. So, a golden body rushed down, landing on Hao's shoulder, returning with him. That felt good. I killed many enemies, just that I didn't encounter any big fish, and an old man always stood behind me, scared that I might get lost. So unlucky, the heavenly horned ant said. Hao was speechless. He knew that there were definitely super experts from the city protecting the little heavenly horned ant, fearing that he would die outside the pass before he matured. That type of loss would be too great. It was because a descendant of the Vicious 10, if nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely rise up to become unmatched beings. The foreign great army withdrew a step earlier. Aggressive races were all iron-blooded. Even if they died, they would only feel some sadness at that time. They would become calm again soon afterwards. The foreign side was vast and boundless, the regions too vast. Who knew how many times greater than the 9 heavens 10 earths? After the clans returned, all of them went back to their respective clans' territory through super transport formations. However, there were some who directly gathered together, heading to a meeting. The gathering of the younger generation this time was even more so not a small matter. Go invite others. Bring over all of my generation's most powerful geniuses. If we cannot get rid of Huang, then it truly is a type of humiliation. How can my side's younger generation be inferior to someone from their side? In the Great Desert War, even Martial Heavenly King was defeated, making many young foreign creatures feel inwardly shaken, also leaving them incredibly worried. They really didn't want to accept this defeat by a human from the other side. This was especially the case after Martial Heavenly King spoke out, saying that Huang already couldn't be matched in the younger generation. This left many people shocked, all those of this generation paying close attention to this matter. Can we head to those legendary ancient lands, invite people from emperor clans to come out? When this sentence was spoken, quite a few geniuses from the younger generation were shocked. Was Huang this terrifying, needing to bother the emperor clans? Be careful. The emperor clans haven't displayed any activity for a long time, not appearing in this world. If someone comes out from the ancient lands, then they would definitely dominate the world, all sides defeated. There won't be any chance for our generation at all. Regardless, Hao had already become a well-known person in the foreign side's younger generation. In the Great Desert Battle, he defeated Martial Heavenly King, drawing the eyes of the foreign clan's young experts. They already saw him as a mountain blocking their path, one that had to be uprooted. Master, you came back alive. At Stone Clan's village entrance, Shu saw a figure walk over from the distance. He couldn't help but cry out loudly in pleasant surprise. When the group of children heard this, they all quickly ran over. They were all shocked and happy to see him. Big bro, you really are formidable. I heard that this time the battle was extremely bitter, yet you came back safe and sound, not even injured at all. I'm so happy. A little girl shouted, her rosy little face revealing a pure smile. However, shortly afterwards she cried, because she lost her father not too long ago, now remembering him. The people from the tribe all appeared. When they saw Sure Hao, they were all extremely happy, revealing simple and honest smiles. There was someone who walked over, giving his shoulder a pat, another who brought over a large bowl of strong alcohol, someone else who brought over a towel for him to wipe away the dirt and sand. "It is good that you came back. Living is good." The clan chief Sure Hao's voice was shaking a bit. What he was scared of the most was when they came back to greet their soldiers, because he would always hear grievous news. The clan's strong men usually came back dead. "Child, hurry and eat some dried meat. Recover a bit of stamina." There were some middle-aged women who walked over, carrying kind and amiable smiles. Sure Hao thanked them. He felt a type of warmth here, a type of feeling of returning home. He took up residence here, not having any plans of leaving. He prepared to make this the place he would stay at for some time. In the following half-month, Sure Hao didn't go out, guiding the children in their cultivation. In addition, he himself also analyzed his great Tao path, entering half-seclusion. He was waiting. When it was time to leave the pass again, his target wouldn't only be the battlefield. A few days later, in this area's mountain range, someone paid this small tribe that rarely received care from others a visit, bringing over a letter. "Is Huang here?" "He really is in a remote place, actually in this barren mountain." The one who came muttered quietly, "Who are you? What do you need?" The young man Ashu greeted them. "I came to find Huang, deliver an invitation to him. In 3 days there will be a gathering in Imperial Pass. Those who are invited all the top figures of the younger generation, the elites of all different clans." "What gathering?" With a so sound, a golden figure rushed over, directly landing by the letter, giving the messenger a fright. "We've been busy cultivating recently. Where would we find the time to go to a gathering?" The heavenly horned ant curled his lips. "The gathering this time is quite special. Only the leading figures of the present world younger generation going, all of them extraordinary. This meeting will only bring benefits, no harm." The one who came said. From what he said, the ones who went would all be those who grasped the ebb and flow of the future world. "It's not like we never met them before in the 9 heavens. The little ant was impatient. "This time, not only are the cultivators from the 9 heavens going, the most powerful inheritors of various clans in Imperial Pass will also be there, even more so descendants of unmatched beings, as well as true immortal posterity. They have never visited the 9 heavens before." The one who came explained. It was clear that he really hoped that Sure Hao could go. "Descendants of unmatched beings, what kind of people are those?" The heavenly horned ant muttered, not all that concerned. This was especially the case when it even overlooked the descendants of true immortals, not even asking about them. The messenger who came couldn't keep his composure anymore, reminding, "There are also descendants of true immortals. Are true immortal descendants that special? It's not like I haven't met them before. What Wang Shi, Jinzhan, didn't they all come from long-life families? Aren't they the same as being descendants of true immortals?" The heavenly horned ant curled his lips. You haven't met those people before. They belong to 3 long-life families in Imperial Pass." The one who came wiped at his sweat. This was the first time he met this ant who spoke so boldly, not even placing the inheritors of long-life families in his eyes. "Descendants? They aren't even the children of true immortals. I've even met Immortal Wang, that immortal kid, before, so why would I have any interest in those descendants? Remember that a year ago we even fought with Wang family. Immortal Wang was something though, stronger than those kids of his." When the messenger heard these words, he was immediately speechless. What kind of freak did he end up encountering? Did it really treat long-life families with such little importance, even cutting down Immortal Wang's reputation substantially, calling him an immortal kid? Who dared call an old monster who had lived for endless years this? "Lower your voice. Be a bit quieter. Or else you would be bringing a great disaster onto yourself," the messenger advised while wiping at his cold sweat. "You don't recognize me?" The heavenly horned ant was stunned. Sure Hao walked over from the distance. He was left quiet, stupefied. The messenger was boasting about true immortal descendants before the little heavenly horned ant. Something was a bit wrong here. Unless they were the direct children of true immortals, how could they compare to the status of the golden little ant? This was but the direct child of a vicious 10. Back then, the vicious 10's heavenly horned ant, even though he wasn't an immortal king, not achieving that Tao fruit, his true strength was definitely not weak, close to reaching that level. You are. The messenger was confused. He looked at the golden little ant on the letter. This letter was still held in his hands. Yet in the end, an ant suddenly jumped up, having this type of tone. He really was a bit at a loss. The little ant looked at him with disdain, saying, "Kid, you really aren't sincere. You are purposely mocking and overlooking me, right?" The messenger wiped at his sweat. Not long ago, this ant even called Immortal Wang an immortal kid, yet now he was acting old and wise, calling him a kid. He really was going dizzy. "I just came out of seclusion. I've been cultivating this entire time during these past few years," the messenger said. Xianxia walked over. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "This is a heavenly horned ant, vicious 10's son. I'm going." The messenger immediately made himself scarce. He actually really wanted to give the legendary heavenly horned ant a look, but when he thought about how even Immortal Wang was called a kid, it was as if a fire was lit under his ass, not daring to chat with it anymore. He was really scared badly, fearing that it might end up saying some type of shocking thing and bring disaster onto him too. When he ran up to the village entrance, he stopped for a moment, giving the letter to the children in the tribe, and then turned around to run. He really was panicking a bit. "In 3 days, Jadefall Lake." Xianxia read through the invitation card, quietly saying to himself. He then casually tossed the letter onto a wooden table. "How brat, I went out of the pass. I heard that you went to the Great Desert and had some fun. Your reward's quite abundant. You killed 2 more King Clan experts." Chao Yuxing ran over. There was only a great river separating the tribe he was staying at with Xiao's. He was the friend closest to him. When he heard this shout, moreover that type of address, Xiao's forehead became covered in dark lines. "Fatty, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao glared at him. Chao Yuxing released a forced laugh, and then said, "Right, just now. Who was the one who ran out from Stone Clan?" He was saying something about giving some young pride of heaven invitation cards. Motherfucker, he actually never heard of my name, even more so not giving me an invitation. I directly gave him a good beating. Xiao was immediately speechless. When he looked at this fatty, he really didn't know what to say. "Brat, you really aren't kind and honest." The heavenly horned ant couldn't even continue watching this. Even though he was upset, he didn't take action, only speaking and reasoning with that person. When he understood what was happening, Chao Yuxing was upset, saying, "They overlooked me, disregarding me. What is so special about it anyway? Fuck, I won't go anyway. And hold on, I can't not go. The more they refuse to give me an invitation, the more I want to go. What is there to complain about? I have an invitation, you can have it." Xiao turned around, preparing to continue his cultivation, comprehend his own method and Tao. "This thing has your name on it," Chao Yuxing reminded. "Kid, you really do want to go?" The heavenly horned ant looked at him, never seeing a fatty with such thick skin before. He really was examining this invitation card. "Go. I have to go. I'm going with you all." Chao Yuxing pulled at Xiao. "I'm not interested," Xiao said. "Since we're in Imperial Pass and others are inviting us so enthusiastically, how can we not give them any face? Moreover, we have to join together to fight the enemy anyway, so it's perfect for getting to know each other, establish a bit of friendship beforehand." Chao Yuxing pestered and coaxed. In Imperial Pass, the younger generation all couldn't calm down, especially the elites of various clans, the most powerful inheritors of clans all waiting. Unfortunately, many people were fated to be disappointed, because they wouldn't obtain any invitations, couldn't join in that legendary distinguished meeting of Heaven's Pride. News spread everywhere that there would be a gathering of the younger generation in Imperial Pass, that it would be carried out in Jadefall Lake. At that time, there would definitely be a sharing of scriptures and Tao. If others knew that Xiao didn't want to go, they would definitely be stunned, definitely leaving a few people stupefied. It was because they wanted to obtain an invitation badly, but were left disappointed. Wu, I heard that this time, there is a rare treasure brought back from the other side for display. So what? There are much more important things. I heard that someone obtained news of long-life medicine outside Imperial Pass. There was an ancient being who left behind a ruined diagram, marking out the areas where the immortal medicine roams. It is going to be shared at the meeting for everyone to see. I heard that they would even talk about secrets regarding the restricted regions. In the Imperial Pass, young cultivators from various clans were discussing amongst each other. Even though they couldn't join in, they were still enthusiastic, understanding many things. Which restricted regions? Naturally, the 9 heavens restricted regions. What? This left everyone shocked, many people surprised. Those places couldn't be randomly discussed, or else they might provoke disasters onto themselves. It is rumored that there was even an invitation sent to a certain restricted region this time, just that we don't know if someone from the restricted region will come. When news transmitted back, quite the commotion was raised. Many people were shocked, greatly shaken. The restricted areas of the 9 heavens, what kind of places were those? They were true dragon pools, tiger nests. Who dared touch them? One might immediately end up paying a price of blood and soul. Moreover, during these endless years, the restricted regions were always lifeless, lacking life force. Now that an invitation was sent to this type of place, would any creatures really come out? Distinguished meeting. It is definitely a distinguished meeting, someone exclaimed in admiration. If a creature came out of the restricted regions, even if they were extremely young, not having any battle accomplishments, it would still be enough to raise an uproar, leave all clans greatly shaken. Everyone really wanted to know whose idea it was to actually do this. One had to understand that the 9 heavens restricted regions were unimaginably terrifying and mysterious. From a certain perspective, the level they represented wouldn't be inferior to the matchless experts who had long disappeared in history. Fortunately, they were extremely low profile. Throughout all this time, they always remained in a solitary state, not displaying any activity. Otherwise, if they became enemies, then this world would inevitably be thrown into chaos, the 9 heavens 10 earths most likely finished. The 3 days passed in an instant. An area within Imperial Pass with elegant scenery, shrouded year-round in spiritual essence, was bustling with activity. It was because many geniuses came to this gathering. Jadefall Lake, the waters a jade green, as if a sparkling jadestone was embedded in the great earth, gentle and beautiful, brilliant and faintly discernible. It had immortal Tao energy spilling out from it year-round. It was because it was rumored that there was an immortal who had previously taken residence in this region in ancient times. There were many spiritual mountains in Jadefall Lake surroundings, some shining, divine and brilliant, some pitch black like ink, even now still releasing black mist, but they weren't terrifying, instead possessing a type of great Tao aura. There were purple golden ones as well, as if emperor swords were inserted into the lakeside one after another. Quite a few of these spiritual mountains were floating, not falling onto the ground, the scenery elegant, faint mist swirling about, as if this was an immortal realm. Sure Hao arrived, unable to withstand Chao Yushing's pestering, walking out from the distant great wastelands, leaving Stone Clan's territory and heading here. They saw that this place was extraordinary from the distance, immortal mist rising, swirling about Jadefall Lake and the surrounding spiritual mountains. Is there really something that came out of the restricted region? I really want to see what it looks like, the golden ant said. Sure Hao didn't say anything, but he also had similar thoughts. This was the biggest reason why he came to Jadefall Lake.